Hello, this is the fourth part of Claws of a Lion by Neons and Getsu. Link will be in the description. All author's notes have been removed between chapters. Also, any explicit NSFW scene will be removed. This part will cover chapter 31 to 40. Dark wings, dark words the small folk say, whenever a raven brings its grim tidings on midnight wings. Tilde old Westerosi saying, hope is poison. The bells had not yet begun to toll when the raven came to Casterly Rock. It arrived in the earliest sliver of dawn, a black shadow flitting against a sky of pale grey, and its core shattered the morning calm. The bird bore a message bound with the royal seal of King's Landing. By midday, that message and the news it carried spread across Westeros like wildfire. That foul substance would have been kinder, given what followed. In the castle's high hall, Lord Tywin Lannister broke the wax and read the raven's words in silence. The small gathering of nobles and retainers waited, their breath bated. Cersei Lannister stood rigid beside her mother, Lady Joanna, fingers twisting in the folds of her gown. Prince Rhaegar Targaryen hovered near the hearth, face drawn and pale in the candlelight that had not yet been snuffed. Tywin's green eyes flickered as he read, but his face was stone. Only when he finished did he lift his gaze. Viserys Targaryen is dead. A stunned silence fell. For an instant, all that could be heard was the distant crash of waves against the cliffs below the rock. Joanna exhaled a soft, wounded gasp. Dead? She whispered as if she could not believe the word. Tywin rolled the parchment and handed it off to a waiting steward. The raven says the boy died in the night. An illness of some kind. His tone was calm, almost indifferent, yet a glint in his eye suggested he knew illness was seldom so swift or convenient. Rhaegar took a step forward, golden firelight lapping at the edges of his silver hair. Let me see it. Tywin gave a curt nod, allowing the boy's impudence. The steward offered the message to the prince. Rhaegar's long fingers trembled ever so slightly as he unrolled the tiny scroll and scanned its contents. Cersei watched his violet eyes move rapidly over the words. She saw them widen in shock, then narrow with growing fury. This says he was poisoned, Rhaegar said, voice tight. He looked up sharply. By the king's enemies. A murmur rippled through the hall. Poison. A coward's weapon. A woman's weapon, some might say, and a treasonous act against the crown. Cersei drew in a breath. Poisoned? Gods have mercy. By whose hand? He demanded, looking to Rhaegar. Does the message say? Rhaegar shook his head, jaw clenched. No. Only that my brother was taken by a traitor's cowardice. His voice cracked on the last word. Clearly Aerys' court blamed some enemy in the shadows. Or perhaps Aerys blamed all of them. Cersei placed a hand on her mother's arm, alarmed. She could feel Joanna tense beside her. If King Aerys believed one of his enemies had murdered Viserys, then he would surely point a finger at the Lannisters, or at anyone he deemed a foe. Her father's expression betrayed nothing, but Cersei knew Tywin would already be calculating what this meant for their cause. One less Targaryen male in the line of succession, but also a provocation that could ignite the realm. Tywin watched, arms folded behind his back, uncaring as the boy seemed ready to dissolve into quiet sobs. If the Lord of Casterly Rock felt any sympathy, he did not show it openly. Instead, his calculating gaze shifted to Rhaegar. Your brother's death is a tragedy, he said, each word measured. The realm will demand answers. King Aerys will demand blood. Rhaegar tore his damp eyes away to stare at Tywin. My father will accuse you, Lord Tywin, he said bluntly. You or your allies? In his eyes, everyone who defies him is complicit. The prince's voice was raw with bitterness and grief. He crumpled the raven's message in one fist. I should have been there, he murmured. I could have protected Viserys. Cersei almost felt pity for Rhaegar then. Almost. He looked truly lost, guilt and sorrow warring on his handsome face. For all his famed composure, this news had pierced him deeply. She recalled the boy Viserys, a little golden-headed princeling of barely 7 years. What was it like to lose a brother, to lose a son? She didn't want to know. May she never. And now Viserys was gone. Cersei felt a pang of sympathy for the queen and for Rhaegar, but she also felt a cold ripple of dread. Who? Who could have done this? Whoever is responsible will answer for it, Tywin replied, his quiet voice cutting through the hall. In due time. He glanced around and noted the looks being exchanged, suspicious, uncertain. The Lannister guards and bannermen present remained stoic, but in their eyes he could see questions unspoken. Could Aerys have done this himself, in one of his fits of madness? Or had someone within the Red Keep taken matters into their own hands? Some might even whisper that Queen Rhaella had plotted to kill her own son, to spite her hated husband, or to hasten his downfall. He knew how quickly rumours took root in a crisis. "Enough," Joanna said firmly, her gaze sweeping the assembled onlookers. "The prince has lost a brother. Give us a moment." At Lady Joanna's bidding, the courtiers and guards began to disperse. Tywin nodded once, dismissing the rest of his household retainers with a flick of his hand. Soon, only the family and their closest confidants remained by the hearth. Rhaegar still stood by the fire, staring into the flames as if he might find answers there. Cersei moved carefully towards him. Prince Rhaegar," she said softly. "I am truly sorry. Viserys. He was a sweet boy." We all, Rhaegar turned to her, anguish etched in every line of his face. "He was all I had left of my siblings," he said hoarsely. "The last of them." He placed a hand over his face, and for a moment Cersei thought he might weep. But when his hand fell away, his expression had hardened to cold determination. "This cannot go unanswered." "It won't," Tywin assured him before he could begin flinging accusations. "But we must be cautious," the prince bridled. "Cautious? In these times?" Tywin met his glare stoically. "Aerys will blame us no matter what we do. We should expect a response from King's Landing within days, if not hours." "And can you say with all honesty that you had no part in this?" Cersei hissed. "Rhaegar!" Lady Joanna remained composed as always. "We did not." Cersei bit her lip. "But if Lyanna and Elia were found here, they might well be blamed, if not taken into custody outright." Emotions were running high, and the prince was clearly looking for someone to blame. Oberyn had secreted them out the castle to safety. She could only pray that they'd found shelter in Lannisport or somewhere nearby. And the dragons? They couldn't possibly hide in that burrow forever. They had to eat. Gods be good, but they needed the prince gone. And soon, Tywin's mouth set in a grim line. The Raven's message came with King Aerys' seal. We must assume it speaks with his voice. He accuses his enemies. That might mean me. Or Prince Rhaegar. Rhaegar lifted his chin, suspicion momentarily deflected. "My father will believe what he wishes. I had no part in this." "How could I? I've been here for days." "If he thinks you have betrayed him by attempting to court my daughter." Cersei bridled in remembrance, and Rhaegar quickly glanced away. "I understand," he muttered, shamefaced. "My brother's death will only feed his paranoia." Cersei touched her bandaged palm unconsciously, feeling the sting from the night before. In all the chaos of the morning, she had nearly forgotten the other looming danger, the dragon's egg that still sat smouldering in her chamber hearth. She had not yet had the chance to tell her parents of Rhaegar's folly in bringing that egg here. And now, with Viserys' death, the conversation had derailed entirely. But the egg was still a problem, a potentially catastrophic one. One crisis at a time, she told herself. First, Viserys. Tywin addressed Rhaegar firmly. "My prince, you will remain here at the Rock under our protection until we understand the king's next move. It's safer for all. Lest he suffer a convenient accident on the road." Rhaegar hesitated. He was a proud man, Cersei knew, and unused to following Tywin Lannister's commands. But he seemed to recognize the wisdom in the advice. Slowly he inclined his head. "Very well. For now." Joanna gave a small, relieved nod. "Good. The last thing we need is you riding to King's Landing alone. Your father cannot be reasoned with in this state. Better to let him stew behind his walls." Tywin looked at Joanna. "See to the ravens. I want to know how this news is received in the rest of the realm. Especially in the north and the Riverlands. We will move only with careful thought." She bowed her. "Yes, husband." Cersei glanced back to Rhaegar, still concerned. The prince had quieted for the moment, but there was an anger in his eyes. What was the saying about Targaryens and madness? The gods flip a coin. Chig, 0.00. As he stalked the corridors of the Red Key, Jaime's mind churned. Viserys dead, and by poison. Who could have done such a thing? He thought of King Aerys's gloating sneer on the throne. The Mad King would twist this tragedy to serve his madness, no doubt, screaming for vengeance. Aerys would name Tywin and all Lannisters as black-hearted usurpers and murderers. That was predictable. But Jaime found his thoughts turning back to Queen Rhaella. A terrible, insidious question flickered in his mind, one he wished he could snuff out. Could she have been involved? The idea seemed unthinkable. Raella loved her children dearly. Jaime had seen that with his own eyes. Yet, she hated her brother-husband Eris as well, with good reason. And desperate times bred desperate acts. He recalled a conversation with Raella some nights past, as he stood guard outside her chamber. In a hushed, haunted voice, she had spoken of her son Viserys, wondering if he would go mad, just like his father and his brother. "They say the Red Keep is a pit of snakes," Raella had whispered to him through the cracked door, too anxious to sleep. Who's to say Viserys isn't one already? Make no mistake, Rhaegar was mad, but in a different manner than his father. The prince remained obsessed with prophecy, the dragon's 3 heads. Jaime disdained prophecies as a whole. Such was why he and Nathaniel had kept Cersei from seeing that mad witch long ago, and secretly made sure father disposed of said witch to ensure Cersei never paid her a visit in the future. The future was a madness all its own. Best not to know it. Ignorance was bliss. And presently the future was looking dark indeed. Jaime had tried to assure Rhaella that her second son would be well protected by the guards, HUR ladies, and by Varys' little spies, at least until they could contrive a way to smuggle him to safety. At the mention of the Master of Whisperers, Rhaella's face had become unreadable. Now the boy was dead, and Jaime felt a chill at the thought. Had the Queen's fears led her to some dire choice? Perhaps a secret missive to Varys, urging him to spirit Viserys out of King's Landing, but instead, had the eunuch delivered poison? Varys was cunning beyond measure, but was he that cruel? Was he? In the end, his boots carried him to Rhaella's room. Jaime did not want to believe the Queen could be part of such a plot, but he needed to hear it from her own lips. For his own peace of mind, if nothing else. He found himself striding not toward the rookery, but back towards the solar where Rhaella often spent her afternoons. His duty could wait a few minutes. This was more important. Sure enough, found Queen Rhaella alone in the solar, just as she was dismissing her handmaids in a voice thick with tears. Through the arched window, the late morning sun painted a square of light on the stone floor. Rhaella turned at his approach, quickly wiping at her eyes. Her cheeks were blotchy from crying. Queen Rhaella Targaryen, sister-wife to the Mad King and mother to his children, sat in a cushioned chair by the window, her slender hands clenched white in her lap. Jaime stood tense at the Queen's side. His sword hand twitched as if he wished he could cut down the invisible foe who had done this deed. He remembered Prince Viserys, a cheerful, curious child who would tug at his Kingsguard cloak and begged for piggyback rides around the Red Keep's gardens. Jaime swallowed hard. The image of that innocent boy lying cold and still made his stomach clench in anger. His shoulders sagged. He looked stricken, as though struggling to reconcile the news with reality. "Your Grace," he began, stepping toward Rhaella. But Rhaella suddenly turned away from him, pressing a hand to her mouth. A keening sound escaped her lips, a mother's anguish-given voice. She swayed where she sat, and Jaime hurried to her side. "Your Grace." Rhaella only shook her head, face crumpling anew. He was just a child. Jaime's heart ached at the sight. Rhaella had already endured so much, the cruelties of her husband, the terror of his madness, the uncertainty of these desperate alliances, and with it the hope of a better future. Now the death of her son was one more lash on an already bleeding back. He longed to say some word of comfort, but found his knees buckled. Reluctantly, he laid a hand on her knee. Rhaella looked up at him. "Sir Jaime," she said softly. "Forgive me, I needed a moment." Pivoting, he marched back to the entrance and closed the heavy oak door behind him, ensuring they would not be overheard. "Your Grace." He inclined his head respectfully. "I won't take much of your time." Rhaella gave a faint, sad smile. "You have given me so much of your time already. Your loyalty to my family has not gone unnoticed." Her voice caught slightly. She had been about to say "our family," as if including Jaime among her loved ones. Nathaniel's work, no doubt. His baby brother was a sly one. He envied him his wit. He could use a clever quip to cheer her up about now. Instead, he was forced to steel himself and speak of harsher things. He stepped closer, lowering his voice. "My queen, I wish there were words I could offer to ease your pain. Prince Viserys' death is a terrible loss." He paused, knowing he tread on dangerous ground. "But I fear there will be dark rumours. King Eris. Others. They will seek someone to blame." Riella's eyes searched his face. You mean me, she said flatly, though her lips trembled. Jamie flushed. She had always been perceptive. Not I, he said quickly. I do not believe it of you, your grace. But some might whisper that you had a hand in this. They will say kinslaying is an accursed sin. His own words tasted foul. 7 hells. This was a delicate matter. How could he even ask? And you? Rayla's voice wavered. Do you also wonder if I killed my own brother's son? My own flesh and blood? Her brother's son? An odd, formal way to refer to Viserys, who was her son as well. But Harmy understood. Viserys was Aerys's child as much as hers, and Rhaella had long ceased to think of Aerys as anything but a monster wearing her brother's face. Was it any wonder, then, that she had so little love for her children? Jaime dropped to one knee before her, golden head bowed. Your Grace, I ask not out of malice, but because if you know anything about what really happened, it could mean the difference between war and peace. I will not judge. I only... Rhaella let out a shuddering sob. Jaime Lannister, look at me. He obeyed, gazing up into her anguished face, and saw the tears tumbling freely down her cheeks now. That was my son, my little boy, she choked out. Do you think me so monstrous as to harm him? Jaime felt a stab of shame. No, my queen, I do not. I had to ask, only to quell the talk. She cut him off, suddenly kneeling down so that they were face to face, queen and knight, on the same level. She seized Jaime's hand in both of hers. Her fingers were icy despite the warmth of the day. I loved Viserys, Rhaella said, each word emphatic. Whatever anyone says of me, whatever Aerys screams to the heavens, know that I would have never sanctioned this. I wanted to send him to those who could care for him as I could not. Not bury him. Jaime believed her. The raw honesty of her grief was unmistakable. I'm sorry, he said hoarsely. Truly, I had to ask. Fresh tears coursed down Rhaella's face, but her purple eyes suddenly hardened with fury. It was him, wasn't it? She hissed, anger flickering amid the sorrow. Jaime realized she did not mean Aerys. The spider, she clarified, voice low and venomous. Varys promised me my son would be safe and well protected, that he wouldn't become a monster. He swore it, and now Viserys is dead. Jaime frowned. Varys, the master of whisperers. Why would he... To accelerate his timeline, I suspect? Rhaella almost spat the words. Bitterness twisted her lovely features. Varys sees my husband as unstable, and the prince with him. He wants to hurry along whatever web he's been weaving. Or perhaps one of Tywin's schemes? Who can say? Viserys was but a pawn to them. She squeezed Jaime's hand so tightly it hurt. Mark my words. My poor boy was murdered to set the realm aflame, and Varys was pulling the strings. I feel it in my heart. Jaime had no love for Varys. The man was as slippery as an eel, but this was a dangerous accusation. We have no proof, he cautioned gently. Rhaella released his hand, slumping slightly. No, we do not. Her fury deflated, leaving only sorrow and exhaustion. She looked so small then, despite her renewed youth, kneeling there with her shoulders bowed. And we likely never will. The truth is hidden behind 1,000 whispers, and my son's killer will hide among them. Gently, Jaime reached out and rested a hand on Rhaella's shoulder. You should rest, your grace. We will find justice for Viserys in due time. I swear it. Rhaella closed her eyes. A tear clung to her lashes before falling. Thank you, Jaime. Perhaps she'll find some solace in my dreams. He helped her back to her feet. For a moment, Rhaella Targaryen leaned against him like a weary willow bending toward a sturdy oak. You are a good man, she murmured. Better than most. Better than my own kin, it seems. She stepped back, regaining a measure of composure. Go, do your duty. I will survive. Jaime bowed deeply. As he withdrew from the solar, he cast one last glance at the grieving mother, now standing alone in a shaft of sunlight. Her hands were clasped before her as if in prayer, and her lips moved soundlessly, perhaps speaking a final goodbye to little Viserys. Jaime silently vowed he would uphold his promise. Whoever had done this would face a lion's wrath someday. Someday. 0.0. Across Westeros, the news flew on raven's wings, eliciting shock and speculation in every corner of the Seven Kingdoms. In the taverns of Lannisport, merchants gossiped that the Targaryen boy had been slain by vengeful spirits as justice for the Mad King's sins. On the streets of King's Landing, small folk spoke in hushed tones of dark magic and cursed blood, while Goldcloaks barked at them to move along. Some claimed the boy had simply succumbed to a summer fever, but far more believed some foul plot was afoot. One rumour suggested the prince had been found foaming at the mouth, his face turned as purple as a ripe plum, a sure sign of poisoning. Another whispered that a dagger was seen slipping out of his nursery window that night. Among the high lords and ladies, the whispers were more guarded but no less fevered. At River Run, Lord Hoster Tully read the Raven's note twice over, then murmured to his maester that the damnable Lannisters must have a long reach indeed, if poison could find its way into the Red Keep. In the Eyrie, young John Arryn furrowed his brow and wondered aloud to his new bride Lisa what this meant for the rebellion brewing in the west. In the shadow of the wall, Lord Commander Corgyle received only a snippet of the news. Prince dead, treachery suspected, and sighed, knowing it spelled more chaos for a realm already unsteady. At Storm's End, Robert Baratheon's booming voice echoed in the hall as he cursed the Targaryens to the seven hells. Poison? Bah! Better the whelp died now than grow up to be another mad dragon, he was overheard saying after quaffing a horn of ale. His more level-headed brother Stannis only pressed his lips thin, muttering something about cowards' work, and wondered who truly stood to gain. Winterfell remained silent, its lord away and seen to by a steward, but the Northerners were an honourable lot, and they disdained this talk of poison all the same. Across the land, tongues wagged and ravens flew. By dusk that day, every tavern from the arbour to the last hearth hummed with the tale of the Targaryen prince's sudden demise. Some foretold it was a dark omen of more death to come. Others toasted the news, declaring it one less dragon to fear. Either way, the winds of chaos were rising. 0.0. Far to the west, on a rocky isle still smouldering with the aftermath of war, Nathaniel Lannister knew nothing of these sudden shifts in the Game of Thrones. Upon the ruins of Pike's great keep, he stood beneath a sky of slate grey, staring out over the churning iron sea. Salt and ash scented the damp breeze. Behind him, the ancient stronghold of House Greyjoy lay in blackened, blood-soaked rubble. Naruto, the name only his closest kin used, though in the privacy of his own mind he still answered to it, breathed in deeply and closed his eyes. The cries of carrion gulls and the distant crash of waves were the only sounds now. 3 days of blood and fire had brought silence at last. The Iron Islands campaign was over. No survivors. And so it had been done. The Greyjoy banner, a golden kraken on a field of black, now lay trampled and torn amid the debris, drenched in the blood of Balon Greyjoy and his kin. The rebellious krakens had been smashed beneath the lion's claws. He opened his eyes and gazed down the cliffside. Far below in Pike's harbour, the sea still foamed red with slaughter. The wrecks of longships jutted from the shallows like broken bones. Corpses bobbed in the surf. His stomach turned at the sight, though he had seen such carnage before. Not far off, curled up against a collapsed section of wall, was an immense heap of flesh and scales, shuddering with every breath. The men were already telling wild tales of that beast, dubbing it the Leviathan. They said it answered only to the golden air of Casterly Rock, that it was some dark magic he had unleashed upon the Ironborn. Nathaniel almost laughed at the absurdity, if any laughter could find him in this bleak moment. If only they knew, he thought, shaking his head. The Leviathan had been no demon's work at all, but simply Isubu, the great turtle-like titan from a world no Westerosi could imagine, reborn as this great sea beast. A remnant of his past life's power he rarely used openly, but on the unforgiving waves of battle, he'd made an exception. Just this morning, he'd slaughtered an entire pod of humpback whales, feasted, and gone to sleep. Nymeria seemed rather proud of that, not that he could blame her. He had ridden into war upon the back of a giant, and helped end House Greyjoy in one fell stroke. Now the songs would hail him as some mythical hero or damned sorcerer, perhaps both. It all felt strangely hollow. A familiar voice at his shoulder jolted him from his thoughts. "Sir, the ship is ready." Nathaniel turned to see Sir Kevin Lannister, his uncle, standing there with an anxious expression. Behind Kevin, a handful of Lannister guards waited by the winding path that led down to the bay. The men looked exhausted and drenched from the sea spray, but victory had put a weary pride in their eyes. "Thank you, Uncle," Nathaniel replied quietly. He cast one last glance out to sea. The horizon was beginning to clear. Far to the east, a pale sunbeam broke through the clouds. It was time to go home. As they walked down the charred steps of Pike's fortress, Kevin cleared his throat. "We'll have a few days' sail back to Lannisport, if the winds hold. I suspect my brother will want a full account of this." "Campaign?" Nathaniel grimaced. "Campaign. Such a polite word for the massacre they had wrought." "I'll tell father everything," he said. "The good and the ill." Kevin eyed him sidelong. "Not all of it was ill, Nathaniel. You won a great victory here. The Ironborn won't threaten the western coast again for a long time, perhaps not ever." "No," Nathaniel agreed. "They won't." He fell silent as they passed by a shattered tower. Within the collapsed ruins he could see twisted shapes' bodies burned beyond recognition. "Perhaps Greyjoy men, perhaps their families." His jaw tightened. "Tell me, Uncle, did we truly need to kill them all?" Kevin hesitated. He lowered his voice. "That was your mother's command." By mother he meant Lady Joanna. She and your father agreed. No chance of vengeance left alive. No second Greyjoy rebellion in a generation's time. A lesson written in blood, like Castamere. A lesson written in blood. Nathaniel closed his eyes for a moment, pushing down a surge of nausea. He had objected to that order when it was given, but Tywin and Joanna had overruled him. He was their weapon, to be aimed where they decided. And he had obeyed, albeit reluctantly. "The Greyjoys were no friend to us," he said, voice rough. Balon made his choice when he rose against the Iron Throne while the realm was distracted. "I only wish," he trailed off, "I only wish it hadn't been so brutal." He wished Nymeria had told him of the butchery she would commit, if only so he could caution her against it. Too late now. The deed was done. No heir of Balon would remain. It sickened him still. Kevin put a hand on his nephew's shoulder, gentle. "You spared the small folk of the Isles," he offered quietly. "They surrendered, and you let them live. That mercy will be remembered." Mercy. Ruthlessness is mercy upon ourselves. If only he could believe such. Nathaniel gave a bitter snort. Small comfort. Mercy or not, the islanders would remember the Leviathan and the blood and smoke far more vividly than any small mercy. To them he might forever be the golden demon who unleashed hell on Pike. They reached the shoreline. A longboat bobbed in the surf, ready to ferry them to the flagship. The wind carried the cries of gulls and the faint sobbing of a handful of Ironborn widows kneeling over corpses farther down the strand. Nathaniel forced himself not to look away from their grief. "This is the cost," he reminded himself. "Never forget this cost." "Any word from Casterly Rock?" he asked Kevin as they boarded the small boat. Kevin shook his head, stepping carefully into the craft. "No ravens reached us here. But you know how unreliable communication can be during wartime. We'll surely learn the latest when we land at Lannisport." Nathaniel simply nodded, though a strange unease tugged at him. He realized he had been utterly cut off from the intrigues of the realm while focusing on this island war. What might have happened in his absence? Was the Mad King still holed up behind his walls, screaming at shadows? Was Jaime keeping out his grasp? Was Rhaella still waiting for him in his dreams? Uneasy terms with Tywin? And what of his other siblings, Cersei and Tyrion? For all he knew, King's Landing could have gone up in Dragonfire and he'd only hear of it upon arrival. The thought made him anxious to be home. As the longboat was rowed out to the waiting ship, Nathaniel turned his face eastward. Across leagues of restless ocean lay the mainland, and beyond that, his family. Cersei. Her name flickered through his mind and warmed him slightly against the chill. He wondered what she was doing now. Probably rolling her eyes at some lordling's flattery or sparring with their father's plans. He allowed himself a small smile at the thought. He had missed her sharp tongue these past weeks. And Lyanna? She was probably going stir-crazy in the courtyard, to say nothing of Elia. Unbidden, another face floated in his memory. Rhaella's tearful smile when he had bidden her farewell in his dreams before sailing west. "Please come back," she'd said, holding his hand perhaps a moment longer than propriety allowed. Despite her own troubles, she had fretted for his safety. He had promised her he would return too. There was much to do, and little time to do it. Nymeria was waiting for him on the vessel, a swagger in her step. Time to wake the beast, then? He supposed so. Humming once, he craned his neck toward the ruin of Pike and whistled sharply, enhancing the sound with his chakra. Isabu reacted instantly. Moving with speed that belied his bulk, he unfurled in an instant, accidentally toppling a sundered tower, and dove beneath the waves with a happy cry. "We're coming back," Naruto whispered under his breath now, as the oarsman pulled in steady rhythm. Salt spray dusted his golden hair. Back to where I'm needed. For though the Iron Islands were secured, he could not shake the feeling that the true storm was still to come, one he would face not on some distant isle, but at the very heart of the Seven Kingdoms. Someone was going to die. He wasn't quite sure why he had that feeling, save that he did. Naruto felt it in his bones. He wasn't sure who, only that someone would. He craned his neck back, watching Isobu surge toward their ships, done sleeping in the shallows and eager for human contact once more. Nymeria crooned and waved his way, delighted as he swept up beside their vessel, much to the dismay of several sailors. She absolutely adored Isobu and lived to lavish attention upon him. The sea serpent noticed her delight naturally. Good. He could use a friend. Still didn't stop him from rearing up out of the water and demanding headpats, though. Uncle Kevin sighed sullenly somewhere behind them. Bloody big beast! How do you intend to explain that creature to your father? Naruto hummed and scratched the Leviathan's scales. You leave that to me. It would be nice to finally have a proper weapon against Eris. Kurama and the rest might still be growing, and they'd probably pitch a fit once they saw their comrade. But as for Isobu himself, if he grew bigger than this, well. Let's see the mad dragon send a fleet against us now. Pressing his head to his old friend's damp scales, he chuckled softly. Ready to raise some hell? Always. As ever, his words were for his ears and his alone. I look forward to lording this victory over my little kin. Don't go calling Kurama that, he'll never forgive you. The other sailors were afraid of him, and rightfully so. In his new form, the Sanbi could gobble them up easily, snap their ships in half with a single bite. He truly was a Leviathan. Nymeria sidled up beside him, hip brushing his. For a moment he thought she was going to try and lead him down below deck again. But no, her eyes were fixed firmly upon Isobu. He had an inkling of what she was about to ask. Indeed, he wasn't disappointed. May I ride him? Here at last, Naruto permitted himself a small smile. That depends. She tilted her head. On? How long you can hold your breath? Nymeria evidently took that as a challenge. She vaulted off the ship, landed on Isobu's back, and scaled him like a mountain. In a matter of moments, she'd settled atop his head, claiming him. Challenge accepted, my lord Tilda. Isobu trilled his agreement with a roar to rattle the words. I like this human. She understands. I'm keeping her. 0.0. 0.0. Casterly Rock's forbidding silhouette emerged from the morning mist like a slumbering giant as their ship finally neared Lannisport's harbour. The voyage had taken the better part of 3 days, yet to Nathaniel it felt like an eternity. Each hour homeward had stoked his impatience. He'd paced the deck whenever he wasn't poring over maps or writing reports of the battle to send ahead by Raven. But one by one none of his ravens returned, lost to a fierce storm on the second day. So he arrived unannounced, unsummoned, and uncertain of what news might await him beyond the horizon. It was early morning as he rowed hard from the Lannisport docks up the winding road toward Casterly Rock. The bay was still dotted with the charred hulks of iron-borne longships' grim trophies from Pike's rebellion, hauled here to Lannisport to display before they were burnt to ash. The smell of distant smoke hung faint in the air even here, but at least the lands of the west were peaceful. As Nathaniel galloped through the Lion's Gate and into the main courtyard, servants and guards gaped at the sudden arrival of the heir of the rock, dust-caked and travel-worn but very much alive. Nathaniel swung down from his lathered horse and tossed the reins to a stable hand, barely pausing before striding into the castle proper. A guard captain hurried to approach, bowing deeply. My lord, we did not know you were so close. Where is my father? Naruto interrupted, his voice echoing off the stone walls of the entry hall. Or my mother. Is the court assembled? The guard blinked. Lord Tywin is in council with the Lady Joanna and Prince Rhaegar. What? Rhaegar? Naruto stopped in his tracks, too stunned to frown. Why was he here? Why would he be here? Why could he? His blood ran cold. Lyanna. Elia. Shit. Had they gotten away? Were they in hiding? Oh gods, Kurama. The other dragons. Rhaegar couldn't be here! Moreover, something in the guard's tone set him on edge. And my sister, Lady Cersei? I believe she is in her chambers, my lord, answered the guard. He hesitated, eyeing Nathaniel's mud-splattered cloak. Shall I send word of your arrival to Lord Tywin? He shook his head curtly to suppress his growing rages. That won't be necessary. I'll see them presently. His heart was pounding faster now. Cersei, and Rhaegar still here. Why did that combination unsettle him so? Carry on, he told the guard, already moving past. He took the steps two at a time toward the family's private quarters. The castle felt eerily still in the early hour. Only a few servants bustled about, tending to morning chores. As he ascended a spiral stair, a whiff of smoke reached his nose. Wood smoke and something else, something metallic or sulphurous? He quickened his pace. Cersei's chambers lay at the end of the corridor on the third floor. As he rounded the final turn, he nearly collided with a young maid carrying an empty coal scuttle. The girl dropped into a flustered curtsy. "Beg pardon, my lord." Nathaniel steadied her by the elbow. "What's that smell? Is there a fire burning here?" The maid's eyes flickered nervously to the heavy oak door at the corridor's end. Thin tendrils of grey smoke curled out from under it. "Only the hearth, sir." "Her ladyship? She keeps it fed day and night of late." The girl bit her lip. I was just cleaning out the old ashes." Before he could ask more, raised voices from within Cersei's chambers made him tense. A man's voice, heated and urgent. A woman's voice, answering in quiet fury. Even muffled by the door, he knew them. Rhaegar and Cersei. Naruto was moving before thought. He crossed the corridor in 3 quick strides. The door was slightly ajar. Through the gap, firelight flickered. He could hear Cersei clearly now, her tone sharp as a dagger's edge. "You have no idea what you're tampering with," she spat. "I only seek to do what must be done," came Rhaegar's voice, hard with frustration. Nathaniel pushed the door wide and took in the scene at a glance. Cersei and Rhaegar stood facing each other in front of the great stone hearth. Flames roared in the fireplace, hotter and higher than any simple warming fire should be. And in the heart of that fire, nestled among glowing coals, was a large dragon's egg, its scaled surface shimmering red-gold in the heat. It was immediately forgotten as he saw the state of his sister. Cersei's golden hair was dishevelled, her cheeks flushed. Ash smeared her hands and forearms. Her emerald-green gown was singed and the sleeve at her right shoulder had been torn, dangling by threads. Tears gathered at the corners of her eyes, even as she glared at Rhaegar in defiance. Rhaegar himself looked distraught, one hand reaching toward the egg in the flames and the other grasping Cersei firmly by her wrist as if to hold her back. "You utter fool," Cersei snarled, trying to yank free from his grip. "Do you know what you've done? Let go of me! I have to fix this." "Cersei, please," Rhaegar implored, his voice cracking. "You're hurt. Look at your hands. If you just let me help. I neither want nor require your help." Her hands, 7 save him, Cersei's hands were raw red, blistered from palm to fingertip. Naruto took all this in an instant and immediately jumped to his first conclusion. What would any brother do upon seeing his sister in such a state? Something deep inside him snapped. "Get away from her!" Both Cersei and Rhaegar started in surprise at the sudden voice. Rhaegar released Cersei's wrist and spun toward the door towards him. But Nathaniel was already moving, closing the distance with the deadly speed of a leaping lion. "Brother," Cersei gasped in disbelief, too startled to say anything else. She staggered back against the mantel, cradling her burned hands. Rhaegar barely managed to open his mouth. Whether in explanation or protest, it mattered not. Fury and alarm hammered in Nathaniel's chest at the sight of his sister's tears, her torn dress, her scorched skin. In that moment he saw not a prince of royal blood, but a threat, an enemy. He saw Rhaegar's hand on Cersei, saw pain in her eyes, and nothing else. His fist clenched and flew, driven by instinct and rage. Rhaegar had no time to dodge. Naruto's punch caught him full on the jaw with a crack like a thunderbolt. The prince was lifted off his feet and hurled backward as if by a giant's strength. Rhaegar crashed into Cersei's heavy oaken table, and the wood exploded under him with a tremendous splintering sound. Dishes of untouched breakfast and a flagon of wine went flying. The prince's silver head struck the floor amid the wreckage, and he lay there in a heap of crimson cloak and shattered oak, very still. A thin line of blood trickled from the corner of his mouth onto the stones. Silence fell over the room, save for the roar of the fire and Cersei's ragged breathing. Naruto stood over the fallen prince, chest heaving. Slowly the red haze of wrath ebbed from his vision. He flexed the fingers of his right hand. They tingled, and a sharp pain told him 1 or 2 knuckles had split on Rhaegar's teeth. He hardly cared. Cersei had pressed herself against the stone mantel, eyes wide. Ash smudged her tear-streaked face. The front of her green silk dress was ripped at the shoulder seam, where Rhaegar's grasp or her own struggle had torn it. She stared at her brother and then at Rhaegar's limp form, disbelief warring with a strange relief. "Nathaniel," she breathed at last. She took a halting step forward as if to approach him, then her gaze fell to Rhaegar's unconscious form, and she froze. Her question fell into the silence like the final echo of a thunderclap. "What have you done?" Chapter 32. You don't seem to understand. This world is no longer yours to torment. I am the king. Everyone is mine to torment. Any man who must say, I am the king, is no true king. I'll make sure you understand that when I'm done fucking your wife. Foolish whelp of a lion. Do you wish to die that badly? Die? No, no, no. I want you to try and kill me. Enough! Guards, seize him! Burn him! Thanks for that. And now it begins. Tilda future scene. Catch a dragon by the toe. Rahaela stared Naruto down intently. Violet eyes, brighter than her namesake. I understood you struck my son. He heaved a heavy sigh, bowing his head low in defeat. I did. The queen blinked back, just the once. Might I ask why? I thought he was trying to assault Cersei. And? He tilted his head. And what? Just how hard did you strike the prince? A chagrined look crossed his visage as he confirmed her concern. Knocked him out. A moment of silence followed. An eternity of quiet. And then Rhaella snorted. A decidedly unladylike noise that sounded more at home with a peasant girl than the Queen of the Seven Kingdoms. Said snort became a snicker one she struggled to smother behind her right hand, to no avail. In a matter of moments she dissolved into helpless giggles, shoulders shaking as she failed to contain her mirth. She couldn't help herself. After the devastating news she'd received only a short while ago, something like this was a breath of fresh air. But tell me more! She latched onto Naruto's, shoulders for dear life before Paramore could finish relaying the news to her. What noise did he make? What did he look like? What was his expression? Here at last the Lion of Lannister dared a small smile. He gawped like a fish and flopped to the floor like one. And you're certain you didn't kill him? Completely. He waved a hand. Pycelle says he'll live. As for what comes after, who knows? Rhaella squirmed happily, still holding on to her love. It wasn't the same as someone slugging her hated husband. How gauche of her to phrase it as such, but at this point, she'd take what she could get. Rhaegar's head was full of prophecies and dreams, stories of the old days and the glories that came with it. Someone should have smacked him upside the head long ago. He never could take a punch, she tutted, gracing Nathaniel's cheek with a quick kiss before he could protest against her words. Aerys often ordered his instructors to hold back whenever he sparred with them. When one swordmaster dared to strike him during practice, the king had his hand lopped off in recompense. I suspect Rhaegar's tutelage suffered for it. Her blonde leaned back, bemused. You do realize this is your son we're talking about? She grinned impishly in return. And hearing how you laid him low has brought me great pleasure. Naruto leaned into her and rested his head against her shoulder. Unsatisfied with that, Rhaella dragged him into her lap and looped both arms around his waist, holding him fast. The fact that he allowed such, even in a dream, spoke to his frustration. He was usually far more composed than this, downright reserved even. The incident with Rhaegar, not her son, never her son by choice forced upon her by Aerys, must have rattled him badly. She could see it in his eyes. Today's dream was a pleasant picnic. One held on the distant isle of a land whose name she couldn't pronounce, just the two of them sitting idly by the sea, letting the water lap at their feet. It brought her great comfort to spend time with her long-lost love. He may as well have been for all the time he'd spent at sea, like this, simply basking in his presence. Not so Naruto. His actions were weighing on him like a lead chain, dragging his very thought down. I acted impulsively. He dragged a hand across his face. It was stupid of me. Rhaella didn't answer. Yes, perhaps it was foolish of him to attack Rhaegar, yet she couldn't help but find that side of him somewhat endearing. The notion of him leaping into action the moment he perceived one of his lady loves to be in danger painted a rather gallant picture indeed. She'd long since considered him her knight, but his actions and honesty today only served to further solidify her certainty. It also left her mightily aroused if she was entirely honest with herself, which she was. and made her want to quit King's Landing altogether, seize the fastest horse she could and ride to Casterly Rock. Sir Jaime could, and would, cut her a path to freedom if she but asked. Only the knowledge of the chaos she would cause, the blame for Viserys' death that would undoubtedly be cast upon her, and the war which would follow that prevented her from doing so. Absence made the heart fonder, or so the saying went. She was going to fondly pin him to the ground and ravage him the moment they met in person. Naruto looked to her for guidance, just a shade shy of despair. "I've started a war. You did no such thing." Raella took him by the face and pressed her lips to his in a brief kiss, silencing his doubts, smothering them before they could take form before drawing away. "If Rhaegar is so easily offended as to declare war after a single strike, then he is no true dragon. And even should he do so, you have the right of it. He tried to take your sister. You said so yourself." "But he wasn't doing that," Naruto protested. "Not really. It was a misunderstanding." "It was," she nodded her agreement, "but the realm doesn't know that, does it? Many will believe what they wish to believe." He turned aside, displeased. It feels dirty." "War is seldom clean, my love. Speaking of which," shaking his head, he looked away. "I'm sorry about Viserys. He didn't deserve to die." Rhaella shivered a little at the reminder. "It's not your fault." "Still meant what I said." The Queen felt heart clench anew. What to say to that? What could she even say? Perhaps it was better for the poor boy to be dead, cruel as that might sound. This way, he wouldn't grow up in a realm riven by war, wouldn't live to resent her for the betrayal she would soon commit, nor the inheritance he would be denied. She had wept for the boy he should have been, for the man he might have become, but in the end, she had shed all the tears she could. He was a good child, a pure soul, innocent and untainted. Surely he'd gone straight to the Seven. Varys, if the Master of Whispers was indeed at fault, would be called to account for his death. Meanwhile, the king was crumbling more every day. It merely remained to see who, he took within before he fell. Aerys would die. Maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, but her so-called husband would not live to be an old man. That much had been determined. His dastardly days were numbered. Whether he succumbed to the mysterious illness ravaging his body, lost himself to madness entire, or simply tripped down the stairs and broke his neck. But the Lannisters could not be seen as the villains, for if the lion were to usurp the dragon, then they must be the heroes of this tale. To that end, there was no length she wouldn't go to see it so. The rejuvenated queen tutted softly, considering the matter a moment more. Naruto noticed Naturally's ray. She spun him around and settled her hands on his shoulders, the better to distract both him and herself from the discord in her heart. "I'll have another child someday," she reassured him. "But not with Aerys." Her lion went still, but she didn't miss the spark of hope in his eyes. She'd tempted him with the notion many a time before, yet rarely said it aloud. Perhaps this was something they both needed to hear. Raella leaned in to whisper against his ear. "How does the name Daenerys strike you?" He regarded her warily, intently, almost hopefully. "It sounds lovely." "Good. It will be the name of our daughter." Raella preened and leaned into him, guiding him to the ground. "Now let us dwell no more on the past and focus on the future. Have you decided? What will you do?" He exhaled harshly, steeling himself as he made to stand and end the dream. "What must be done? Seems I'll have to play the villain, after all." She drew him back into her embrace, nuzzling his neck. "You needn't." He frowned at her, mildly incredulous by her claim. "How so?" Raella whispered an idea to her love, and he smiled. "Tilda." Sometimes Tywin feared for his children. He was not afraid of them, mind you, but rather he feared what would become of them once he was gone. With every year he and Joanna grew older, and while they still had time left in this world, he confessed some small concern as to the legacy his children might leave behind. Some more than most. Tyrion would be safe. He seemed to be outgrowing his deformity, strange as that might sound, and Cersei remained safe for now, while Jaime's ultimate fate, and possibly his chance to escape the Kingsguard altogether, would be determined in the coming months. They, at least for now, were secure. Ah, but Nathaniel! Nathaniel. His air was so very like him as a young man, full of cold steel and iron resolve, willing to do what was necessary when it was necessary, but he had his mother's temper and heart that all too often led him into trouble. Case in point. He encountered his son just as he left his chambers. He didn't look well rested in the least. Dark circles rimmed his eyes, a sure sign of a lack of sleep, or perhaps other more worrying concerns. Cersei had mentioned that he didn't seem to be sleeping properly these last few days, but here, and now, seeing it for himself, his immediate concerns were made manifest. Tywin coughed into a fist to announce his presence. Nathaniel jolted a little, looking guilty for not noticing him early. "Father." "Good morning," Tywin cut to the chase. "The prince will awaken soon." Nathaniel barely reacted. Will he now? Rhaegar had been asleep for the better part of 2 days now, and while the maester reassured them he would recover, it was anyone's guess as to the state he'd be in. His eyelids had been fluttering as of late, and he was said to have been muttering strange things in his sleep. That was worrying enough. But no, his true concern lay with Nathaniel. What he might do once the prince recovered fully. Nathaniel met his stare and grunted. "I'm not sorry." "Good. You shouldn't be." Tywin planted a hand on his shoulder. "You believed you were protecting the family. Misunderstandings happen. The prince will realize this." His son looked away. "So long as he doesn't touch Cersei again." So there was a speck of honor in him yet. No matter. So long as it remained just that. His concern for his sister proved touching but also troubling. They had been spending a great deal of time together as of late, more than ever since Elia and Lyanna had gone into hiding. Perhaps, no, he wouldn't speak of that for now, lest he will it into existence by acknowledging it. "Kevin tells me you acquired a rather curious sea beast during your adventure." Nathaniel granted him a wry grin. "Did I now? I know of no such beast, son." His smile faded a touch, becoming more genuine. "He's about... I expect to see him." His son chuckled. "You will? And what of our prince's egg?" Nathaniel smiled innocently. "What egg?" Tywin wasn't fooled for a moment. "Don't be glib with me, boy. Cersei told me everything." "What did you do with it?" "I won't let Rhaegar have it." "That is not my concern." "What did you do with it?" His heir stood his ground and lifted his chin, staring him down. At length, Nathaniel smiled. It was not a nice smile, but a wicked thing, promising mischief. "I'm a faker, father." His clever son sketched a shallow bow, all wit and charm once more. "You know that, and I've grown rather adept at creating forgeries of my own." Tilda. A day passed. The sun rose and set. A sullen moon ascended, then fell. All this, with no sign of consciousness from the prince. On the dawn of the next day, however, in the wee hours of the morning, everything changed. Without a word or a whisper, nor even a hint of warning, Rhaegar Targaryen opened his eyes with a gasp. Chapter 33. "You know nothing." "Really now?" "I do know some things." "Not enough to stop what's coming. You've only delayed the inevitable." "Good. A delay was all I needed. Tilda a future scene. If he hollers let him go dark were Rhaegar's dreams. He saw so much, and yet comprehended so very little. Strange whispers tormented him in a language he couldn't hope to comprehend. If this were a vision, then he wished to see no more. If this were nightmare, he prayed for its end. Wonder that never seemed to come. He would not, could not awaken despite his best efforts. His consciousness remained trapped by some unseen force, forced to watch as the everything around him descended into madness and anarchy. Faster and faster the horrors came without relent, driving him to the very precipice of madness. All the while he heard the voice of his Lord Father snarling 3 words. Burn them all. He watched a castle fall into the sea. Burn them all! 9 dragons descended from the sky and burned Highgarden to the ground. Burn them all! Dire wolves howled as a wicked winter wind swept in from the north and smothered the realm beneath a blanket of ice. King's Landing detonated in a towering explosion of wildfire, taking Aerys with it. The Mad King was still screaming on his throne as he burnt alive. It didn't end there. The scene shifted and he saw himself lying broken and beaten in the mud, chest caved in, from an awful blow. A shadow loomed over him, weapon in hand. "Stop," Rhaegar begged. "No more. Please have mercy." The blade stabbed down, bringing darkness. In that void, he heard a melody, a haunting rhythm that somehow simultaneously chilled his blood and warmed his heart. A song of ice and fire. He could find no other for us, only the words that he knew in his heart. But soon enough, even that song died, fading to darkness. And there in the gloom, gazing back at him, eyes But not just any eyes. Cold blue eyes. Suddenly there were more of them. A great many more, so many more, countless eyes gazing back at him from the gloom, one after the other. They shambled forward and he saw them. Horrible things, dead things, things that shouldn't exist in this world. And there, in the center, a man made of ice, his eyes cold and haunting. Rhaegar stumbled back, clutching one hand to his chest. "Who are you?" This cruel creature of cold stared him down. It said not a word, for there was no need. It merely raised a hand. Without warning, the dead swarmed forward, grasping at Rhaegar, ready to rip him apart. The prince screamed as he was torn asunder. Abruptly, the world rushed back, and he awoke with a start, leaving him gasping for breath, staring at a dark, panelled ceiling. His scalp ached violently, as though a giant hand had squeezed it. His mouth remained bitter with the tang of salt and bitter brew. For a long moment he lay still, gathering himself, trying to remember where he was and how he had come to be here. The last thing he could recall was a blur of motion and a shout, then darkness. Now he found himself sprawled upon a low velvet divan in an unfamiliar chamber, strewn with crimson and gold tapestries bearing the Lannister crest. Candlelight danced on lacquered walls. His hands were bandaged, blackened where dried blood seeped through, and at his side on a small table sat a basin of water and a chafing dish of healing salves. He forced himself to sit up, pushing back a tangle of pale hair. "The sunlight," he groaned as light spilled over him. A young woman in a wine-coloured dress was behind him, gently tending to his hands. Joanna Lannister, he suddenly remembered, Tywin Lannister's wife, stern lady of Casterly Rock. Her fingers moved deftly over his bruised knuckles, whispering a calm encouragement as she worked. When Rhaegar's eyes finally lifted from his hands, they met Joanna's shrewd, pale gaze. She straightened, pale blonde hair falling in waves over her shoulders, and offered him a thin smile. "Your Grace," she said softly. "Good. You're finally awake." Rhaegar blinked, his mouth parched. He tried to swallow, but the movement sent a jolt of pain through his ribs. "Lady Joanna," he croaked, glancing around. Where am I?" A velvet-footed boy of about 7 stood nearby, holding a silver-gilded goblet, but beyond that he didn't see anyone else. Cersei Lannister, Joanna's daughter, Rhaegar's would-be ally, and, as was to be hoped, his future bride stepped into view, smoothing the folds of her gown. She wore a look of polite concern that didn't reach the calculating pupils of her green eyes. "Oh, Your Grace," she said, still at distance as if unsure of how close she ought to be. "You were, well, we found you unconscious in the courtyard at sunrise. You smelled strongly of wine." Rhaegar snorted softly. He did remember at least how that must look. "I recall some debate. It appears I may have lost." His gaze flicked slowly from Cersei to Joanna. Both women met him with carefully measured expressions. Joanna's lips were set. She drew aside an embroidered curtain that framed a wall of windows. The morning sunlight fell across the lattice of King's Landing's gardens. "You had quite an argument," she said. "You did not fare well either." Guilt and confusion tangled in Rhaegar's chest. He patted his side gingerly. "My side is bruised, yes, but no broken bones, I think. And my hands," he flexed his fingers, testing the bandages. "They will heal." "By the King's justice," Cersei said, stepping closer. Her tone was casual, as if they were discussing the weather and not the health of a prince. "You should return to the capital, Rhaegar. Your father is ill with worry without your return." Rhaegar swallowed. He too felt the old tug of duty. His mind was hazy, but he clung to clarity. He had flown all this way for a reason. He had come to negotiate with Lord Tywin to propose an alliance of houses against the rebel armies. But now, in this gilded chamber among strangers, the details of that plan felt distant. "How much wine did I drink?" he managed to ask, seeking a plausible explanation for his state. "I seem to have lost a day." "You passed out after the elixir," Joanna said, as if explaining a child is faint. "You will recover quickly." "But now, Your Grace, my lord husband and his guests await you in his chambers." "He has something he wishes to discuss." "Something—" Joanna and Cersei exchanged a glance that Rhaegar felt more than saw. He nodded warily. "Council chambers? What could Tywin have to do with a knocked-out prince?" Joanna handed him a glass of cool water. He drank carefully, the liquid soothing a raw throat. "And your proposal?" he asked at length, voice hoarse. Cersei's lips curved. "Tywin will consider your proposal, of course. You have my word, he will listen to you." The words sounded encouraging, but her eyes... They gleamed like emeralds. Rhaegar had learned to read Cersei Lannister's gaze to an extent. It was difficult to tell if her promise was sincere or born of habitual cunning. But let us not forget that which is yours. Joanna stepped forward then. In one slender movement, she drew from her side a small carved wooden box, elegantly inlaid. She opened it and warm sunlight spilled across its contents. Rhaegar's breath caught. Inside lay an egg, large and mottled with deep green and red patches, as if a living flame flickered beneath its shell. He reached out for it almost without thinking. It was heavy, just as he remembered, weighty with the hint of life within. Good. He'd feared it lost. All was well, then. My egg, Rhaegar whispered, awed. He had heard legends of their heartbeats, of how a Targaryen could sense a dragon's life. The moment he cradled it, a peculiar comfort began to warm his chest. This is it, he thought. He glanced at Cersei. She wore an encouraging smile, though one corner of her mouth twitched as if she were not entirely convinced by her own performance. Joanna too inclined her head in what looked like stern approval. Be careful, Joanna said. It is, as you know, precious. The nobles had believed Rhaegar noble in purpose. He bowed his head. Thank you, Lady Joanna. Princess? With politeness he gathered, as he had been taught in all these years of courtly life. He gave a slight bow towards Cersei as well. For returning my prize to me. You honor me with your loyalty. He felt something shift inside him at the acceptance of the egg. For a moment he almost believed their intentions were genuinely allied. Had they expected him to refuse it? He could not see how they would lose in returning the egg unto him if that was the case. Neither Cersei nor Joanna let on anything but satisfaction at his gratitude. Grimacing softly, he forced himself to rise and, unwilling to part with his egg a second time, tucked it into a satchel which he quickly slung around his shoulder. With his precious egg secured carefully under one arm, he once more looked to the ladies of Lannister. Well then, he said, let us see what Lord Tywin wishes of me then. In short order, he was guided to a pavilion where Tywin sat flanked by the rest of his family and lieutenants. No sign of Nathaniel, however. Doubtless he was still away. Tywin, ever stately and imposing in his silvery armor, glanced up as they entered. He nodded curtly to Rhaegar. Prince Rhaegar, he greeted in his cool Baratheon-accented voice. How fare your injuries? Rhaegar held his head high, willfully ignoring the bit of dizziness and confusion that clung to him. In truth, he felt embarrassed to be seen as such. Why did it feel as though he'd forgotten something terribly important? Bah! Such nonsense. All was well. Paranoia served no one. Well enough, I'll be better soon. My thanks to Lady Joanna, Rhaegar replied formally. Joanna had certainly seen to it well. Already the bruises were dulling. These Lannister golds and ambers at least heal swiftly. So speaking, he presented Tywin the egg with a flourish. I trust this will suffice as proof of my intent, my lord. The spurt of old Valyria is in my hands now. Tywin's face twitched into a smile that was all sharp angles and sudden pride. He took the egg gingerly as if it might bite him. Brilliant, he murmured, more to himself than to Rhaegar. Then he swept his gaze up. So, our proposal? He asked. Cersei and Joanna had exchanged a look, as if to remind him silently of what he must deliver. Rhaegar cleared his throat. He's right, I came with a plan. He squared his shoulders. Lord Tywin, he began, I have travelled far to see if House Lannister might yet remember the legacy of Aegon's conquest. The West holds much sway these days. I bring the fire of dragons to your cause. Ally yourselves with me. Bind our houses together and you shan't regret it. Silence hung as Rhaegar detailed all he could recall of his plan, voice steady despite fatigue. Tywin listened without interrupting. Cersei leaned toward Joanna with a small smile, as if evaluating Rhaegar's trust in them. Joanna remained inscrutable. When Rhaegar finally finished, both Lannister women exchanged another glance, and Joanna tipped her head thoughtfully. Lady Joanna's eyes flickered with cunning intelligence. She responded, an intriguing proposal. We will consider it well, Prince Rhaegar. Cersei added, yes, we will give it the thought it deserves. You have our gratitude for showing us this egg. It is a rare thing indeed. Do you believe it will hatch? Rhaegar smiled as he sketched a low bow in Valyrian grace. With all my heart. Joanna wore no such grin, but Cersei's fair lips quirked again as she watched him bow. We appreciate your time. I must take my leave for now, unless you have further... He gestured at the items laid out maps of ships and battlefields. Need of me? Tywin waved a hand. You have done enough for the moment. We have other matters to attend. By all means, retire at your leisure, unless of course you mean to return to King's Landing. A sudden dizziness overcame Rhaegar just then, causing him to stagger and protectively clutch at his egg. Yes, he muttered. Perhaps that is for the best. I've much to do. Be well then. In short order, and just shy of rudeness, Rhaegar Targaryen found himself dismissed. His mind was left swirling with the conversation, desperately unaware of how deftly Cersei and Joanna had flipped the tables. All he felt was relief to be spared more talk today. He had an egg in hand, after all, and perhaps a future bridge. Satisfaction was fleeting, but anxiety soon gave way to the warmth of triumph. He bowed stiffly once more to Tywin, then took his leave without further question. Outside the hall, he paused a moment to stretch his bruised limbs. They were letting him go. He'd gotten what he wanted. Tomorrow he would reclaim his composure and sail for home. Perhaps there he could bide his time until father finally fell to the sickness ailing him and begin to make the realm right. Surely he couldn't live much longer. Couldn't he? A nasty little voice whispered in his ear. Spite is a powerful thing. Nonsense. All was well. All was well. He chanted those 3 words like a mantra, repeating them until calm returned. Pride welled inside him as he looked to his egg and the potential promise it entailed. Not even anger at his mysterious mishaps sullied the new surge of purpose. He straightened, holding the precious egg tightly but easily, and strode out with pride in his stride and did not look back. Disappeared beyond the draped doorway. Tywin waited until the door closed. Only then did he sigh. It worked then. Joanna quietly inclined her head as if ignoring the words. There he goes with the egg. Cersei smirked, quite pleased with herself. He certainly believes he has one. Tywin leaned forward, expression hard. We'll find out soon enough. Tilda. 3 days later, long after the prince's departure, a very different gathering took place in the waters just outside the stone garden. Just shy of the beach, an enormous creature reared against a splinter of cloud sky. Waves lapped loudly against the stone quay, but this was no mere fish, and all present knew it. Isabu loomed large over them, the 3-tailed sea serpent basking in their way with his uncanny power. He'd long since grown to monstrous scale. His body alone was as long as a war galley, coiling between the pilings, his one good eye burning fiercely in a head crowned with barnacled horns. His 3 great tails, thick as tree trunks, flashed in the air like serpents reborn. Naruto took a certain paternal pride in introducing him to everyone, like a father showing the world his son. Now that Rhaegar was gone, there was little need for secrecy down here on the cliffs. Well, maybe a little secrecy. Wouldn't do to have any spies about. Lord Tywin Lannister stood atop the ancient steps leading down to the water, his great cloak billowing in the salt breeze. Beside him, Cersei beamed, idly cradling Matatabi. Even Joanna and little Tyrion were present for this spectacle, the latter especially wide-eyed at the sight of a creature straight from his storybooks. As for the Martells, Elia was silent as the grave. Even the ever-flamboyant Oberyn had no words for the sheer spectacle looming before them. Tywin recovered first, naturally, idly craning his neck back to regard Isobu. Quite the beast. And he obeys you, Naruto tutted. Not just me. From the shadows near the seawall emerged a familiar figure in a simple red and grey tunic. She whistled sharply. Isobu reacted instantly, his good eyes settling upon her with unmistakable delight. With a sonorous noise and speed that bellied his great bulk, the beast slithered closer. A low, chuffing sound came from his throbbing throat, appreciative and contented. He sank slightly lower, allowing the newcomer to mount him easily. With a single leap, Nymeria landed atop his head. Her silver-grey hair whipped wildly around her face as she threw an arm around one of Isabu's horns for balance, grinning all the while. The sea serpent trilled again, a surprisingly gentle sound considering his fearsome bulk, and Nymeria laughed, patting his horn as if patting a great dog. You see? She shouted over the roar of waves. He has his favourite, and that, my lords and ladies, would be me. All right. Maybe she was enjoying herself a little too much there. Still, he couldn't blame her. It had been so long since she'd had someone, besides him to call her own. Here at last, Cersei tutted. That's hardly fair now, is it? She has the largest among us by far. Kurama snorted from where he lay, lounging in the shadows, wings furled. And with an ego to match, Isabu must have heard him, because he rounded on the nine-tailed dragon with a hoot. Not so confident now, are we, Tiny? The latter reared back with an indignant snort, nostrils flaring. Comment on my size again, and I will personally remind you why I'm the eldest. Size matters not, as I'm sure you know. I've more than enough power in this body of mine to smack you back into the sea. Care for a demonstration? Isobu flinched. No, thank you. Naruto bit his lip to stifle a snicker. Some things never changed, despite the lifetimes. Liana really was missing out. He had no idea why she insisted upon remaining in her rooms at the Rock. Nymeria, for her part, straightened to face the assembly, blind to the byplay taking place, dark eyes shining with unrestrained glee. "And whose fault is that?" she said to Circe, one hand still gripping Isabu's bony horn tight. "The great Isobu belongs to me. I have tended him longer than any of you. He is mine by rights." Isabu trilled his agreement, trumpeting his intention to every reborn-tailed beast and human present. "My human. I'm keeping her." Circe, never one to be left behind in claiming spoils, wove her arm around Matatabi. The two-tailed cat-like dragon reared, irritated by the shouting, and buried her face into Circe's shoulder for silence. "And she belongs to me," she insisted loudly. "I have carried her from mile to mile. I was chosen by her before any of you." Matatabi is the pride of House Lannister, clearly. Matatabi, for her part, muffled her sigh into his sister's dress. "Such a noisy human I have." A gust of wind carried little plumes of spray from Isabu's flared nostrils as he snickered. Shukaku, the one-tailed tanuki beast currently slinking around Elia's neck, coughed indignantly at the outburst. His single tail coiled around the Martell girl's arm like a living sleeve as she stepped forward beside Circe in her sun-drenched robe, fixing the latter with a pleased smirk. "Well, if we are introducing rightful owners," she said melodically idly, "then that makes this little one mine to rear. I have steadied him and taught him manners. More than any of you." "Bitch, please. I tolerate you at best." "Ah, yeah, right there, scratch my chin." His lips flashed back to reveal small, stumpy teeth as he basked in such simple delights before he caught everyone starting at him and rallied. "Irk. I mean, I ain't yours in any form, woman." A swirl of sand rose around him as he hissed at her. "Speak for yourself or I'll drown you in a storm of sand." She scratched his chin again, sending him into paroxysms of delight. Isabu let out a deep rumble, bemused as Nymeria clapped him on the head affectionately. Joanna hummed thoughtfully, thumbing her chin. "There's certainly a noisy lost." Noisy? They had no idea. "If only they could understand them," Matatabi screeched softly, expressing her own annoyance. "Am I a prize for every vain mistress who tears herself to serve me?" Her mismatching gaze swept over Circe and then at Nymeria, disdainful. "I'm quite happy as I am. Two-tailed, thank you, and tethered to none. Either rise above or endure the scorch of my disapproval." Circe huffed at Elia as the gorgeous night blue cat in her arms frowned. "Now, my dear," Circe cooed, "Matatabi is far too splendid to belong to you, Nymeria. She is a lady like me." "Not some snake of the sands?" Oberyn chuckled richly. "Are you going to let that insult slide, sister?" Elia granted Circe an arch look. "I think not enough." Kurama, who had been content to ignore his bickering siblings until now, roared harshly for silence and stepped forward into the void that followed. He glanced over his shoulder at Matatabi, then to Shukaku, and flicked two of his 9 tails out, striking each of them upside the head, thereby forcing a flinch from both. "Since when do these melodramas consume us?" he snapped at his siblings. "We were brought here for war, and we each have a human we prefer, do we not? Whichever mortal claims what seems rather beside the point, if you ask me. Besides," he looked to Isobu and exhaled a thin plume of smoke, "can we not allow each of us even one friend?" Naruto ran a hand down his neck. "Well said." A low chuckle travelled through the assembly. Even Tywin seemed to relax his stern posture, amusement flickering in his usually cold eyes. "It seems you understand them better than most," he added the last bit dryly to favour Kurama with a keen look. "Yours in particular appears to have a great deal to say, though I can't understand a word of it." Naruto pinched the bridge of his nose. "Please don't ask me to translate." For a moment he almost thought father would. Tywin had never been the sort to believe in magic. Even now, brought face to face with a Leviathan out of legend, he seemed to disdain the very concept. But he wasn't blind to what was going on. He simply accepted it and moved on. "Do they have a preference?" he asked, apropos of nothing. Tyrion raised a stubby hand, boy that he was, waving for attention. "Can't they just stay here forever?" Tywin glared at his younger son. "Don't be foolish, boy. Dragons grow quickly. It's a miracle we've managed to keep them contained this long. And the prince nearly put all of that in peril. Sooner or later we will be forced to move them, if only out of necessity." Kurama replied, with a lazy, foxish bow of his head. "Ah, the practical wisdom of House Lannister." Tywin quirked a brow. "I take it he approves?" Naruto shrugged, bemused. "In a sense." Shukaku, still poised to flare sand, considered this, and promptly decided he enjoyed being the center of attention too much to remain angry. He shuffled around Elia's shoulders once more to make himself comfortable, tucked in his wings, and shrugged. "If I must belong to anyone, make it Elia of Dawn. A Marcher Lord's blood warms me more than Lannister gold or Northern flannel." At this, Elia gave him a triumphant smile, surprising him with her understanding. Seemed her remark about bonding with him rang true. "As it should be, my monstrous friend," she drawled. "Shukaku takes after the desert, fierce, patient, and better at holding a grudge than the others." Laughing, she patted the beast's head. "We'll become fast friends, you and I. You'll see." Shukaku rumbled with what sounded half like acceptance, half like an entire displeased sand dune. Matatabi, still nestled in Cersei's arms, purred into the lull. "Very well. 2 great voices for 2 greater beasts," she cooed. "Let it be known that Matatabi stands by Cersei Lannister. I claim only this lady's favor." Cersei grinned triumphantly, hugging Matatabi a little tighter. Young Tyrion tilted his head. "I don't understand. What did she say?" Behind them, Isobu gave a great honking roar that echoed off the stone, a sound somewhere between a laugh and a challenge. Nymeria leaned down into Isobu's neck and whispered to him, "See how they try to contend with you, my Leviathan? None can fathom your worth." The great serpent's eye half closed in merry content, and he thumped his rightmost tail on the ground with such force that a small tremor rattled the beach. "My human is best human." Tywin granted a curt nod to Naruto, much to the latter's chagrin. "Well done, Nathaniel," he said. "We've been fortunate thus far due in no small part to your quick thinking. House Lannister thanks you." Naruto offered a modest shrug, careful to keep hold of his emotions. It took every fiber of his being not to laugh at the Three Tails outburst. "What can I say? It's a gift. That, or fate. He'd been fortunate thus far. Downright lucky, really. Best not to push it. Now if only he could figure out why Lyanna was hiding herself away." Lyanna sulked in her chambers. The reason for this soon became apparent, given what she was holding. She clenched her fists around a single object, a dragon egg, still warm from the sun and strangely light in her arms. It wasn't fair. She scolded herself with the words again, as she had for days, ever since Nathaniel first entrusted her with his precious treasure. This had been Rhaegar's, but the prince had gone home with a phony, leaving her with... With what, exactly? Was it greedy of her to expect this little one to hatch simply because she wanted it to? Shadow, her direwolf pup, pressed against her leg, sniffing curiously at the egg. He was all dark fur and soft breath, staring at her with bright eyes every so often, as if to ask what he could do. But Lyanna barely saw him. Today, for the first time in a long while, she felt envy twisting in her gut. Joanna Lannister's predictions had been right. The world did rush on. Without her, it seemed. A dull ache of jealousy burned anew in her throat. She was the one with the dire wolf, had been the hearty tomboy of the family, and yet all the gods and men cared about these days were dragons. A dragon hatching on her hands, Lyanna had whispered to herself, thinking how odd that sounded when the truth was about to happen. It was well known that the gift of a dragon's egg was worth any princess's weight in jewels. And she, a stark girl with first and third sons on her mind, had gotten none. She knew it shouldn't matter, that she shouldn't be fussing over something like this. There were plots to plan, schemes to sway, and things to say. They'd all dodged an arrow with Rhaegar's departure, and while many were quick to celebrate that fact, she couldn't help but feel sullen. Everyone else had themselves a pet or a promise. And me? She thought bitterly. I have a hungry direwolf pup to care for, to be sure, Lyanna muttered under her breath, idly tousling Shadow's fur. But more and more, it feels like I'm being left behind. The words tasted sour in her mouth. She bit down on the thought. She was older, stronger than some, but she had no claim to power. No dragon's fire to call her own, no crown, no braid. Nothing. The others celebrated and talked of the coming war, yet here she was, sat in bed, playing with the egg in her hands. The real dragon egg, passed off to her of all people for some kindly reason, while Rhaegar went home with a forgery carved from stone. Nathaniel was a capable faker, if nothing else. She still wasn't certain what his aim was there. But now, alone with it, the strange warmth of the egg made her heart beat faster. It felt warm, as if alive. She dared to lay the egg again in her arms, all the fierceness in her heart softening. The comforting weight in her hands had seemed a consolation for being left out of the great fight, a lingering link to dragonkind, left dormant while the others, something ugly curdled in her gut like so much sour milk. It wasn't fair. Then, almost without warning, something changed. Rather, everything did. A subtle crackling sound reached her ears like the fine rustle of silk snagging on stone. Lyanna's breath caught as the shell before her began to fracture. Her fingers spread in shock once small fissures spreading across the mottled surface. Crack! A crescent line split, she gasped, and caught the egg as it gently broke apart. Inside, light glowed. An almost heart-shaped hole formed, then widened. Scales the colour of smouldering red ember and ash began to stir within the egg. Lyanna's eyes widened. A soft, warm glow radiated from the crevice, and through it she saw a tiny head push out. Long spine's horns emerged, as if the creature had crumbled the egg from within. The entire shell fell away, clattering gently into two halves on the frozen ground. Free at last! Before her, in her trembling palms, now sat a newborn dragon. It was small, no bigger than her direwolf pup, but its presence was anything but small. 4 lithe, muscular tails flicked behind it, adorned with white spines at the tip. Its scales were a rich, ridged maroon along its spine, fading to grey on its rounded belly. Each ridge felt hot to Lyanna's trembling fingers, though even now steam curled from its muzzle like a forge in winter. It had 2 slender, curved horns jutting from its forehead, sharp as daggers. She clutched the sides of its tiny head in wonder, careful at first, then stroking its crest. The hatchling's almond-coloured eyes blinked against the sunlight and then fixed on Lyanna. For a heartbeat she held his gaze. They each seemed to measure the other. I'm terribly sorry, Lyanna found her voice shaking. I didn't think you'd hatch for me. I'd never even had the chance to. The little dragon's head craned with curious grace to glare at her. Its golden cat-like eyes narrowed thoughtfully, amber pupils narrowing as it studied the young Stark girl and her dire wolf at their feet. Then it gave a soft chirper sound, oddly intelligent, as if it were considering words. And then, to her great delight, a humble human. How rare! Lyanna swallowed and her heart thumped in her ears. Did it just... Do you understand me, child? The words were clear, spoken in a deep, echoing voice that did not fit its diminutive frame. Lyanna's skin prickled. The dragon was speaking to her, as though long ago trained in some courtly tongue. It tilted its head, nostrils flaring gently. Lyanna leaned back, eyes round with shock. You speak? The hatchling stretched a clawed foot and lightly scratched at its ear bone. Speak? Only to the one who freed me, it replied, voice gentle but amused. Of course I speak. Do you think me a mindless beast? No. I am Yonbi Son Goku, once lost to time, now reborn. It craned its neck, considering its surroundings with a keen eye. And if I'm here, then that whelp must be nearby. Where is he then? And while we're at it, who might you be? A burst of warmth flooded Lyanna's face. Yonbi, Son Goku. It named itself, though the latter was a strange name indeed. It clearly remembered something of an ancient identity, even as a four-tailed baby dragon. Lyanna, she said softly, instinctively giving it a name, even though he had told her already. I am Lyanna. Ah, that makes sense then, doesn't I? The Yonbi shifted on its haunches, the sound of claws on cloth as Lyanna unconsciously let her direwolf puppy lap at her boots. Stark blood, then. A dragon of ice and fire, it observed with a curious softness. It licked its talon thoughtfully. I have a destiny, I think. Or at least a chance to be more than sand and fate. I would speak to you of that, if you will. Liana felt tears spring unbidden. She laughed in astonishment and delight, a crystalline sound on the cold air. You are a dragon, she whispered, incredulous. A real dragon, and you speak as if you were human. Yes, Yombi answered, peering up with solemn eyes, tails swaying lazily. Dragons are born cunning, though my last life wasn't much different. Many have feared me, though not without reason. He huffed once and sneezed. Blast this small form. I don't remember everything, but you're a sore sight better than that pompous prince. The beast reborn huffed at the mere mention of Rhaegar and peered at her anew. You handled my egg so gently, whereas he kept jostling me around as though I were some child's toy. Liana stifled an incredulous giggle and reached out to brush a finger against the dragon's cheek. It was warm, and despite its tiny size, she could feel a steady heartbeat within it. I'm terribly sorry about that, she said by way of apology. It must have been terrible. It was. The Yombi flared his wings with what was meant to be a thunderous roar, but emerged as an indignant squawk of a chirpy baby dragon. You've no idea how insufferably annoying he was. Always going on about fate this and destiny that. Don't get me started on his ancestors. Honestly, bloody Targaryens. They're worse than the Uchiha. Always jabbering on about fire and blood and glory. Bah! Liana tilted her head, not quite comprehending the last word. Pray tell, what is an Uchi? Never you mind that. The Yonbi waved a wing her way. I'm sure Naruto will have plenty to tell you. Honestly, I'm surprised he hasn't already, given he's your husband. She sputtered, secretly pleased despite herself. We aren't wed. Sun tilted his head. No, his scent is all over you. Her face reddened. There's a perfectly good reason for that. Was it possible for a dragon to smirk? Maybe, because it felt like the Yonbi was smirking. Flustered, she barreled on before he could embarrass her further. Ever since Rhaegar came to Casterly Rock, I've felt strange since, like something was missing. It only grew worse once I held your egg. Yonbi swiveled his head and snarled playfully at his own tail. Aye, that would be me, he replied. That was me forcing the shell open. I knew it was you. The warmth of your heart, Stark girl, has a curious song. Liana laughed again, leaned back against the headboard of her back, her direwolf nuzzling her hand happily. Oh gods, this is real, she whispered. She looked up at the dragon on her lap, marvelling anew. This is really me. I have a dragon. Yonbi's golden eyes sparkled. A dragon, a queen's friend, a whisperer of storms, he declared dramatically. We have much to learn of each other, Liana of House Stark. He extended one tiny wing, briefly blotting her vision with a shadow as he flapped it. But know this, of all the humans who laid eyes on me, you are the one who saved me. Liana reached up and rested her palm on the soft velvet behind Yombi's ear horn. The dragon leaned into her touch. For a long moment, all her fears and concerns were forgotten. Here was fire and ice, power in the small beating chest under her palm. Here was belonging, for she felt left out no longer. Nathaniel's going to panic when he sees you. Is that the name he goes by these days? How amusing. Chuckling, the Yonbi spoke again, clear and calm. Together we shall forge a destiny, child of the North. Liana's eyes brimmed with shock and elation. Perhaps she laughed. Perhaps she cried. It was impossible to tell which joy overcame the other as she buried her face in Yonbi's scaly neck. In that instant, she felt anything was possible. No longer was she merely Lyanna Stark, forgot among those with dragons. She was Lyanna Stark, future dragon rider of the four-tailed Yombi. The tiny dragon chirped and shifted, draping all four shimmering tails around her arm like a ferocious protective cloak. At her side, her direwolf pup let out a happy yip, tail wagging. At least Little Shadow knew better than to mess with a dragon. Lyanna held on to her new ally and friend as the last light of day painted the sky pink. Said hatchling squinted at her, chirped once, curled up in her hands and apparently mollified, began to fall asleep. Without warning, the door swept open. Lyanna, there you are. Naruto paused on the threshold, just shy of entering, one hand on the door. He saw the Yombi nuzzled against her, blinked once, rubbed his eyes. Blinked again now, in utter disbelief. What in the seven hells happened while I was gone? Said Yombi squawked at him, wings flaring as he chirped indignantly. There you are. Took your sweet time, didn't you? I've been waiting. Lyanna balked, struggled to answer, to explain herself, what she'd just experienced. All for naught. She managed only an anxious chuckle. Nathaniel opened his mouth, closed it, tried to rally, and failed. At length he pinched the bridge of his nose with a hearty sigh. I have several questions. In the end, Lyanna simply couldn't help herself. The dam of her heart broke. She laughed hysterically, hopelessly, happily. Surprise? Chapter 34. O mad king, O diseased dragon bleeding upon the iron throne. Pain is thy punishment, for thy suffering has only just begun, and thy gore shall glisten before the temples of man. Tilda a future scene. Dance with Destiny, Eris screamed in his dreams. The iron throne was melting beneath him in a torrent of emerald flame. Shadows capered in the conflagration, dark shapes of traitors and demons that laughed at his agony. In the dream, he tried to rise to flee the burning throne room, but his ruined legs failed him. A familiar, cruel laughter echoed all around as wildfire surged higher, unbearably hot. The king's silvery hair sizzled and the smell of burnt flesh choked him. He heard a whisper, his own voice, or someone else's. Hissed treason in his ear, followed by another peal of mad laughter. Worse, from within the flames he glimpsed a tall figure with glowing eyes, stretched out a hand as if to snatch the crown from his very head. The king opened his mouth to curse the usurper, but only a scream came out. And still the laughter grew louder until it drowned out the crackle of fire. He jolted awake with a gasp, cold sweat clinging to his skin. Silk bed curtains, not flames, surrounded him now, but the echo of that laughter still rang in his ears. Eris's heart galloped in his chest like a frantic colt as he blinked at the dark bedchamber. It was the middle of the night in Margor's holdfast. Only a few candles guttered, their light stretching monstrous shadows on the walls. For a moment he thought one of those shadows moved and laughed. Eris clutched at the coverlet, nails scratching the fabric. "Who's there?" he croaked. His voice came out reedy and ragged. There was no answer, only the distant pop of dying embers in the hearth. With great effort, Eris pushed himself upright against his pillows. Pain stabbed through his twisted back and pock-marked flesh, a constant reminder of the many maladies that haunted him. He bared his teeth and endured it, squinting with his good eye, searching for assassins in the gloom, afraid the very shadows might come to life and seek to strangle him. 2 years. 2 bloody years had passed since the illness that left him crippled, yet his fury burned as hot as ever. He knew he was but a shadow of his former self, down an arm and a leg, and likely to lose the latter, Pycelle said, his royal member all but rotted off, his very flesh fevered and sore. They thought him weak now, these vipers in his court, even his own wife, who looked lovelier every day. But he was still their king, still the dragon. His remaining hand groped at his bedside table until it closed on a small silver bell. He shook it furiously, the clang echoing beyond his chamber. In seconds, the door burst open, and a member of the Kingsguard hurried in. Sir Jaime Lannister's golden armour gleamed in the candlelight as he knelt. "Your Grace?" Eris' violet eyes narrowed to slits. Even in darkness, Jaime's youth and beauty were an offence. Tywin's golden son, he thought with a flare of hatred. Planted here to watch me. "Get out!" Eris spat before the Kingsguard could speak another word. Jaime froze, uncertainty gleaming in his green eyes. The king's lips twitched. "Deaf, are you?" "Begone, I said," he rasped, coughing harshly. "Unless you mean to cut my throat while I sleep, Lannister." Jaime stiffened as if struck and rose to his feet. "I would never—" Eris hurled the silver bell at Jaime's head. "Out!" The knight ducked back through the door just in time. The bell clanged off the wooden doorframe and onto the floor. In the hallway, Eris heard another Kingsguard murmur something to Jaime, quieting him perhaps. Good. Let them whisper. Let them all tremble at the Mad King's wrath. He sank back into his mattress, chest heaving. His skin felt clammy under his bedgown, and he realized the sheets were damp with sweat. That dream. Every night it was the same. Fire, betrayal, mocking laughter. Some nights he swore a demon with 6 fox-like whiskers haunted him, leering from the edges of the flames. Other nights he saw his son standing among the traitors, a woman's shape standing at Rhaegar's side as they laughed together at his downfall. Waking brought no relief. The images clung to him like leeches, sapping what little strength he had left. Eris closed his eyes, willing his racing heart to slow. "They think to unmake me with nightmares," he brooded. "Witches, sorcerers, perhaps Rhaella's doing. Or that foreign bitch of Rhaegar's. Oh yes, He knew what that fool boy was up to. Aerys knew his son had been despairing of finding a bride as of late. They'd all fled to the Lannisters, no doubt. Tywin, Aerys thought, stomach twisting with old bitterness at the thought of his oft-absent hand. It always came back to Tywin. Even with Lord Lannister gone from King's Landing these 2 years, he could feel his silent shadow looming. Tywin's spawn were everywhere, his son in the Kingsguard, his spies undoubtedly under every rock. Perhaps it was Tywin behind these tormenting dreams, trying to drive him to madness or death. "I'll show them," the king whispered to himself, voice shaking. "I am still of the dragon's line. I will have all their heads for this." His cracked lips peeled into a grin at the thought of traitors burning. He imagined Tywin's green eyes melting in their sockets, and a low giggle bubbled up from Aerys's throat. Perhaps an example needed to be made, if not of Tywin quite yet, then another. Those fools down in Duskendale were refusing to pay their taxes, begging for a new charter. Denys Darklyn had sent a great many ravens himself as of late, entreating his presence, wishing to meet with him. Ought he go in person? Tywin would tell him not to go, but bah! What use had he for an oft-absent hand? He'd all but dismissed him in name, anyway. The man was rarely in the capital anymore, always claiming to be away on matters of the realm. But Aerys knew the truth. Tywin couldn't bear to see his former heir wearing the armour of the Kingsguard, to know that Jaime had been forever plucked from his grasp. For his part, the king was all too happy to make his former friend suffer by using his son as a shield. Let him stew in the rock, far from here. He was the king! He did as he pleased. He needed not Tywin's permission. The lion did not command the dragon. He would pay for his transgressions in time. Yes, he would make them all pay in the end. In the hallway, the Kingsguard resumed their watch, exchanging uneasy glances as the sound of the Mad King's thin laughter seeped under the door. Tilda. Queen Rhaella watched the dawn light creep into her chambers, turning the dust motes to gold. She sat at her vanity, brushing out her long silver hair. Each stroke of the brush was slow and deliberate, a calming ritual. These mornings were the only moments she had to herself when her husband still slept, or more likely, ranted to himself in his locked chambers, and the burdens of the day had yet to descend. She set the brush down and regarded her reflection. By all rights, she ought to look haggard. She was past her 40th year, and the last 2 years had been full of strain and sorrow. And yet, her skin was smooth, almost dewy with health, and there was a bloom to her cheeks she hadn't seen since girlhood. She ran a fingertip across her face, marvelling at the absence of lines and the youthful glow in her violet eyes. Rejuvenated, the court gossips whispered of her. Some even dared call it sorcery. If only they knew the true reason! Rhaella's lips curved into a secret smile. She knew exactly whom she had to thank for this miracle. Naruto, or rather Nathaniel as he was known to most. But in the privacy of her heart, she preferred his true name. 2 years ago, that golden-haired young man had touched her life like a comet lighting up a night sky. She remembered his warmth, his strange power washing over her in healing waves. Bruises and aches long endured had vanished under his hands. More than that, he'd been a friend when she'd had none. A friend, and perhaps more when fate was kinder. Her hands clasped together atop the vanity, remembering how he'd last squeezed them in farewell during their most recent dream. He had promised they would meet in the flesh. Every day since, the Queen had lived in quiet hope of that reunion. That day was coming soon. She could feel it, sure as her heart beating beneath her breast. A knock at her door drew Rhaella from her thoughts. "Come in," she called, rising to her feet. One of her ladies peeked in. "Your Grace, the Prince is here to see you." No sooner had she spoken than Rhaegar slipped past her into the chamber, all smiles. "Mother," he said warmly, spreading his arms wide. "You look lovely as ever, younger by the day." If only he knew. The lady-in-waiting withdrew, closing the door to give them privacy, and once more she was forced to wear a mask. Rhaegar. Rhaenyra hesitated only for a moment before crossing the room to enfold her son into an embrace. He was garbed informally, in a simple black doublet with the 3-headed dragon of Targaryen embroidered on the breast. Though he was a young man in that moment, he looked more a boy, leaning into his mother's hug. She stroked a strand of his silver hair, then pulled back to study him. "You look tired," she murmured. Indeed, there were faint shadows under Rhaegar's eyes. "Are you well?" Rhaegar managed a wan smile. "Dreams." He left it at that, but Rhaella felt a chill despite her dislike of him. Ah, the dreams again. She did not love her son, but neither could she bring herself to truly hate him. Dark dreams? She asked gently, gaining a nod from him. For a moment they shared a haunted look. Rhaella knew only too well how cruel Targaryen dreams could be. She guided Rhaegar to sit by the window, where the sun now glinted off the red roofs of King's Landing. As they settled on a cushioned bench, she caught him stealing a curious glance at her face. "What is it?" she wondered. Rhaegar's smile reached his eyes this time. "You truly seem well, Mother, more than well. Radiant. A compliment, but there was a question in it too." Rhaella flushed lightly. Did he suspect something? Perhaps I've simply found more time for sleep and prayer. It wasn't exactly a lie. Prayer was one of her few solaces when awake. But her son's perceptive look told her he wasn't entirely convinced. Thankfully, he let it pass. Rhaegar took her hand, turning it palm up in his. He frowned at the faint white scar that ran across her wrist. A relic of one of Aerys' cruelties years ago. "Has father troubled you lately?" he asked quietly. "Ha!" As though he could with only one arm and a leg. A vindictive smile nearly shattered Rhaella's facade then and there. It took a substantial effort on her part to keep it from breaking through. Deprived of both poise and his pecker, the only abuse her husband could hurl her way was verbal. Oh, he could have his Kingsguard beat her when truly roused, but he'd not yet realised that she suspected Aerys would have a riot on his hands if he tried. Sir Barristat and Sir Gawain might obey the order, but Sir Jaime and Sir Arthur would never, and such a rebellion would split the Kingsguard down the middle with the rest. "Mother?" But Rhaegar was asking her a question and she must attend. "No." Rhaella squeezed his fingers. "He leaves me be." In truth, Aerys had not touched her for years now. The narrow scratches that encircled her throat, hidden by the high collar of her gown, bore witness to her husband's final pitiful attempt to harm her. She banished the memory with a shiver. "Do not fret over me, Rhaegar. What of you? How goes the realm?" Her son sighed and released her hand. "The realm is quiet, for now. Tense but quiet. We've had no open war." He paused. "Father's health, well, you know as well as I. He refuses to be seen in his chair, so Lord Colton speaks all commands for him." Rhaella pressed her lips together. The king insisted on ruling despite his declining health, issuing edicts from behind closed doors. It was an untenable situation. Perhaps it would be a mercy once the Lannisters finally killed him. "And you, Rhaegar?" she asked softly, choosing not to think of that day. "You've borne much yourself." Indeed, her son's hopes of marriage seemed to grow slimmer by the year. The death of little Viserys had shaken them all, but her son had suffered setback after setback as of late, countless disappointments, be it both in courtship and health. He'd been downright despondent when his egg refused to hatch. It never would, of course. Naruto had replaced the true article with a convincing fake carved from stone. As far as tricks went, that was a wicked one. She had laughed for the better part of 5 minutes when he'd revealed the truth, in her dreams. But now Rhaegar's expression turned distant. He gazed out over the waking city. "I have been thinking on how to restore what was lost," he said, muttering softly to himself. "Not just the realm's unity, but something more." He hesitated, choosing his words wisely. "The people need something to inspire them again. To believe in. I need—" From there he trailed off entirely, eyes unfocusing as if seeing something or someone far away. Rhaella's heart quickened. There was a note in his voice she hadn't heard in years, almost a yearning. "Is it Elia Martell you speak of?" she ventured. "Do you intend to court her?" Dawn would never allow it. "No, not Elia." Rhaegar glanced at his mother, and a small, secretive smile curled his lips. It reminded Rhaella of how he'd looked as a boy, reading of ancient heroes and their loves. "I have someone else in mind. I can't say more yet, but soon, perhaps. A new love?" Rhaella's stomach knotted with worry. Who could it be? He gave away so little, but she knew Rhaegar's cryptic moods. Was there a lady in his life he had kept hidden? In the past 2 years, he had scant time for courtship, consumed by negotiation and smoothing over the wounds made Aerys madness. And yet, Rhaella recalled a certain incident, the tourney of Storm's End during last year, where Rhaegar had been uncharacteristically distracted. He had even withdrawn from the lists early. Rumours whispered he'd been seen talking to the daughter of some lord there, who they knew not. Knowledge was power, and the lack thereof of not knowing what her son was scheming was alarming indeed. "I pray you'll be careful," she said quietly, laying a hand on Rhaegar's knee. "Whoever this woman is, the realm is a tinderbox just now. One spark could set it afire." Rhaegar covered her hand with his own. "I know. I have no wish to ignite another war." "Quite the opposite." He offered her a reassuring smile. "I believe this path could bring peace, Mother." "A dragon has 3 heads, after all," he added mysteriously. "The Targaryen line needs children, and quickly. If I must stoop to desperate measure on that front, then so be it." Rhaella's eyes widened a fraction. Was he implying what she thought? Before she could respond, Rhaegar stood and straightened his doublet. "In a year's time there will be a great tourney at Harrenhal," he announced, as if declaring royal policy. "All the great lords are invited. It will be the largest tournament in living memory." "Harrenhal," Rhaella murmured. "That cursed gargantuan castle in the Riverlands." The place Aerys himself had last ridden forth years ago, only to be humiliated. "Your father agreed to this? Your father agreed to this?" "He did." Rhaegar's mouth twisted. "In a fashion. Lord Went is ostensibly our host, but I pushed for it." He paced to the window, gazing out at the hazy sky. "It will be a chance for alliances to be forged anew, and perhaps for me to court the favour of certain people. Certain people. Certain ladies? Oh, gods! Who was he after? Not Elia, and he hadn't mentioned Lyanna Starr in a fortnight. Cersei had all but rebuffed him in silence. Who, then, did that leave? Surely not the Tully girl. Brandon Stark was smitten with her. Surely not herself. Such was anathema. A son mustn't wed his mother. The thought revolted her. Rhaegar couldn't be that desperate for a son, surely. It seemed no matter whom her son pursued, he was destined to cause chaos. God save her from her own family. Rhaegar's reliance on prophecy might well damn them all. Rhaella rose and went to him. She longed to plead with him not to be rash, not to follow the whims of prophecy or passion that had led so many Targaryens to ruin. But Rhaegar's face in profile was set with determination. He had already decided his course, so she only touched his arm gently. "I hope it brings you what you seek," she said, and meant it. If Rhaegar could find some genuine happiness, perhaps it would soothe the darkness she sometimes glimpsed in him and give him some small peace in the wars to come. "I will pray for your success." Rhaegar turned and kissed her cheek. "Thank you, Mother." He lingered a moment, concern knitting his brow. "Will you be all right here? If his condition worsens, go, Rhaegar," she urged with a sad smile. "I will manage. I always have." He embraced her once more, then departed with a swish of his cloak. When he was gone, Rhaella went to the open window and inhaled the cool morning air. Her heart was heavy with new worries. If Rhaegar truly intended to name someone his Queen of Love and Beauty at Harrenhal, or something even bolder, it could spiral into chaos. Surely not Lyanna. She was currently under the protection of the Lannisters and, if rumour held true, tied to Naruto. Rhaella shut her eyes, remembering the tender way Naruto had spoken of the Stark girl in their shared dreams of late. And now, once more, Rhaegar threatened to bulling in and muck up everything. The prospect pained her more than she liked to admit. It wasn't fair. Lyanna and the other lasses got to see Naruto, touch him, hold him, while she must be content with dreams and promises. A cool breeze brushed Rhaella's face, carrying with it the faint salt smell of the sea. Somewhere out there, across the waters and far to the west, Naruto was with the Lannisters raising dragons, shaping plots, changing the world. She opened her eyes and gazed toward the distant horizon. Her heart ached. A lone tear rolled down her cheek. "Come to me soon, my love," she whispered, voice nearly lost in the morning wind. "I can't last much longer." Tilda, midnight came quietly on the sunset sea. The moon was cloaked behind heavy clouds, and waves smashed black and furious against the rocks of Fair Isle. In the bay, a lone longship was listing, its hull pierced by dozens of arrows lit with wildfire green flame. The surf hissed as those flames sputtered out one by one. On the stony shore, a small knot of iron-born reavers fought like madmen, their backs to the sea. They were the last raiders, the final holdouts, all that remained of a raiding force that had dwindled over the years as they were driven out of the west, root and stem. With the destruction of Pike long ago, they knew there would be no parley for them, nor surrender, only death. They swung axes and spears with brute ferocity, screaming curses at the adversary that surrounded them in the dark. But their foe was a phantom, quick as a blink, merciless as a kraken. One by one the Ironborn fell, throats cut or chests run through by an unseen blade. Their leader, a scarred Ironborn known to his men solely as the captain, roared in frustration as he watched his last man collapse, gurgling, into the shallows. He raised his broadsword warily, turning in a circle. "Come out, lion cub," he bellowed into the night. "Face me! Or are you afraid of the Ironborn?" He heard only the crashing of waves. The cursed Lannisters had attacked without warning, under cover of shadow. He had barely glimpsed their leader at all. Some golden-haired demon of a fighter, moving too fast to be real. The captain's lips peeled back in a snarl. He would not die whimpering on his knees. He'd take this demon with him to the drowned god's halls. A flicker of movement on his left, the burly man spun and slashed his sword in a savage sideways arc. Sparks flew as steel met steel. His blade was caught clanging against the sword of a man who had appeared as if from thin air. In the scant light, he saw a youthful face and bright eyes. The man's golden hair was tied back, showing a forehead marked by strange dark lines almost like the whiskers of a fox. The demon indeed. There was a red blade in his hand. The captain knew it well. "Sword thief! You don't deserve that blade! Return it to my family!" The laughing lion grinned at the captain through the clash of steel, an infuriatingly calm smile, but spoke no words. The captain saw his death in that smile, an ugly end with no glory. Panicking, he threw his weight into the sword lock, trying to force the younger man back, but it was like heaving against an ironwood trunk. With a grunt, he fainted high, then wrenched his blade free and slashed down toward the demon's torso. If the blow landed, it would cleave the whelp in two. But his foe parried the blade almost lazily, pivoted, and thrust his sword forward. Valyrian steel truly cut like no other, and Red Rain was no exception. So died another enemy. The captain staggered, a wet choking noise coming from his throat. He looked down to see the point of a crimson blade protruding from his chest, slick with his blood. The golden-haired warrior stepped back and let drum fall. Red Rain slid free from the Ironborn's chest with a soft shk of sound. The captain crumpled onto the wet sand, final breath rattling away. The waves rushed in around his body, staining the water red. Naruto Uzumaki, known as Nathaniel Lannister to his allies, stood over the corpse. The surf lapped at his boots, tugging at the hem of his black cloak. He flicked Red Rain once, flinging droplets of blood from the blade, then planted it on his shoulder. All around him on the beach, a half-dozen red-coated Lannister guards emerged from the gloom. They had hung back while he infiltrated the longship and took out most of the crew. Only the mop-up remained. One guard jogged up, breath puffing in the chill salt air. "All dead, sir?" the man asked, eyes shifting to the Valyrian blade in Naruto's hand. The young man nodded. "They won't trouble Fair Isle again," he said lightly. He turned Red Rain in his grip, examining it in the moonlight. Red Rain was a handsome blade dark as wine, with ripples like waves in the steel. Its weight felt true in his hand, but it was no bright raw. Yet as Naruto wiped the blade clean on a fallen raider's cloak, he allowed himself a small smile of satisfaction. "I think I'll be keeping this one," he mused. Better he wield Red Rain himself than hang it on a wall at Casterly Rock. There were more battles to come after all. "See to the bodies," he commanded the guards. "Take no prisoners." The Lannister men jumped to obey, and satisfied, he slid Red Rain into the empty scabbard at his hip where his old steel sword had been. The Valyrian blade felt like it belonged there. Naruto took a long breath of the sea air, calming his blood. The fight had been brief. The Ironborn raiders were no real challenge, but at least the exercise had kept him sharp. No, his greatest worry was elsewhere, across leagues of ocean and land, King's Landing, the Red Keep, and the unstable man who still sat its throne. Naruto gazed out at the black horizon, where the sky met the sea. A few hours yet until dawn. If they made haste sailing back, he would be at Casterly Rock by tomorrow. Tywin would want to hear of this victory, minor though it was. Another thorn plucked from the lion's paw. Naruto ran a gloved thumb along Red Rain's pommel, lost in thought. One by one we remove their weapons, he reflected. Soon, when the time comes to strike, the Mad King will stand defenseless. Nearly 2 years had flown by since the night Lyanna Stark's dragon hatched. In those years, Naruto had watched the impossible become reality. The 9 had returned. What had begun as 3 little lion cubs hatched in secret under Casterly Rock had grown to a pride of 5 thriving young dragons, and 4 more still waiting to be found. Well, Isabu was already fully grown, he supposed, but still. Each passing month saw them grow larger and stronger, and saw their human caretakers grow more closely bonded. It was miraculous, and it was also a mounting problem. How much longer could such creatures be concealed from the world? How much longer until a stray traveller glimpsed a scaled wing in the sky, or heard a midnight roar echoing off the hills of Lannisport? Lord Tywin was not a man who left things to chance, and Naruto knew discussions were already underway about moving the dragons when the time was right. Perhaps sooner than we think, he mused as he strode through the torchlit tunnel. Especially if a certain tourney at Harrenhal goes awry. Nate? Are you listening? Came a high, youthful voice at his side. Naruto blinked and glanced down. Tyrion Lannister trotted alongside him, struggling to keep up with his longer strides. At 10 years old, Tyrion was small for his age, but no dwarf had seen to that. His limbs straight and sturdy, his head properly proportioned to his body. He had sandy hair that fell in his eyes, and an inquisitive glint to them now as he looked up, waiting for an answer. Belatedly, Naruto realized the boy had been talking to him for several minutes as they walked and managed a sheepish smile. "Sorry, I was miles away," he said with an apologetic smile. "What were you saying, little lion?" Tyrion wrinkled his nose at the nickname. "I was telling you that Kurama seems sluggish today. You know, compared to usual." The boy's tone was earnest, even worried. Few things excited Tyrion more than observing the so-called dragons under Casterly Rock, and Kurama, the great 9-tailed fox dragon, was his favourite subject indeed. Together they emerged now from the tunnel into a vast cavern beneath the rock. The space had once been a rich vein of gold, now it served as a secret den for House Lannister's most precious and perilous treasures. Shafts of sunlight lanced in from a few narrow crevices in the ceiling, illuminating piles of sand, a pool of seawater, and the glint of scales. Naruto paused on the wooden platform that overlooked the cavern, taking in the scene. Casterly Rock's dragons were at rest for the moment. Near the pool, the massive bulk of Isabu the 3-tailed sea dragon was half submerged in brine, while Shukaku snoozed coiled around a stalagmite. Across the cave, perched atop a ledge close to the ceiling, the still newly hatched Yombi clung upside down like a bat, snoozing as well. Only Kurama was awake, wide awake it seemed. The largest of the creatures, he lay in the center of the cavern, his 9 reddish tails draped around him. His head was up, ears tilted and amber eyes keen. Naruto followed that gaze and spotted what had Kurama so alert. 3 figures picking their way across the sand toward him. Them. Elia Martell's laugh echoed musically off the cave walls as she led the way, her orange silk shawl trailing behind her. "Come now, don't pout. We cannot always make them obey," she was saying over her shoulder. To her right walked Lady Cersei Lannister, resplendent in an emerald riding habit, despite the sand that clung to its hem. Cersei's green eyes flashed with annoyance. "Mine obeys well enough," she insisted. Nestled in her arms was Matatabi, whom she must have scooped up while the 2-tailed dragon cat napped. Matatabi didn't look pleased. Her 2 tails flicked back and forth in irritation as Cersei carried her like an oversized kitten. To Elia's left, Nymeria kept pace with a lively step, her pale hair coming loose from its braid. "Face it, Cersei," Nymeria teased, "they're growing less biddable by the day." As though to punctuate her point, Isabu chose that moment to snort and splash a wave of cold water at the ladies' backs. Nymeria yelped as the water hit, half laughing, half scolding the giant serpent. Cersei hissed through her teeth as her expensive gown got drenched at the hem. "7 hells, see what I mean?" Nymeria said, sweeping wet hair off her face. "Isabu is just restless," Elia said. She patted the surface of the pool affectionately, and the 3-tail trilled in response, causing fresh ripples. "We've kept them cooped up too long." Her voice was calm, but Naruto caught the edge of concern in it. She was right, keeping 5 growing dragons secret in one place was a strain on everyone. As if drawn by that thought, Elia glanced up towards the platform and spotted Naruto and Tyrion. "Nathaniel!" she called brightly. "Done playing hero, I see. Your timing is good. We could use your help." Nymeria shot Naruto a broad grin and waved energetically. "Welcome back," she shouted. Even Cersei managed a nod of greeting despite her disarray. though her eyes were fixed on Naruto's new sword. What have you there?" she called, seeing red rain for the first time. "A gift for our dear father, perhaps?" Naruto trotted down the wooden steps into the cavern, with Tyrion scrambling behind him. "Perhaps," he replied to Cersei, patting Red Rain's pommel. "But first things first. Tyrion here thinks Kurama's feeling under the weather." He crossed the sand towards where Kurama lay and came to a stop at the great fox's side. Standing, Kurama's shoulder would be taller than a warhorse. Lounging, he still loomed over Naruto by several feet. He reached up and scratched behind one of the dragon fox's ears. "How's my old friend today?" he murmured. Kurama closed one eye in pleasure at the scratching. A deep rumble like distant thunder rolled in his chest as he sighed. "He sounds content," Tyrion observed with a mixture of awe and pride. The boy came right up to Kurama's claws and fearlessly placed a small hand on the creature's crimson scales. "But earlier he refused the goats I brought for breakfast. Didn't you, Kurama?" Kurama huffed, the rush of air tousling Tyrion's hair. "Cheeky brat." Naruto couldn't help a chuckle. "Perhaps he's grown tired of goat." He fixed the nine-tail with a knowing look. "Or perhaps he's brooding because I left him behind last night." At that, Kurama snorted loudly and turned his muzzle away, tails twitching in annoyance. "I am not." Elia and Nymeria exchanged amused glances. "He was pacing half the night," Nymeria commented. "I think you're right. Our proud nine-tail doesn't like missing any of the fun." Her accent lilted playfully as she reached up to adjust Son Goku, who had skittered down from his perch to land upon her shoulder. The four-tailed dragonling draped itself there like a lazy orangutan with wings, blinking sleepily at Naruto. Nymeria had taken to helping Liana with the young Yombi whenever Liana needed rest. Nymeria adored all the creatures, big and small. Elia Martell stepped forward, concern evident on her lovely face. "Still, Nathaniel, Tyrion might be right. Kurama seems a touch sluggish this morning." She brushed sand from her skirts and laid a hand against Kurama's other flank. The nine-tail did seem to lean into her touch a bit, as if soaking up the warmth. "Maybe he's just bored," she said thoughtfully. "They all are. They need more sky. More room." Cersei had come up as well, Matatabi still curled in her arms. The golden-haired Lannister beauty looked at Kurama, then at Naruto. "Don't we all?" she murmured. There was a note of frustration in her voice that Naruto knew too well. Cersei hated hiding in the shadows. For 2 years she had trained and tended her dragon like the rest, and none outside this cavern were any the wiser. It galled her. "Father must have a plan for them," she continued, narrowing her eyes. "For us. He's been too quiet lately." Naruto granted his sister a comforting smile. "He always has a plan." He scratched under Kurama's chin, to which the great fox dragon closed both eyes, emitting a low growl of pleasure. To Tyrion he added, "I wouldn't worry too much, little lord. Kurama is as healthy as ever, just restless. We all are." Tyrion looked relieved, though he bristled a bit at little lord. He was, Naruto noted, growing at a respectable pace for a boy nearing 10. Now where on earth was Liana? As if on cue, the Stark girl emerged from behind a column of rock, a bucket of fresh water in each hand. "Restless and noisy," she said, setting the buckets down. She flashed Naruto a quick private smile that sent a pleasant jolt through him. In 2 years, Liana had grown into a young woman of striking presence. Clad in practical riding leathers, her dark hair braided loosely down her back, she looked every inch the wolf of the North save for the four-tailed dragon hatchling clinging upside down to Nymeria's shoulder, which chirped and reached tiny claws toward Liana the instant it saw her. Seemed Son wanted his partner. All right, I'm here," Liana cooed as she went to Nymeria and scooped the Yombi gently into her own arms. The reddish little dragon trilled happily and wrapped its prehensile tails around Liana's forearm. She rolled her eyes fondly. "He was napping, and the moment I leave, he wakes up crying." Son squawked indignantly, the sound emerging as an angry chirp. "I did not cry. I am a mighty beast." "Much like his rider," teased Nymeria, quite unable to hear him. Liana shot her a glare, cheeks pink, but she couldn't quite hide her smile. The bond between Liana and her dragon had become the stuff of whispered legends among those present. She was the girl who had hatched a dragon in her hands. Even Cersei, however grudgingly, respected Liana for that. Tyrion, ever curious, peered at the baby dragon in Liana's arms. "Lady Liana, can I hold him today?" he piped up. "Just for a minute?" Son Goku snorted. "We shall see about that." Liana hesitated, cradling the Yombi protectively. She had grown more guarded of the hatchling since it started fluttering about. Sun was as energetic as he WWE, mischievous. Upon seeing Tyrion's eager face, however, she relented. All right, but be gentle. She knelt and carefully transferred the foretail into Tyrion's outstretched arms. Unlike his larger cousins who had hatched earlier, the Yonbi was about the size of a large cat now, though with a longer sinuous body. The boy grunted a bit at the weight but held steady, eyes brimming with awe. He's amazing. The Yonbi blinked at him, then suddenly sneezed. A small puff of smoke erupted from its nostrils, making Tyrion cough and laugh. He likes you, Lyanna giggled. I will tolerate him until such a time as he finds his own dragon. Sun corrected his partner. Oh gods, his little brother riding a dragon into battle. Now there was a thought. Naruto felt a swell of warmth in his chest as he watched Lyanna laugh. These stolen moments of joy in a dank cave far from the eyes of the world were more precious to him than any crown. How many times in these past 2 years had he imagined a simpler life, one where he and his lover ones might raise these creatures in peace far from thrones and prophecies and war? Too many times. But it was a foolish dream. The wheel of fate was turning again, and soon duty would call him and all the others to play their parts. At least, he reflected, Lyanna no longer feels left behind. He remembered the bitter envy that had burdened her before Yonbi's hatching, the jealousy dogging her every glance. Now she was positively radiant with purpose. Catching his eye, Lyanna gave him a knowing look, as if she could sense his thoughts. Naruto felt a slight heat in his face and turned aside, focusing on Kurama's scales to hide a smile. Even now, a simple glance from her set his heart thumping. How was Fair Isle? Lyanna asked, straightening up. The question, innocent at a glance, was only that. It drew the attention of all. Elia stopped fussing over Kurama to listen. Cersei's ears visibly pricked. It hadn't escaped anyone that Naruto had gone alone to smash the last remnants of the Ironborn raid. He had his own reasons. 5 of the 9 had been gathered, but there were 4 more out there, and he couldn't stand the idea of someone getting their hands on them, as Rhaegar nearly had with Son Goku. There were rumors of another fabled sea beast having been sighted in the waters off the Iron Islands, hence why he'd personally led the charge to rout the last of the fleeing Ironborn, but his excursion last night had been purely with mortal foes, not a tailed beast turned dragon. If there was another water-bound Biju about, it had either moved on in search of the fresh prey or had gone into hiding. Likely the latter. Everyone was still looking to him for an answer, however, so he gave the best answer he could. Wet, Naruto quipped. And quick. The Ironborn won't be back anytime soon. He patted Redrain's hilt. I made sure of that. Cersei stepped closer, inspecting the sword openly now. Her green eyes flickered with something like admiration. Valyrian steel suits you, she hummed. You'll cut a dashing figure at Harrenhal with that on your hip. That tourney's still then a ways away. She pinched his cheek. Forewarned is forearmed, little brother. Naruto chuckled. Is that your way of asking if I'll be your champion, Cersei? She tossed her golden curls. I'll need no champion. But it wouldn't hurt to have one of our own win some honors before the realm. Her voice took on a sly edge. I suspect Prince Rhaegar intends that upcoming tourney of his be more than it seems. We must be ready. Elia folded her arms. You think he'll try to sway the lords publicly? Perhaps announce a new alliance? She did not say it aloud, but they all knew what that hinted. Rhaegar might try to name a new bride or use some dramatic gesture to supplant his father's authority. Lyanna tensed, clearly unsettled by the thought. She gently retrieved Sun from Tyrion and handed the dragonling back to Nymeria for the moment. If Rhaegar tries anything, she muttered, and Naruto felt the spike of anger in her tone. I'll kneecap him. Elia snorted into her left palm, unable to contain a giggle in time. I'd pay to see that. Tyrion furrowed his brow. What's kneecapping? Cersei patted his head. We'll tell you when you're older, darling. The memory of her close call at Targaryen hands still burned in her heart. Rhaegar might not have been directly responsible, but she held him guilty all the same for instigating the events that caused her a great deal of stress. He must know Cersei wanted nothing to do with him now. To think otherwise wouldn't just be folly, it was madness. Then again, all dragons he had met, with one exception, weren't quite right in the head now, were they? Nymeria laid a calming hand on Lyanna's arm. A peace. We don't know yet what he means to do. Naruto nodded in agreement. Our job is to watch and wait. Tywin will decide our next move. He glanced around at all of them, these women who had become an unlikely sisterhood, bound by fire and blood. Until then, we keep the dragons safe and secret. Nothing is more important. A murmur of assent went around. In the quiet that followed, only the sounds of the dragons moving could be heard. Matatabi yawning in Cersei's arms, Yonbi cooing softly as Nymeria stroked him, Kurama flicking an ear. Tyrion, fidgeting with scholarly excitement, piped up. Father says once they're too large to hide, we'll send them to the 14 Flames in Valyria. The boy puffed his chest, proud to share a tidbit he'd doubtless overheard at his father's table. No one lives there to see them, and plenty of room to roam. Cersei's brow rose. Father's said as much, but I wonder. She looked around pointedly. Transporting 5 dragons across the narrow sea would be no small feat. And who's to say our dear friends in King's Landing won't learn of it? Elia tapped her chin. If we go far east, perhaps even Ashe by the Shadow, beyond the usual knowledge of men. Lyanna shuddered. All the way to Ashe? God save us. Her northern sensibilities balked at such an exotic notion. I'd rather keep them in Westeros, if I could. They belong to these lands' future, don't they? She stepped back toward Kurama, who was listening with half-closed eyes. Absent-mindedly, she reached up and scratched the great fox under his jaw as Naruto had done, and the bemused worm let out a low growl of approval that vibrated the ground at their feet. Maybe the crypts of Winterfell would serve, she joked. There's certainly space and it's so gloomy no one ever goes down there. Naruto laughed softly. I think your brother would object to that plan. He pictured young Rickard Stark's face if he were asked to stable dragons in his family crypts. The stern old wolf would probably faint. Izubu aside, he chuckled, thumbing over his shoulder at the slumbering sea serpent in question, it's far too small for Kurama. His old friend was by far the largest of the winged dragons, dwarfed only by the Sunbee, and even he hadn't dared to go flying on him yet. He wanted to, they both did, make no mistake. Yet once they did, it would be real, and there would be no turning back. What was the old adage? Once you learn to fly, your feet never touched the ground. Something like that. Dragons were a power man never should have trifled with, but it was too late to pout that genie back in the bottle. He would have to learn, and soon Tyrion, never shy, tugged at his sleeve. What do you think? He asked. Where should they go? All eyes shifted to Naruto. In truth, he didn't have an answer yet. Tywin and Joanna had consulted him often these past months about contingencies, but committing to one path was difficult. Too many variables: Aerys's next move, Rhaegar's intentions, the mood of the lords themselves, this upcoming nonsense at Harrenhal. Unless Aerys went and did something spectacularly stupid, there was no need to rush. They could afford to be cautious. This was their battle to lose. I think, Naruto said slowly, we should be ready for anything. We'll have a ship prepared in case we need to sail on short notice. Whether to Valyria or elsewhere, we'll decide when the time comes. He looked to Cersei and Elia. The key is that we stay together. If war returns, these dragons and their riders will be our family's greatest strength. Lyanna lifted her chin. What of my family? She asked quietly. The Starks will march if Rhaegar so much as lays a hand on me. Unspoken went the close call they'd nearly had in Winterfell when he'd come calling in her absence. Elia slipped her arm through Lyanna's in a gesture of solidarity. If the North rises, Dawn will not sit idle either. My brother is quite tired of hiding here, she added the last part with a rueful smile. Oberyn thinks we should have marched on King's Landing and killed that diseased dragon, my nephew, years ago. Her eyes met Cersei's cautiously, trying to assess what she thought of such a proposal. And the prince with him. Cersei's green gaze was cold as ice. Oberyn's head is full of snakes. We will move when it benefits us, not out of impatience. But then she sighed. Yet I agree, the air in the west grows stale. We cannot linger in limbo forever. The tourney will force someone's hand. Naruto listened to them trade concerns, arms crossed over his chest. He felt Kurama's warm presence brush against his mind, a silent reassurance. Outwardly he maintained a calm face, but inside he could not deny a nagging sense of anticipation, as if something just beyond the horizon was drawing nearer. Part of it was surely the situation in Westeros coming to a head, but there was another feeling too. One he had not voiced to anyone yet. A faint tug, like a string tied to his heart, pulling from afar. Not from the west or north, but from the east, across the narrow sea. There it is again, he thought, eyes unfocusing as he stared toward a shaft of light filtering down from a crack in the cavern roof. It was like hearing a distant melody he couldn't quite make out, but the more he strained, the more it resonated in his chest. Something was calling to him across the sea. Nate? Nathaniel? Anyone home? Naruto blinked and looked down to find Tyrion tugging on his sleeve again. He winced, realizing the others had fallen silent and were observing him. He must have drifted off in thought. Are you sure you're all right? Tyrion asked, puzzled. You looked like you smelled pie but couldn't find it. A ripple of laughter danced among the women. Naruto cleared his throat, forcing a grin. Never better, he lied smoothly. He ruffled Tyrion's hair. Just thinking of how to cheat at tourney betting. Cersei rolled her eyes. Lyanna, however, studied Naruto with a searching gaze that told him he hadn't fooled her. She opened her mouth as if to question him further, but just then a deep trumpet blast echoed down the tunnel one of the castle's signal horns. 3 short bursts. It was the code for a Lannister approach, meaning everyone moved at once. Cersei quickly set Matatabi down. The 2-tailed dragon glided to the ground and darted off to find a hiding spot. Nymeria hopped onto Isabeau's head and gave the big beast a pat obediently. The 3-tails submerged himself fully in the pool with a low gurgle, leaving only ripples. Elia coaxed Shukaku to slither behind a ridge of rock out of direct view. Kurama stretched, yawned mightily, showing an impressive array of fangs, and then padded off into the darkness of a side cavern, his preferred sleeping nook. In moments, only Naruto, Tyrion, and the ladies were visible in the cavern, all trying to appear nonchalant. Lord Tywin Lannister descended the wooden steps to the stone garden, accompanied by his wife Joanna. Even without the fanfare of servants or guards, he still possessed an undeniable presence. He wore a simple black doublet and breeches, a gold handclasp at his breast, a souvenir from his years as heiress's hand, worn now perhaps out of dark irony. Though streaks of silver touched his golden hair at the temples, he was still as formidable and composed as ever. He reached the cavern floor and surveyed those assembled with a cool green gaze. Good, he said by way of greeting. Everyone is here. Joanna Lannister offered a warmer smile to the group. She, too, had aged well in these 2 years. There was a serenity about her that never wavered, even in tense times. We trust all is well with our scaly friends this morning, she asked lightly. As well as can be, my lady, Elia answered with a graceful dip of her head. The Martell princess had become one of Joanna's particular favourites. The 2 women exchanged a brief, understanding look about the challenges of wrangling wayward children, scaled or otherwise. Tywin, however, wasted no time on pleasantries. He held up a rolled parchment sealed with a blob of golden wax. A raven from King's Landing, he announced, holding it up for all to see, him most of all. I have been recalled to the capital by Queen Raelle. Cersei made a confused noise, not quite comprehending what he was getting at. Whatever for, father? Naruto expected many things then. Talk of tourneys, plots or perils and plans. Something, anything related to the matter at hand. King Aerys has been kidnapped. Anything but that. Chapter 35. Everything's going to change, isn't it? The king's gone missing. The realm is fraying at the seams. Soon it will all come undone. It already has. Can't we go back? We both know the answer to that. I don't want to lose this moment. Or you. Nor I, you. Promise me you won't die. You know I can't. You must. I can't. Tilde a future scene. The Lion and the Dragon, Part 1. Release me. Aerys Targaryen howled those words alongside a slew of obtuse obscenities and other vile vitriol that shan't be spoken within these pages, at his captors, as he threw a fresh fit and flailed against his restraints. All for naught. His shackles held and he succeeded only in smashing his already wounded face against an unyielding bars of his cell, injuring himself yet further. Although he was lacking a leg and an arm besides, he had nevertheless been chained to the wall in a humiliating fashion, and left to rot in the dark with naught but a single torch hung before his face. All the while he seethed. Did they have any idea who he was? He was the king! He was the dragon! And yet they had caged him like some common pauper! The gall of it all! To make matters worse, his captors had struck him across the face, cut his beard, then lopped off his ring finger for good measure, signet ring and all, to be sent back to King's Landing as a warning. Perhaps for ransom. Likely the latter, he mused in a fleeting moment of lucidity. And still this infernal itching persisted. He could not even scratch himself with his bloody hand, for that hand was bound, and there was no one left in his retinue to attend to him. They were all dead, servants and knights all. Sir Gawain the Gaunt and Sir Jonathan Darry with them, slain in coldest blood when they moved to defend him. That left his remaining Kingsguard at a mere 4 now, since the untimely mysterious death of Sir Oswell, went to illness a year prior and the disappearance of Prince Lewin Martell not a year before that. Now only Sir Arthur Dane, Sir Gerald Hightower, Sir Barristan Selmy, and last of all, certainly least in his addled mind, that pesky Lannister pup, Sir Jaime yet remained. Useless, the lot of them. Couldn't do a damn thing unless he told them to. He tried to distract himself with those of his remaining guard, but that only left him further incensed. Traitors and turncoats everywhere he looked, failures within and without, even in death they disobeyed. This was all their fault. Duskendale! Accursed Duskendale! Damnable, detestable Duskendale! Denise Darkley had personally invited him to come to his keep to hear his petition, and like any good, mad king, he had graciously granted his request. Yes, he'd come here in good faith, only to be promptly set upon by archers and knights the moment he and his were through the gates. His men lay dead in the yard, swords and crossbow bolts in their backs, before they even knew what was happening. Then he was taken. Now here he lay, imprisoned, going madder by the moment. He was loath to admit it, but perhaps Tywin had been right after all. He was a fool to come here with naught but 2 Kingsguard and a few attendants. Perhaps he should have abstained. Unless, was Tywin in league with them? The mastermind behind this scheme? The lion in sheep's clothing? Yes, of course. It all made sense now. This must be his doing. It had to be. The lion sought to remove the dragon from the board. He would accept no other explanation. A fresh paroxysm of agony jarred him back to reality most forcefully, reminding him of his torment and prompting another burst of festering rage. I am the king! He howled, spittle spraying from yellow teeth. I demand you release me at once. As though spurred by that very thought, the shadows seemed to come alive for a moment, and he could have sworn he saw countless eyes peering at him from the dark limned by the torchlight. Green eyes, Lannister eyes, treacherous lion eyes. A man walked out of the shadows wearing a familiar face. Tywin's face, no, that wasn't quite right. Its features were indistinct. It both was and was not Tywin, but rather who he had once been. A younger man, a warmer man, back when things made sense, when life was so much simpler. He'd truly gone insane, hadn't he? The ghost of his past smiled as it strode towards Aerys. When it spoke, its voice rippled through the halls of his memory. Any man who must say, I am the king, is no true king. I thought you would have learned that by now, my old friend. Men did not walk out of shadows. Even he wasn't so far gone as to think that. No. The king shied away from him, trying to shield his with his remaining hand and failing miserably. You're not here. You're hiding under Casterly Rock. You can't be here. You're not real. The spectre paused before him. Whether I am real or not is immaterial. The fault remains your own. You've blundered into this trap of your own accord, Aerys. Blast, it even sounded like Tywin. Rage bubbled up in his heart at the implication. Aerys snarled and spat at him, lone eye squinting into the gloom. Mine? This is your doing. It's easy to blame me for everything these days, isn't it? As he looked on, his worst friend-turned-fear began to walk circles around him, hands clasped behind his back. If the taxes aren't done properly, blame Tywin. If your son can't find a bride, blame Tywin. If the realm rebels, blame Tywin. He chuckled darkly, as the true Tywin never would. But I had no part in this, Aerys. I had nothing to do your body failing you, nor was I involved with the Darklings, though, I admit, he thumbed his chin, considering. My house will certainly benefit from their stupidity. You, however, Tywin struck like a snake and closed the distance between them in an instant. A spectral hand seized Aerys' ruined face and began twisting it from left to right, inspecting his disfigured visage as a butcher might a pig before slaughter, or a lion about to put a dying dragon out its misery. He'd never been one to mince words. At length he scoffed and released him. You will die down here, Aerys. The king stilled. If this was his own maddened mind telling him of his doom, he didn't want to hear it. It will not be swift, nor will it be pleasant. Yet the ghost of former friend continued unabated. If your illness doesn't take you, then I expect the torturer's tools will. You'll likely lose some more fingers before the deed is done. Perhaps your tongue. Eris hung his head and screamed anew into the floor. Tywin tutted at him, just as he had that one time he found him passed out with those whores on the street of Silk. Best do that while you still can. You were a poor man, a poorer king, and your son will never so much as touch the Iron Throne won. He will die, as will your wife and any hope of your future. The Targaryens shall cease to exist by year's end, all because of you. The realm will move on and you will be forgotten like every other mad king before you. Eris began to weep into the flagstones. Tywin quirked a leonine brow down at him, his scorn palpable. Really now? Tears? From you? Compose yourself. You are the king, for however many days you have left. The least you can do is die with dignity, not in a puddle of tears and your own excrement, Eris wailed incoherently. Tywin sighed. I shall leave you to it then. A hand patted his head, brushing his thinning hair in a parting caress. Farewell, old friend. We won't meet again. Eris surged upright in a fit of panic, sanity peeking through curtains of his madness. Tywin, no! Don't leave me alone! Not in his wretched place. When he looked up, Tywin was nowhere to be seen. Long gone, or rather he had never been. Something cracked in the back of his addled mind, like broken stained glass beneath a hammer. Eris slumped against his chains and began to snicker, cackle, giggle now. Seconds bled into minutes after that, and soon hours became days. He had no way of knowing how much time passed, but with it, his tenuous grasp on reality became more untethered by the moment. Fact and fiction began to blur even further. Misery bled into mania as the rats nibbled at his toes and lice infested his hair. He ate bread when it was given to him and drank water, each provided once a day. He was being kept alive, but only just and for what he knew not. All the while rage burned within him. Burn them all. Burn. Yes, that was what he would do once he escaped from this place. Burn them in their homes, burn them in their beds, burn them until they were dead. No, even after they were dead. Burn their bones. Even when his jailers finally grew weary of his ranting and gagged him, forcing a wet sock into his mouth, he continued to rant and rage. Eris howled angrily against the gag. Mum! Hum! He would burn them all. Burn them! All? Tilda. King Eris has been kidnapped. To call what followed calm would have been a farce. It was anything but. Chaos ensued. Everyone started shouting. Tywin, to his credit, weathered this storm as he had done so countless before. He stood full, hands clasped behind his back, face outwardly reflecting none of the concern he felt within, as everyone railed at him, demanding explanations. Was he not upset? Was he not concerned? Was he not alarmed? Foolishness. Of course he was concerned. How could he not be? The timing of Eris' disappearance was inopportune at best, downright disastrous at worst. So many of his plans hinged on having his former friend still sitting the Iron Throne when the rebellion began. For that sorry sod to simply vanish from King's Landing and be kidnapped by parties unknown was concerning, to say the last. Should the old fool manage to get himself killed, Rhaegar would ascend to take his place, and that, as a Tully would say, was an entirely different kettle of fish. Eris could not be allowed to perish just yet. Rhaegar was infinitely more capable than his father and, moreover, well-liked by the realm. It was one thing for a lion rebel against a diseased dragon stricken by madness, and another matter entirely to face one in its prime. Tywin knew how the mind of Eris worked. He could even predict the crazed king to an extent. Despite his madness, he had been a decent, if eccentric man once upon a time. Once. Now he was a mad thorn in his side, one who delighted in tormenting him at every turn. The sooner he plucked him, killed his son and planted Nathaniel atop the Iron Throne with Rhaella as queen to legitimize his rule, the better. Rhaegar would be far harder to dislodge should he ever rise to kingship, and therefore mustn't be allowed to ascend in the first place. Some might say such thoughts were treacherous. Perhaps they were. What of it? Tywin had been loyal, a good friend. And what did that friendship gain him? Misery. Eris had betrayed him long ago. First with the horrors he inflicted upon Rhaella, then in trying to take Joanna from him, and in countless acts of petty spite since. Such were the acts of neither friend nor a king, but a madman jumping at shadows. History was littered with countless corpses like his. each mad or cruel in their own way, Margor, Baelor, Aegon the Unworthy, to name a few. Aerys would join them in due time, but such an effort would take time, and they must be careful in the meantime, which meant not rushing headlong into a trap without proper preparation. Nathaniel and his prospective brides-to-be did not understand this. They possessed neither the age nor the experience that he did. They were angry, confused, demanding answers, lost in the heat of the moment. It was understandable. They were young and passion ran hot in them. As such, waited until they'd shouted themselves hoarse. Only then did he speak. As Hand of the King, I have been recalled to the Red Keep by the Queen to remedy this indiscretion until such a time as the King is found. He looked to his son. Nathaniel will accompany me. Even the dragons seemed to take silent note of those words. He had no doubt the intelligent beasts understood them. Nathaniel, for his part, clapped a hand to his forehead and sighed, utterly incredulous. Why? Tywin baited the hook. Rhaella was insistent. All semblance of protest died. The ladies looked amongst themselves and muttered crossly at the mention of her grace, but that was undoubtedly the ghost of a smile upon his heir's proud visage just now. He had no doubt the young man would accept the Queen's command, if only to finally meet her in the flesh after all these years. Might he have something to do with this? Tywin studied his son's face for any sign of deception and found none. He didn't think Nathaniel would, or could, conspire to kidnap the king, but he had been away dealing with the last lingering Ironborn raiders. He wouldn't put it past him to try something, not with everything he'd inflicted upon Aerys already. But no, his son looked just as shocked as the rest. He clearly wasn't a part of this. Joanna elbowed him ever so gently, preventing him from getting lost in his thoughts once again. And well that he didn't at that, because the Stark girl was about to make quite a scene. Lyanna had stepped to Nathaniel's side and seized his right hand. I will go. Elia stepped to his side and latched onto his left. As shall I. Brave girls. Brave, but also very foolish. You will do no such thing. He cut the legs out from under their argument with a quelling look before their words could take root. The Queen asked for Nathaniel and I alone. Furthermore, neither of you can be seen at his side in court. Rhaegar will surely attempt to take one of you. Lyanna and Elia looked to one another and blanched. Cersei took the opportunity to wrap both arms around Nathaniel from behind. Placing her chin upon her brother's shoulder, she opened her mouth to protest. Joanna rounded on their daughter with a stern scowl. No. Cersei closed her mouth, released Nate, and stepped back. Truly his wife could command their daughter in ways he could not. Tyrion chuckled ruefully. He has you there, sister. Cersei glowered green daggers at him. If looks could kill, his youngest son would be a pile of smouldering ash upon the floor. You cannot go for your own safety, dear ones. Joanna deftly snatched the reins of the conversation from him as she stepped to their son and reached out, carefully disentangling him from the trio of troublesome maidens, one by one. Rhaegar aside, someone must remain here and look after the dragons, no? Lyanna stomped a foot sullenly. Anyone can do that. Not just anyone, Joanna corrected her gently, steering the conversation toward her desired outcome. Your dragon only listens to you, does he not? The same can be said for Elia and Cersei. Your beasts are young. They will surely rebel if you leave them unattended. They may get hurt, or worse, accidentally reveal themselves to the world. Is that what you want? Tyrion can watch them. Elia shrugged one shoulder. The lizards like him, mostly. The boy scoffed. While I appreciate the vote of confidence, I'd rather not become Dragon Chow. Seemed his son had a spine. Good. He'd need it in the coming days. But Joanna had found an opening now, and like any Lannister, she pressed it ruthlessly. Do you have such little faith in Nathaniel? The trio shook their heads. Then trust in him. He's defied worse odds before, has he not? Nathaniel, for his part, wisely kept his mouth shut and let Joanna talk, no doubt realizing what she was planning. In no time at all, she managed to talk them down. Kurama huffed audibly, expelling smoke from his nostrils. Clearly he understood her aim. For once, Tywin found himself inclined to agree with the dragon. His wife had a way with words that he did not. Sure enough, the girls eventually subsided with mutinous looks. He would have them watched tonight, but didn't deny her words. But then, just when he thought the matter'd settled, Nymeria stepped up silently, hands clasped at her waist. She said nothing to Tywin, she simply stared. He immediately made to refute her as well, out of habit, then paused and reconsidered her. No, not just her, but rather the peerless potential possessed. Having a faceless girl, now a woman, among their retinue would be beneficial. If things went south, as he suspected might, she would be another sword to cut them a path to freedom, or a shield for his son. He did not say such things aloud naturally. Nate might take offense to the idea of losing one of his lady loves. Very well. He granted her a grim nod of acceptance. You may accompany us. Nymeria bowed her head and sketched a curtsy. She'd gotten better at those. Thank you, my lord. Cersei threw an absolute fit. Then I shall go as well. Tywin rounded on her with an aggravated growl, his patience at an end. Will you now? And do you also possess the means to change your face at will? Can you throw a dagger like an arrow? Slit a man's throat before he knows you're there? No? When his daughter flushed, he pressed his advantage. Then the matter is closed. You will remain here with Lyanna and Elia. She balled her fists and railed at him. This is unfair. Life is unfair. He thundered back at her, bringing her up short with a steely glare. If you lack the strength to pursue your goals, then strive to acquire it. I have acquired it. I've been training. She slashed a hand through the air at him, teeth bared in a rare snarl of defiance. But it's never enough, father. Not for you. Ever. The words hit closer to home than he would have liked. Reflexively, his face closed down and he walled himself off from her. Guards. My daughter is tired. See her to her chambers. As ever, the silent guards of the stone garden nodded and moved to flank Cersei. For what little good it did, she snarled at them and stomped towards the stairs, skirts swirling. Tywin suspected he'd have to seal her in her room tonight, lest she do something reckless. God save him from wild daughters. At length he looked to Nathaniel, idly noting that his son had followed Cersei's departure with a wistful expression. Best put a stop to that. There would be no heartfelt goodbyes there. Not tonight. Pack your things, he commanded, drawing an incredulous look from his heir. We ride within the hour. Not true, technically, but he didn't wish to give him and Cersei the chance to conspire something. The journey will take some time. I do not expect it to be a quick one. He injected a not-so-subtle warning in that. There was no need to rush, not just yet. What was important was that they were seen leaving Casterly Rock with all due haste. The dawn would come soon. It would be a bitterly cold ride so early in the morn, but a necessary one. If the spider had any of his little birds in the rock, he would report that they had left almost immediately upon receiving the raven, and no one would be the wiser. Nathaniel, for his part, finally voiced the thoughts on his mind. It could be a trap. It very well could, yet we've no choice but to spring it. To refuse the Queen's command would see us branded as traitors. His heir laughed ruefully as he scratched his cheek. Yeah, she'd be pretty angry if we refused. Angrier at you, I'd wager. Belatedly, he remembered another, smaller scroll that had come with the Queen's pleading missive. One directed to Nathaniel, one he'd not yet opened. It had been a rare moment of decency on his part, if only because he suspected what said scroll contained. Here. He passed it off to his still chuckling son. Her Grace directed this to you. Nathaniel opened it, and the laughter immediately lodged in his throat. He stood there reading its contents for the better part of a minute, and made not a sound. Tywin had an inkling why. As he looked on, his son's face flushed a brilliant shade of Lannister red to the very tips of his ears. Joanna noticed, and a slow, satisfied smile spread across her face. Don't keep us in suspense, dear. What does it say? Their son coughed into a fist, averting his gaze. She asks that I arrive with all due haste. Her grin grew. Surely it says more than that. Nathaniel promptly hid the letter behind his back, but that only exposed it to Nymeria's questing eyes. She darted in like her namesake, plucked it from his grasp, then skittered backward, out of reach before he could think to stop her. Naturally, that meant Lyanna and Elia had to take a peek, and in no time at all, the three of them were crooning over its contents like the trio of lovelorn maidens they were. Oh my, that clever minx. She's not even trying to be subtle anymore. Nathaniel complained and tried to wrest it from their grasp, only for the ladies to pass it among themselves, giggling. In shorter order, his son found himself teased incessantly as they recited verses from what, apparently, was a rather pretty poem of all things. She called you her lion, her dearest, her one true love. After a letter like that, I want to bed her myself. I can't even be angry with her. A curious pang tugged at Tywin's heart. Oh, Rhaella. Even after all these years, she still loved her poetry. Joanna sidled up to him as the quartet squabbled amongst themselves, likely intending to get a look at the letter herself later, and laid a pale hand on his arm for comfort. Surely it won't be just the two of you. Nymeria coughed pointedly behind her, drawing a bemused laugh from his wife. Three, rather, she amended ruefully with a glance her way. You'll be taking a great risk as it is, and to go alone? Certainly not. He was no fool. They'd bring a score of guards with them. Not mere bannermen, mind you, proper knights and warriors of Casterly Rock, all. Good men, loyal men, strong men. A few hundred would do. Not enough to empty the rock of all her defences, but enough to see them protected if this was in fact some mad scheme by Eris. But, if by some chance, this was a genuine plea for help from Raella. If Eris truly had been taken by some unknown entity, if King's Landing was truly vulnerable, then there was only one thing for it. The lion would pounce. To Tilda. From her window, Circe saw a great host ride away from Casterly Rock in the cold dawn light. She settled down to watch, chin in her hands, a lone tear rolled down her cheek. Be safe, foolish little brother. Tilda, they made good time. Not stupendous time or magnificent time by any means, just good. Not nearly good enough for Naruto's liking, but time all the same. It galled him to move so slowly when he knew could rush to the capital himself, but he understood the necessity of it all. If he would rush there himself, he might be, well, not captured. He wasn't a fool. But it would certainly cause a stir, and right now he didn't need the extra attention. In truth, he would have preferred a full-on sprint, but they simply couldn't reach King's Landing in a day. He'd long since grown accustomed to moving at his own pace, but marching with an armed force posed challenges of its own, logistics, and the like. He understood the reason they were bringing this many men, better safe than sorry, but horses could only move so fast before they dropped dead. Since they hadn't exactly planned for this summons, there were no rest stops with fresh steeds for them, which hobbled them further still. They made camp that night just shy of the Westerlands come nightfall. And what a camp it was. No mere campfires and sleeping on the ground for the Lords of Lannister, no, no, no. As he looked on, and helped in some cases, a number of large red-on-gold tents were soon erected, and much to his annoyance, his was one of the largest. Proper posh, Clegane had remarked upon the sight of it, and he found himself inclined to agree. Now Tywin faced him across a table yet again, leaving two of them poring over a map once more in the flickering candlelight. He would have found it nostalgic if he weren't so distracted at the moment. Because, you see, Nymeria had found yet another new face for herself. In place of her normal visage and pale locks, she donned the likeness of a pale maiden with long ebony hair and bewitching blue eyes. Blue eyes! He didn't want to know where she'd gotten that face from. Some things were better left unknown. What was the saying Circe had grown so fond of these last 2 years? Take refuge in audacity. Yes, that was the one. It was a lovely disguise, perhaps even too much so. One of the lads had already tried to pay for her services and received a black eye for his trouble. She'd not left his side since. Not that he blamed her. If things went poorly, these might be their last days together. And she was no one's whore. Her eyes caught his, glinting in the candlelight as she shot him a lopsided smile. Her arms tightened around him, a reminder that she had him all to herself. No Lyanna nor Elia and Circe to share him with. The last time they'd truly been alone was the famed drowning of the Greyjoys. Yes, the bloody massacre of an entire noble house at the hands of a Lannister had once more inexplicably found its way into song, and they'd seldom had proper pillow talk since. He couldn't blame her for being frisky. Pay attention. Tywin apparently could. The pointed rebuke snapped Naruto back to attention faster than any blow, sharper than any blade. Tywin never needed to strike his children. His words, and his approval, were weapon enough. Nymeria made a point of holding on to him regardless. Tywin tutted and shook his head, but didn't demand that she release him. He almost thought he glimpsed a faint smile there upon his face, flickering in the candlelight. Worse than I was with your mother, Nymeria huffed. He was mine first. So you say. However, there is a time and place for such things. Control yourself, or I shall see the two of you separated for the duration of this journey. She subsided with a sigh. Understood, my lord. Father looked back to him, eyes sharp. You understand the plan, then? Naruto chucked, hiding a smile behind another drink of watered-down wine. It warmed his blood, but wasn't enough to dull his thoughts. Not yet, at least. Naturally. If we're ambushed on the road to King's Landing, I'm to take half of the men and ride back to Casterly Rock with all due haste, garrison it against our enemies and call our banners. And if we aren't attacked? Tywin pressed, making certain he understood. Naruto rolled his eyes. Then our troops will garrison in the Red Keep until such a time as they needed to be thrown against whomever took Eris. We've been over this. A rare look of approval flickered across his father's face. You've thought this through, then? Of course I have. He took another drink to settle his nerves. This is all I've been thinking about since sunrise. At his arguing, they'd brought some 300 men, with accompanying servants and supplies besides. The armies of King's Landing easily outnumbered their current force by large, but then again, they weren't here to take King's Landing now, were they? As such, they were arriving as friends. The gates would open wide to them. They would be hailed as heroes, those who answered the Queen's call and came to aid her in her darkest hour. Had they intended to sack the city, they could easily do so. But they wouldn't, this time. Tywin was Hand of the King. In the absence of Eris, he commanded true power in the capital, with Rhaella after him as Queen. Rhaegar, wherever he was, whatever he was up to, would have a say in matters naturally. But it wouldn't be the final say. No, that fell to Nathaniel. He blinked, shaking the cobwebs out of his head. Maybe the wine was affecting him after all, because he hadn't realized. Tywin Father Dam was staring at him with such an expectant expression. Heed my words, he cautioned him. Rhaella has ever been a passionate woman. Eris may have quenched her fire for a time, but you, I believe, have banked her coals and reignited her flame. If you wish to take her once we reach the city, now is the time to say so. Nymeria tensed against him. Heat speared up the back of Naruto's neck like wildfire. He'd rather bathe in the substance than have this conversation, least of all with Nymeria present. But needs must, he supposed. What you're suggesting, Tywin silenced him with a query of his own. Do you love her? Yes, undoubtedly. The reply came immediately. Don't think for a moment that I feel otherwise. He was, well, fond of Rhaella. She'd been one of the first he truly revealed himself to in his entirety, memories and all, with Nymeria taking a close second. Lyanna and the rest had come after. Even now he sensed a kindred spirit in her, one longing to be free from the cycle of suffering she'd been trapped in, a bird longing to break free of her cage. And he would set her free, one way or another, even if he had to burn down the rest of the Targaryen dynasty to do it. Tywin saw the gleam in his eyes and quietly acknowledged it with a nod of his own. Go. He waved a dismissive hand at him and Nymeria, surprising them both. Rest if you can. We have a long ride ahead of us. The two of you may do as you wish in the evenings until we reach King's Landing, but be quiet about it. Nymeria needed no further encouragement. The moment he finished, she seized his wrist and all but dragged him out of Tywin's tent towards their own. The hound saw them coming a ways off and pulled the partition aside with a knowing look, sketching a sarcastic bow as he did so. Naruto glowered at him. Not a word. Clegane only chuckled. Aye. That was a word. Nymeria didn't give him a chance to banter. Her grip bit into his arm as she hauled him inside. The moment they were alone, truly alone, she removed her false face and quickly disrobed, bearing herself to him in all her glory. He had neither the time nor the inclination to ask why she closed the distance between him, threw her arms around him, and all but tackled him to the bed. There was a hunger to her kisses, he noticed, a desperate air as she fumbled at his clothes. It was unlike her. Hey! He reached up for her, trying to calm her. What's wrong? She unbuttoned his tunic, fingers dancing over the buttons. Everything's going to change, isn't it? The king's gone missing. The realm is fraying at the seams. Soon it will all come undone. He grimaced as she helped him shuck his shirt. It already has. The moment he was clear of it, she kissed him again, tongue ruthlessly plundering his mouth. He saw stars for a moment and was tempted to give him, but concern won the day. Bereft of his tunic though he was, he still had his trousers, which means she couldn't get what she wanted quite yet. Sitting up, he planted both hands on her hips and drew her back. What's wrong? She was silent for a long moment. I don't want everything to change. I never want to leave this tent. Oh, Nymeria. She looked up at him, blinking through damp eyes. Can't we go back? He pulled her into his arms and kissed her forehead. We both know the answer to that. She latched onto him, trembling. I don't want to lose this moment. Or you. On that, they were in complete agreement. Nor I, you. Promise a woman, promise me you won't die. He winced at the words. You know I can't. She slapped his chest. You must! I can't. Anger blazed in her eyes, and he wondered in that moment if she might leave. Instead, she seized his trousers with one hand and reached out to him with the other. Whatever promises you make to the Dragon Queen, whatever oaths you give, promise me this. Promise we'll never part. Still she held out her hand to him and belatedly, finally, he realized exactly what was she wanted. His threaded his fingers within hers and held tight. I can promise that much, you know. Nymeria tore off his trousers and pushed him back down. They didn't get much sleep that night. Atilda. Pisel opened the city gates for them. There was a certain irony to be had in that, Naruto supposed. It almost felt like destiny, you know. They'd ridden hard and it had taken them weeks, but here at last they had arrived. The doddering old maester shuffled forward to greet them, feigning weakness and senility as always. Naruto led to let him exchange perfunctory greetings with the old coot. His gaze was elsewhere, searching, assessing for any sign of danger, weakness, any sign of threat. Instead, he found something else entirely. Or rather someone. Because there, standing behind Pisel, guarding the old maester, was that? Ah, it really was. Naruto paused. Blinked now. It had been a long while, hadn't it? Grinning, he all but threw himself off his horse with a delighted cry and started forward, heedless of Pisel's protest. Jamie! He almost didn't recognize the man in that armor. He was taller, face leaner, but that confident smirk remained, as did his eyes. He looked tired. His time in the Red Keep had worn him through. But he was still his brother. His big brother. The man he hadn't seen in years. Jamie, for his part, paused as well when he saw him. Blinked now, an almost rueful smile crossing his weary face. Gods, you've gotten tall. Naruto laughed, quietly incredulous. And you look almost exactly the same. He lied. What horrors had this place inflicted upon his poor brother? Laughter was his reward for the lie. Well, we can't all age gracefully, little brother. Naruto lurched forward. Jamie met him halfway, as always. They moved in near unison and collided in a fierce embrace. It felt good. No better than good. He'd taken Jaime for granted until quite suddenly he was gone. And it was wonderful to see him again. He just didn't have the words for that right now. Jamie, however, had a whisper for his ear as he patted his back. She's waiting for you. Naruto gulped. Raella. Chapter 36. Keep those two apart? You may as well separate a storm from the sea. It cannot be done. From the moment they discovered one another, this was the outcome. In a word, inevitable. Tilda a future scene. The Lion and the Dragon, Part 2. Naruto couldn't wait to see Raella. Unfortunately, he had to delay for several reasons. Royalty, the realm, responsibilities to name a few of them. He hated it. Part of him wanted nothing more than to say the hells with it and meet her anyway. Consequences be damned. But he couldn't. If he went straight to the Queen's chambers after a long journey and was seen, he would be. This was King's Landing in the Red Keep, no less. There were eyes everywhere, there'd be questions. Inquiries he was neither prepared to answer nor could, for that matter, without foolishly implicating himself in his father's conspiracy. So he would wait for now. Regardless, he resolved to see her by the end of a day, come what may. Absence made the heart grow fonder, or so they say, and right now his was feeling fond indeed. Within hours of arriving, Tywin called a gathering of Aerys' small council. Such was his right as Hand of the King. None could deny him, no matter how much they wished to. He supposed father could have forced them to meet him in the Tower of the Hand. That he hadn't was a mercy, one he likely wouldn't extend a second time. Naruto initially believed that would be his chance to slip away. A moment to risk a meeting while everyone was distracted with matters of the realm. Wrong on all counts. Much to his annoyance, Tywin declared that both he and Jaime would be present for said meeting. He didn't rightly understand why, but it wasn't an order he could refuse, not without showing his hand. Nor would he, for that matter. One did not simply say no to Tywin Lannister. When asked, father merely told him to keep his eyes open, and thus it fell to him to make his own conclusions. Still, it was strange that he would have both him and Jaime Still, a Kingsguard for now, present at such a pivotal meeting. And so the question persisted, lingering in the back like a wraith in the night. Speaking of sneaky things, Nymeria had slipped away soon after their arrival in Red Keep, donning a new face and leaving without so much as a word. She wasn't exactly gone, per se. He could still sense her well enough in the lower levels of the keep, mind you, but her sudden absence after weeks spent together on the road, well, it stung a bit. Following father's orders, no doubt. Or maybe mother had given her another task to attend to. Whatever it was, it wouldn't be a massacre this time. He'd been clear on that. Which brought him full circle to this moment. His thoughts centered themselves as they entered. Father entered first, flanked by Jaime on his left and himself on his right. Another power play, something to show the family united despite the disparity among them. He'd never seen this room before. In truth, it left much to be desired. Tacky was another word for it. Eris did love his ostentatiously obnoxious displays, and this chamber was no exception. Everywhere he looked, he saw black and red, both the banners and colours of House Targaryen, on full display. The braziers burned both bright and hot, lending the room a stifling air. Thankfully, they'd left the long table, and it many seats be. He didn't much relish the idea of sitting in some red oak chair stuffed with black cushions. Most of the seats were, to his amusement, already occupied by several people. Father had made them wait, a subtle power play on his part. Clever. From the moment Naruto entered the room and saw the state of the king's so-called small council, he began plotting murder. He couldn't help himself. He sensed everyone as ill-intent, bar two people toward him, and responded accordingly. Assess. Observe them. Search for weaknesses. First and foremost, he noted the infamously bearded Lord Commander of the Kingsguard, Sir Gerald Hightower, known as the White Bull, sitting near the head of the table. The man was strong as an ox, and blindly loyal to the Mad King, no matter how cruel and bloodthirsty Eris was. And there behind him, as though he needed a guard in these troubling times, stood Sir Barristan. Now wasn't this distinguished company? Grand Maester Pycelle was of course present, also one of the first to rise in greeting. And there beside him was Varys himself. He'd not met the Master of Whispers, but, to his surprise, the bald man granted him a nod. The others he knew only distantly through name and reputation. This was his first time meeting them. First came the supposed Master of Ships, one Lord Owen Merryweather, a heavily jowled man clad in the colours of his house, grey of hair with beady eyes and a piggish nose besides. Stout with thick arms and a bulging gut, his riding days long behind him. He was known at court as the Chuckler, given his only apparent skill was laughing at Eris's pathetic jokes. Not a bad man, but overall an ineffectual sycophant. Next came the Master of Coin, Calton Chelstead, a craven-looking man, gaunt where Merryweather was fat with a thinning brown beard and dark hazel eyes. Supposedly he, too, was a strong supporter of the king over Rhaegar. He was nicknamed the Mason Dagger due to his house's peculiar sigil. Third came the newly minded Master of Laws, Lord John Connington. No fancy clothes for him. He wore a brown tunic with matching trousers and boots. By the smell of him, he'd come straight from the practice yard. Both his hair and beard were a fiery red. He was proud, even arrogant person, a faithful friend to Rhaegar, but prickly with others. Too young, too bold, and too eager for glory. The rest were sniping and snivelling souls all, with the exception of Varys and Pycelle, who he at least believed were loyal to the Lannisters. Mercifully, there was no sign of Wisdom Rossart, the king's pyromancer, which begged the question of where he was. Nor did Eris have a Master of War, yet. With luck, he wouldn't have time to select one. Tywin wasted no time in taking his seat at the head of the table, forcing Naruto and Jaime to follow in his wake. Jaime, at least, was kind enough to let him stand on father's right, while he dutifully claimed the space at his left. He supposed it made for a pretty painting. But they weren't here for that now, were they? Jaime nudged him with an elbow, and a rueful look besides. Naruto nudged him back with a smile of his own. Gods and laws be damned, but it was good to have him back. Barristan balked at the exchange. Sir Jaime, you should stand over here with Hightower and I. Kingsguard forever forswear the bonds of family. Naruto clicked his tongue and channeled a bit of Cersei's venom, so rarely seen these days. My brother will stand where he pleases. Barristan bristled in return, momentarily at a loss for words. Naruto felt his opinion of the knight sink lower. The man meant well, really he did. He was honestly a good soul, noble and true, but that hidebound honour of his was going to be the death of him. Soon, if he wasn't careful. Right now, the noble knight looked like he might protest further and make a mountain out of this molehill. Tywin didn't give him the chance. Where is the Queen? A ripple of confusion passed through the small council as their concern turned elsewhere. In the end, it was Varys who answered first. She hasn't attended these meetings in quite some time, my lord. She shall. His words were both edict and command all in one. These matters concern her as well. Connington tutted derisively, his youth betraying him. She's a woman. She has no place here. Tywin stared Rhaegar's so-called friend down until he flinched. There are presently only 3 living Targaryens left in the world. Or have you forgotten? Naruto hummed inwardly. 4, counting Nymeria, given she was essentially a bastard, but he was hardly about to reveal her to this lot. Connington averted his gaze. I am aware. Then act like it. Tywin's rebuke cut deeper than any blade. You were chosen for this post because Rhaegar believed you have something to attribute to this council. Planting his hands upon the table, he leaned forward to regard the Master of Laws intently. Was he mistaken? No, my lord. Then refrain from making a fool of yourself again. The tiniest smile touched Varys' face. Pycelle was smirking as well. Naruto noticed. Tywin was in rare form today. He almost pitied these bastards. Almost. At length, father's gaze roved over the room, noting another absence. And where is the prince? Connington coughed into a fist and tried to rally, recovering from his earlier rebuke. The king... Merryweather coughed wetly into a fist. He is not king so long as his father lives. The prince, Connington amended with a frustrated growl, is presently away dealing with matters of the realm. Tywin pressed the attack. Where? He did not say. Chelstead and Merryweather had nothing to add to that. Varys and Pycelle were likewise silent, nor did the Kingsguard have anything to add. Tywin gave the lot of them a look that would have frozen Blackwater Bay solid. The realm has known of Aerys' absence for weeks. Collectively, you control more spies and informants than the rest of the world combined. Do you mean to tell me that none of you has any notion of where Rhaegar is? Chelstead grimaced. We are trying to find him, my lord. If looks could kill, he would have been ashes. Try harder. His rebuke given, father steepled his hands and shook his head, silently despairing of them all. To business, then. He said apropos of nothing. The king has been taken. How did this happen? Several members of the small council squirmed in their seats, none of them wanting to accept blame for this disaster. Varys, however, saw a chance to make himself useful and chimed in quickly. The Darklings of Duskendale are responsible for this, my lord. Tywin's gimlet glare fixed him in place. Explain. Varys did so happily. As I'm sure you know, Lord Dennis Darklyn has refused to pay taxes for some time now, demanding a new charter for Duskendale and certain rights for its citizens. Tywin nodded subtly. I am aware. You mean to tell me that is the cause of this insanity? Naruto was also somewhat familiar with the story, having heard it from Tywin himself. Duskendale had once been an important port on Blackwater Bay, and a seat of kings, had seen its wealth shrink and trade dwindle due to the growth of nearby King's Landing. Denys Darklyn, as Lord of Duskendale, obviously wished to halt this decline. He probably wanted to win himself a charter for Duskendale, similar as Dorne had received nearly a century before. It was preposterous, of course. Father had firmly rejected the proposal out of hand at the time, seeing neither reason nor right to award so many favours to such a small house. Such a refusing must have infuriated Lord Denys, naturally. But to kidnap the king from the Red Keep? Something wasn't right. Chelstead reluctantly raised his voice, all but confirming his suspicions. His Grace went to Duskendale himself in good faith, with only 2 Kingsguard and a few servants in tow. His retinue was promptly slain and the king himself taken. Jaime grimaced. Ah, yes, that'd explain it. Naruto thanked his lucky stars that his brother hadn't been part of that entourage. Tywin tutted in agreement, albeit for a different reason. Allowing Aerys to visit Duskendale was insulting as it was stupid. I warned him not to go. Gerald Hightower spoke at the last. He is the king. It is not our place to judge him. Jaime tensed beside him. Naruto sensed a story there. You are correct that it is not your place. Tywin didn't give a chance to ask about it. He'd turned his wrath upon the Lord Commander. However, he gestured with one hand to the small council, regarding many of them with great scorn. It is our duty to prevent the king from making foolish decisions. This council has failed in that duty. Was he going to dismiss them all and select a new small council? This was a time of crisis. He would be well within his rights as Hand of the King. Perhaps the lords of the small council realized it too, because they paled and hurried to offer their opinions on the matter. Varys adopted a faux mournful expression. Indeed we have. Pycelle sputtered to life like the old windbag he was, doubtlessly realizing his position was in peril. No one could have anticipated the king leaving in the dead of night with such a meagre guard. No one! Merryweather chimed in. Lord Dennis has refused to give up Eris. He's threatened to kill the king at the first sign of an assault. Connington slammed a fist against the table. As we cannot attack Duskendale directly, we have no choice but to besiege it. On that note, Naruto found himself agreeing with the red-headed knight-turned-lord. At least then, they would see the matter contained, if not necessarily solved. Lord Darklyn was probably convinced that it was only a matter of time until Tywin would offer better terms. Foolish of him. Father didn't negotiate with fools, least of all those who kidnapped kings. Perhaps there is another way, Chelsted's reedy voice interjected. Why not simply give Lord Dennis what he wants? It would be the quickest way to ensure the king's release. The small council fell silent. None of them had considered this clearly. On paper it seemed a soundly simple solution. All eyes turned to Tywin. No. He was swift to rebuff them with a stern word, but deigned to elaborate. We do not negotiate with kidnappers. If we do as Darklyn demands, more lords will attempt this tactic. Connington, ever a proponent of Rhaegar, thumped the table. Hear, hear. Varys nodded sagely. Indeed, it as you say. Pycelle murmured his assent. Merryweather, meanwhile, wrung his hands. But the king will be freed in the fullness of time, Tywin interjected. Have no doubt of that. Is that why you brought your butcher here? Connington jerked his chin toward Naruto, momentarily surprising him with his forthrightness. Here at last, Tywin paused. I beg your pardon? Varys tittered, doing nothing to hide his amusement. With all due respect, my lord, we know full well how Lord Nathaniel uprooted House Greyjoy and its allies for their ill-fated rebellion in the west. The drowning of the Greyjoys has grown quite popular among the bards these days. Root and stem, I believe the words were, Jaime provided with a bemused smirk. It's quite catchy. More than a few of the lords blanched at the lyrics. Naruto hid a smile behind a hand. From a logical point of view, he knew it was only natural for them to be concerned about him. Not his closeness with the Queen, they weren't aware of that, but rather the way he reacted to uprisings as a whole. Strictly speaking, they were above him after all, if only in rank, not strength or skill, what truly mattered. As a ninja, as Naruto Uzumaki, he was certain he could have mopped the floor with them without taking a hit. As Nathaniel Lannister, he was slightly less confident in such a perfect performance, but confident nonetheless if it came to a fight. Arthur Dayne isn't here, he noted belatedly. He's probably guarding Rhaegar. Those two were always thick as thieves. As to the Reza, I can kill everyone in this room if need be, anyone who stands against us. His gaze swiveled to the Kingsguard. Ignoring Jaime, his brother would ever and always be on his side, but his gaze wasn't quite so kind as he considered Barristan and Hightower. They might give him some trouble if he fought fairly, but he had no intention of meeting either of them in a fair fight to begin with. His daggers were poisoned. It would take but a single cut, and eventually they would fall. We could have our coup here and now. It was a potent thought. Tempting too. In one fell swoop, they'd take the city and bar the gates, leaving Rhaegar wherever he was, locked out of his own city. Rhaella would support it. She'd probably be delighted. Aerys could die in Duskendale's dungeons for all he cared. Of course, the dissidents in the Red Keep would then need to be purged and their own position fortified before they sent word to Casterly Rock. Lyanna and the ladies could then be brought over, and their dragons with them. And those dragons would bring the rest of the world to heel. He could see it now, the bloody lion they would call him. Such an act would make him infamous, worse than Maegor the Cruel. The Lannister name would forever be tainted with treachery for all time. But would that not be worth it? To secure the realm once and for all? To stave off the madness of Aerys and, to a lesser extent, that pompous fool Rhaegar? It sounded almost too good to be true. Was this father's plan? Was this what he wanted? Naruto's right hand drifted to his hidden dagger. Was it? Tywin noticed his half-lidded gaze and raised his voice. Nathaniel is merely here to learn from my example. Their eyes met for a moment, and Naruto heard the implicit warning therein. Not just yet, son. So, not the plan, then? Damn. He hated walking on eggshells. My lords, Barristan offered his own suggestion into the sullen silence that followed. A frontal assault may be out of the question, but a lone man might slip into Duskendale unnoticed. If you manage a distraction, I might be able to effect a rescue. Naruto's brow shot into his hair. Very bad idea. The absolute last thing they wanted was Aerith being rescued immediately. Barristan would never truly know it, but he came within an inch of dying that very moment. You will do no such thing. Tywin thankfully cut the knight's argument out at the legs before he could find another foot to stand on. I forbid you to take any such action until we ascertain the king's condition. I'll not lose another Kingsguard on a fool's farce. Barristan demurred with a frown. Do it as you command. He'd probably obey. The man wasn't the sort to defy authority. Naruto resolved to have him watched regardless. Someday, he might have to kill this noble man. He did not relish the thought. Agreed. Varys tutted, his words for Selmy and Hightower alike. My little birds tell me that 2 of your brothers already lie dead in Duskendale. The Kingsguard's numbers are running remarkably thin these days, aren't they? How many of your order remain now? 4, is it? His round face dimpled in a smile. Or perhaps 3, given Sir Arthur seems to have run off with the prince. We shall replenish those we have lost. The Lord Commander's gaze drifted to Naruto. A sword such as yours would be welcome among our ranks, Lord Nathaniel. Jaime jolted. Tywin twitched. A clever ploy, but ultimately ineffective. Naruto reassured them both with a single scoff. I refuse. Jaime chuckled ruefully. Wise choice. Barristan bristled. Do you mock the White Cloak, sir? No. Naruto thought inwardly. I mock you and your outdated precepts of honor. We're at war, and you haven't even realized it. Honor won't save you in war. You'll bloody your hands all the same. It's a shame. We could have been such good friends, but you're too caught up in your morals to realize you're serving a monster. Not at all. Outwardly, however, he plastered a winningly limpid smile to his face and put on his best act yet. I simply have greater ambitions than mere knighthood and a duty to my people. He stepped closer to Jaime in a moment of solidarity, further driving his point home. You'll have to be content with my brother for now. For now. He let the words hang there in silent threat. That quelled the knight. Tywin was hand of the king. In Aerith's absence, he spoke with the king's authority. If he so wished it, he could fly in the face of tradition and release Jaime from his vows, reducing the depleted Kingsguard numbers further still. That he hadn't yet done so implied he had a plan in place. Perhaps a plan for him. Or, enough. Tywin looked to Varys, distracting him from his thoughts. Can your little birds find their way into Duskendale? The Master of Whispers nodded. They can, my lord. Excellent. Merryweather, be a good man and fetch my quill and paper. From there, the meeting dissolved into boring talk of spies and numbers and figures, talk of coin and ships and laws. Naruto listened with one ear, committing the details to memory, yet not particularly caring for them. It soon became abundantly clear that Aerith wouldn't be freed today. Perhaps he never would. Whatever Tywin's plan was, Naruto, Nathaniel, found he wasn't privy to it. Perhaps that was for the best. Ignorance was bliss, and he'd likely learn his place in the grand scheme sooner rather than later. In the end, the meeting burned through the better part of the day. The sun hung low in the sky by the time the small council was dismissed for the evening, but not before being informed that the next meeting and every other hence would held be in the Tower of the Hand. There were a few grumbles about that, but Tywin's authority prevailed once more. Surprisingly, he bid Jaime to stay but let him leave. Naruto found himself glad of it. In truth, his head was already full to bursting with plots and schemes. His family could concoct another one without him. Right now, he only wished to see... Might I have a moment of your time, my lord? It was not to be. Now what? His right fist swung out and impacted a nearby wall with an audible crack of sound to leave a visible crater in its wake. Startled servants scurried around him, seeking safety. Naruto ignored them all. Stoically, he stood his ground, took a deep breath to center himself, and plastered what he hoped was a believable smile onto his face. He was so close now. Rayla's room was just around the corner. And yet, interruptions. Constant, infuriating, persistent. No more delays after this. I have to see her. I'm losing my patience. He took one last breath to freeze the fire burning in his heart. let it smoulder down to cinders. Only then did he dare pivot on his right heel, reluctantly rounding on the speaker in question. Calm, he told himself. Breathe. He did want a word with them. He simply hadn't thought it would be this soon. Let's get this over with. He wasn't surprised to find Varys waiting for him. To his credit, the Master of Whispers didn't smile. He must have known he'd inadvertently irked him just now. My apologies. Hands in his sleeves, he sketched a brief bow. I see I've caught you at a bad time. You must be tired from your journey. Perhaps tomorrow. No. Naruto had to force the word through the grit teeth of his false smile. I've been meaning to have a word, you. He stalked past the eunuch, fists clenched at his sides. Walk with me. Varys did. Together they adjourned in the spymaster's chamber on the other side of the keep, well away from the queen's chambers. Naruto took stock of it at a glance, noting the bed in the far corner of the wall, well away from the windows. More red walls. It wasn't simply the stone of the keep itself. The king apparently enjoyed the colour far too much and had his artisans paint over it in places, leaving some rooms, like this one, a lurid shard of scarlet that hurt his eyes. Colours aside, it was a comfortable space, if a tad smaller than he was accustomed to. He didn't fail to notice a number of crates piled near the southern edge of the room by the man's bed either. Curious. As expected, in the centre of the room stood a small wooden table replete with 2 seats and a bottle of wine paired with 2 goblets. Evidently he'd prepared for this meeting some time ago. Varys reached the table first and poured for both of them, perhaps hoping to use the drink to cool his temper. A vintage from the days of the Blackfire rebellions. Do you partake? Naruto noted the words, sat first, and retrieved a goblet, idly meeting his gaze as he swirled the wine within. More on occasion. Huh? Sweeter than he'd expected. Not bad. That said, if Varys he was hoping to poison him, one never knew in King's Landing. He'd be sorely disappointed. He was immune. Varys finally claimed his own seat. You'll be pleased to know our mutual friend is doing quite well these days. Clever. He'd timed his words well just as he drank, the better to gauge his reaction. Very clever. Well played. You've been at this game longer than me, but I've had a better teacher. He took a deliberately deep drink to mask his smile. Is she now? Quite so, Varys hummed, cagey as ever. Naruto took another drink. You have my thanks for your support with the small council. Varys chuckled. Nasty business, that. The dragons do seem to have rather poor luck these days, don't they? Naruto didn't rise to the bait. He didn't entirely trust the man, but neither did he actively dislike him, either. He was, by Ryella's own accounting in their shared dreams, a friend, excluding that nasty business with little Viserys. If it was indeed him. He had no proof, but he suspected. He could have sold her out to Aerys years ago, but instead protected her as best he could and even enabled her to send messages to him before he figured out his dream-walking jutsu in the first place. Yes, by all accounts, an ally, but he'd been let down by allies before. Back then, I was a fool being led by fools, he muttered under his breath. Varys noticed and mistook his words for something else. You don't trust the small council, then? Not untrue, that. Naruto held out his now empty goblet, silently asking for more as he spoke. They have a reputation for serving their own interests above the realm. I intend to keep their daggers far from my father. Spoken like a loyal son. He frowned. I am, naturally. What was he up to? If thought to test his loyalty to his family, he'd be in for a surprise. A short, sharp surprise delivered via dagger. Power is a curious thing, my lord. Varys said suddenly, apropos of nothing. Without warning, he leaned forward with a wry smile. Are you fond of riddles? Naruto wore a grimace as leaned back. Why? Am I about to hear one? Evidently so. Varys mirrored the motion and steepled his fingers atop the table. 3 great men sit in a room. A king, a priest, and a rich man. Between them stands a common sellsword. Each great man bids said sellsword kill the other 2. Who lives? Who dies? Tyrion loved riddles. He would have said it depends on the sellsword. After all, most sellswords had neither crown nor gold nor favour with the gods. Yet he had a weapon, while the other 3 did not, which, for that moment, gave him the power of life and death. In the end, he said as much. Varys' smile told him he had answered poorly. But if it's swordsmen who rule, then why do we pretend kinds hold all the power? When Aerys lost his sense and went to Duskendale, who was truly responsible for allowing him to go? The Kingsguard, the prince. Or something else? I must confess I fare rather poorly with riddles. The spymaster chuckled. Yes, your talents tend elsewhere, don't they? The point I make this. Power resides where men believe it resides. It's a trick, a shadow on the wall. He rolled his eyes, perhaps recalling some distant memory only he was privy to. And you cast a very large shadow these days. Do I now? Naruto scoffed into his wine. I'm not half as smart as Tyrion. Varys blinked, momentarily at a loss for the first time since they'd met. Who, my lord? He granted him a wry grin in a return. My little brother. He would have solved your riddle in a heartbeat. The spymaster seemed a touch intrigued by that. Then I should very much like to meet him someday. In the meantime, I understand you have a habit of collecting rather eccentric pets. Naruto went still. He knew. He didn't know how Varys had found out, only that he did. Deny. Tell him nothing! Not a single blood word. I haven't the foggiest idea what you mean. Varys pulled a disappointed face, already seeing through the lie. Is that so? A pity. I had a gift for you. So speaking, he rose, strode over the crate he'd seen before, and plucked a nearby iron rod from the floor beside it. Naruto craned his neck and watched, utterly flabbergasted. What was he up to? He didn't wait long for answers. In short order, Varys wedged his temporary tool beneath the crate's lid and used it to pry the heavy wooden box open with a series of quick, practiced motions. Its lid parted with nary a noise, allowing the eunuch to lift the wooden frame and peer inside, but warily, as if he half expected the contents within to rear up and bite him. Good. When it did not, he tutted to himself at length, nodding once in apparent satisfaction. Just as it was. At length he glanced back at him. Won't you have a look, Lord Nathaniel? Naruto remained where he was. I don't think that's a good idea. It's hardly going to bite you. Ain't the bitin' I'm worried about. He slipped back into his old manner of speech for a moment. Varys stared at him expectantly. With an exasperated sigh, the whiskered warrior righted himself, rose from his chair and crept over warily to inspect the eunuch's prize. He couldn't see it, not at first, but as he edged closer his faith was rewarded. Sure enough, there, nestled neatly amidst a pile of warm hay, it lay, warm as a summer's day. A dragon egg. It was a large thing, mottled blue-grey mixed with a colour caught somewhere between gold on green. It wasn't fake. Truth be told, he'd suspected it would be some at that, flagrant forgery meant to win him over. Now he inhaled reflexively once he realised it wasn't. No, he could sense life stirring within its sturdy confines, a large soul housed in a tiny body, ready to burst into life at the slightest provocation. One of the 9 was undoubtedly trapped within that egg, and by its coloration, he had an inkling as to whom. He glared at Varys. Well, where did you get this? Many things fall into my web these days, my lord. The spider planted both hands in his sleeves once more, as though afraid to touch the egg himself, and granted him a gracious brow. This one cost a rather hefty sum to extricate. The Queen is also rather well known for collecting curiosities of late as well. One could say I procured to this at her request. He hadn't, of course, but it was still a useful excuse should it ever be found in his possession. Such an excuse might well save his life. Would you like to hold it? Bad idea. Very bad idea. All the very bad ideas. If that little bastard hatched here and now, he'd have some explaining to do. Moreover, a chirpy baby dragon would be hell's to hide. And yet? He gripped his right wrist with his left hand lest it betray him. A disbelieving laugh leapt from his lips. Does Rhaegar know about this? No. Varys was sober, succinct, and moreover not one for small talk at the moment. As his current egg has yet to hatch, I saw little point in informing him. Naruto felt a fiery flash of triumph at that. He was particularly proud of that ruse. Son Goku remained safe with Lyanna, far from King's Landing. With this little one under his watchful eye, that left only 3-tailed beasts, or dragons now, he supposed, yet unaccounted for. Supposedly Euron knew of at least one, a secret the wily Greyjoy had clung tight to since their alliance first sprung up 2 years ago. Now that madman had gone rooting about in the ruins of old Valyria at his behest, and there was no telling when he'd return. Still to find another egg here of all places. What were the chances? Slim to none, that's what. He didn't know whether the gods of this world hated him, loved him, or simply enjoyed making mischief for him. Varys coughed pointedly behind him, breaking the spell. I believe we can dispense with the secrets now, yes? Naruto laid a hand on the egg, ready to slam the crate's lid shut, at the slightest sign of movement. Warm but inert, the tailed beast within stirred but sleepily lost in its dream. It wouldn't wake for him unless he forced it to, and he had no intention of doing so. Thank the sage for small mercies. But to have the egg in King's Landing at all was a terrible risk, akin to a primed explosive tag just waiting to detonate. A grimace tugged at the corner of his mouth. I suppose you want to sell it to me? Varys scoffed. Perish the thought. Consider it my gift to you. Naruto granted him an incredulous look. Why? What do you gain from this? Trust, I would hope. The man inclined his head, jowled face unusually stern for once. I know you do not truly think of me as a friend. Indeed, you would be a fool to do so early in the game. But be assured, my lord, I am an ally to your cause, through and through. He gestured to the egg. I can think of no better way to win your goodwill. I despise magic and all those who practice it, but even I cannot deny that a growing dragon will be useful in ridding the realm of Eris and his ilk. Pleasing words, but he had yet to truly sound out his loyalties, even if he hadn't sensed a lie yet. And what of Rhaegar? Here at last, a rare look of scorn crossed the visage of Varys. A fanciful fool in prince's clothing. A well-meaning fool, perhaps, but a fool nonetheless. He may be loved by the small folk at the moment, but he would upend the realm in an instant, in pursuit of prophecy. No, he cannot be allowed to rule, any more than his father. That burden must fall to another, one who has proven herself sound of mind and heart, despite the woe her family continually inflicts upon her. With a capable husband by her side, such a ruler would make for a magnificent monarch. Rala. He was talking about Raella. Their eyes met, and a knot came uncoiled in Naruto's chest. Varys was telling the truth. He genuinely believed those words. There was only one more question he needed ask. Trust aside, what's your goal here? A bold question. Suffice to say, I seek only the safety and stability of the realm, be it under the lion or the dragon. Another truth, and by far the most important one yet. That was all he needed to know. Even then, it took a serious effort on his part to release the egg. Varys noted his restraint with some approval. Your wisdom does you credit. Perhaps someday, when our friendship is older, I shall tell you the story of how I was cut. But for now, I will say this. Influence grows like a weed. I tended mine patiently until its tendrils wrapped around all of King's Landing and much of Westeros besides. You have tended yours as well, in your own way. He granted the last part to him with a nod. And now the realm knows of your exploits. As such, I have no doubt what you want will be yours in time, provided you have the stomach for it. Naruto considered those words, ominous though they were. He looked back to the egg. An idea dawned. Matilda, the hour was late, most lat indeed. So too was Nathaniel Lannister. Terribly, horribly, late! Rhaella had waited patiently for her beloved. Oh, so patiently. But now that patience was nearing its end, she had watched from her window as the column of Lannister banners arrived at the gates and were welcomed into the Red Keep. She'd seen two figures standing at the head of that column, and she just knew, that he had come for her. Oh, how her heart had fluttered then. Yet as the hours dragged by, her long-lost love failed to make an appearance. She sent servants to subtly inquire as to the status of the keep's guests, only to be informed that there was a meeting of the small council in progress. Even after said meeting ended, Nathaniel was nowhere to be found. One of them informed her that he had been seen walking with Lord Varys. He was here, yet he hadn't come to her. Why? Anxiety gnawed at her heart like an apple's worm. Most of the day passed, and still, nothing. When the sun set, so too did her hopes, and with the waning light, her spirits sank into darkness. Questions began to abound in her mind, one after another, each more painful than the last. Why had he not come to her? Why hadn't she seen him in her dreams for the last year? Had he not received her missive? Had he given up on her? Forsaken her? Soon her mood soured and she sent her handmaidens away for the evening, wishing to be alone. She began nursing a bottle of wine without the goblets. She had no need for decorum in her own private chambers, but that only made her melancholy and the bitter taste upset her stomach. Late, late, late. Where had he gone this time? Where was her lion? Sullenly, she kicked at her bed and buried her face in her pillows to no avail. No one heard her. No one came. She was alone with naught but her own thoughts for company. Her eyes began to sting, threatening angry tears, but she knew if she started crying, she would never stop. In the end, she changed into her pale nightgown and resigned herself to another sleepless night, alone with naught but her fingers to slake her desire. Come the dawn, she would track that lazy Lannister down and have words. Tap, tap, tap. Someone knocked on her door, dispelling her dark thoughts like so much morning mist before a warm breeze. Rhaella jolted upright from where she lounged in her bed, hurriedly checked her reflection in the mirror, hoped against hope, and tried not to panic. Who goes there? Sir Jaime, having the night watch, answered readily enough. Nathaniel Lannister, Your Grace. Her heart leaped into her throat, performed a cartwheel there, and stuck the landing. Naruto? So late? Be still my heart! Rhaella forced herself to face her fears with a stiff upper lip. Enter. Credit where it was due, Jaime obeyed her command without question and did just that. The door eased open. Wait, why was she the one blushing? There he was. Gods, but he'd grown even more handsome since she'd seen him last. He was truly a young man now. His eyes widened ever so slightly at the sight of her, while hers raked over every inch of him like the fine feast he was. As ever, he wore the traditional colours of his house, but for some reason, he held an odd satchel of sorts slung over his shoulder, the strap of which he held tight in his right hand. It marred what would have otherwise been an impeccable look. Whatever was he up to now? No, never mind that. Future husband. Mine. She glanced at Jaime and mustered her best queenly mien. You did well to see him in, Sir Jaime. We have matters of great import to discuss. No one is to disturb us upon penalty of death. Your queen commands it. Jaime looked between the two of them and nodded, a knowing gleam in his eye, the smallest of smiles tugging at his lips. As you say, Your Grace. Then he winked Nathaniel's way. Good luck, little brother. Jaime! With but a chuckle, he closed the door behind him and stood guard. He, at least, could be trusted to hold his tongue, unlike everyone else. Oh gods, they might have mere moments at best. Rhaella took a breath and inched forward. My love? Is that really you? Naruto held up a hand to forestall her approach, placing a finger over his lips for silence. Then he pulled something out of his satchel. Rhaella frowned, watching him turn and apply something to the wall near the door. Several somethings, actually. What are you doing? Silencing seals. Her frown deepened, momentarily put out by his lack of explanation. I do not understand. He winked at her as he finished applying them. They muffle noise. Heat rose in her cheeks. Well then, whatever they were, they faded into obscurity the moment his hand left them alone, as though they'd never existed at all. If she hadn't been looking straight at the ancient script as it vanished, she wouldn't have known it was there in the first place. In the end, took him the better part of a minute, an agonizing 60 seconds, to fully apply them all. She even watched him walk his way up the ceiling and walls to make wholly certain the room was covered from all angles. At length he finished, dusted himself down, and dropped back to the floor. There. He turned a wry smile on her. We should be... Rhaella launched herself at him. Credit where it was due, Nathaniel Naruto met her halfway with a startled laugh. Several things happened at once. First, he caught her by the hips, spun her around to bleed off momentum, took her into his arms, then pulled her close until their foreheads collided. Gently, thankfully. The moment he touched her, she snuggled closer, eager to get at him, to have him in her arms and hold him tight. This close she caught his scent, and it was just as she remembered in her dreams. He smelled faintly of fire and sunlight. Maybe it had something to do with him rejuvenating her, but she couldn't get enough of it, nor him. She touched his face with both hands, fingers trailing over his visage, marvelling at him, at the tactile sensation of him beneath her hands. You're real, aren't you? Words babbled out of her, one after the other. Tell me I'm not still dreaming. He took her fingers in hand and kissed the back of her knuckles. Does that answer your question? She felt that. A tremulous smile broke out across her face. With it, the tears finally broke free from her eyes, tumbled down her cheeks. My lion, you're late, so very late. He winked her way and dared a dashing smile, the absolute rapscallion. Better late than never. Rhaella pouted and thumped his chest. No, better early than not at all. You kept me waiting. He laughed at that, and belatedly Rhaella realized she was as well. Her eyes flicked up to his, then lower to his lips. His hands fell back to her hips and intensified their grip there ever so slightly. He pulled her closer, and almost unconsciously she found herself looping both arms behind his neck, the better to draw him in against her and press her full bosom against his chest, subtly grinding her hips against his. Someone moved first. Raella didn't care who, only that somebody did. Her mouth met his, and that was that. She stopped caring about anything beyond mutual pleasure in getting him to her bed. Once there, she pushed him down onto the featherbed with a possessive snarl. She dove down and kissed him again, let him wrap an arm around her waist, but moved his free hand to her rightmost breast, urging him to caress her through the thin fabric of her nightgown. Because she wanted to be touched and she needed this. It had been so long since she'd willingly kissed a man, let alone allowed herself to be held by one, since she had her youth returned to her. It was everything she wanted and more, but not enough. Clothes. Too many clothes. She wanted to be atop him. Not just like this with the two of them fumbling at one another, but skin to skin as she rode him into oblivion and beyond. Any daughter or son she had would be of him and no other. She craved that, the certainty of sex, the warm pleasure of falling asleep in her beloved's arms. Her hands found the buttons of his tunic and tugged them apart, then made to remove the satchel still draped about his shoulder. Wait! Naruto broke their kiss and held up a hand before she could remove it. Not yet, but why? She hated how needy she sounded in that moment, how desperate she must seem for him. Haven't we waited long enough? It's not that. His smile was nervous. I have a gift for you. And I know I'll be too tired to remember it later. Desire warred with curiosity. A gift for her name day? He knew what was approaching. What is it? She asked. Taking one hand from hers, he reached back into his satchel. A power. Raella peered at him as he did so. More silencing seals? But he already... Oh my goodness. Her brain briefly blanked and hands flew to her face as her long-lost love withdrew the item in question, then presented it to her. A large dragon egg of mottled bluish-grey mixed with a golden green. She had no doubt at all that it was for her, just as she had a foreboding feeling as to what would happen when she touched it. She shouldn't. This wouldn't simply destabilize Ares' rotten reign, already on its last leg. This would ruin Rhaegar. It would be a true betrayal of her family in its fiercest form. A lifetime ago, she would have hesitated. Now, Raella reached out like an eager girl, cupping her newfound prize in her palms. She felt the heartbeat within and was humbled by it, the enormity of the gift that was being given to her. She didn't dare move as Naruto laid his hands over hers, closed his eyes and mumbled something under his breath. Whatever it was, it worked. She felt a pulse of energy pass through their intertwined fingers and into the egg's shell. The entire thing trembled in her grasp. It was her only warning. And then it hatched in her hands. A gorgeous dragon hatchling burst from the egg, bearing grey-blue scales blending into golden amber, with its 6 wings, 3 to each side, alongside a single tail. It reeled for a moment to shake itself free of the egg's ichor, blinked its golden-green eyes, then arched its little neck back and hollered up at the ceiling. Miraculously, her mind instantly intuited a single word behind that thin, reedy cry. Freedom tilled! Raella laughed incredulously. Hello, little one. She didn't miss Naruto's hum of triumph as his arm encircled her shoulders. Long time no see, Chome. Chapter 37. So did the lion scale the tower to see the dragon queen. Brave was he, that laughing lion, the man without fear. And so he spoke to her, his lady love. Never forsake me, my dragon, and I shall never forsake you. Tilda, a bard's song. Take refuge in audacity, tap, tap, tap. A knock came at Tywin's door, just as he had expected. In truth, he'd been awaiting their arrival for quite some time now. She was late, as was the hour for that matter. Setting aside his ink and quill, Tywin paused to proofread his latest letter, nodded once when he found it satisfactory, then sealed with red ink and stamped his sigil into it before passing the missive off to Grand Maester Pycelle. The man would see it sent by morning. Then dismissed, said Maester for the evening. The doddering old fool left with nary a protest, still feigning that ever-present shuffle in his step as he made for the exit. Ever pretending to be less than he was, that one. Tywin despised such a practice in principle, even as he understood the need for it. With mad dragons about and a rogue prince on the loose, one could never be too careful. That said, He waited until he was certain Picel had departed before he addressed the new arrival at the main entrance to his chambers. "Enter!" Clegane opened the door. Nymeria stalked inside, paused a stone's throw before his desk, and knelt before him, pressing one fist into the floor. She did not bow her head, nor did he expect her to. She simply stared. She'd donned a different face again, he'd noted. This one was a redhead with green eyes. Eerie business, that. According to Nathaniel, she'd recently gained the ability to impersonate someone without removing their face at all. But a sword was still a sword, and hers was sharp, matter how eerie that edge might seem. Moreover, he knew she was loyal to his son beyond a shadow of a doubt, and thus loyal to him. Thus, she could be entrusted with certain tasks that neither he nor Nathaniel could be seen doing, such as tonight's dark deed. Is it done? Yes? Her head bobbed in a nod. He received the gift. Good. He nodded once, pleased by her discretion. There wasn't so much as a drop of blood on her. I trust he sleeps well, then. Another nod. Indeed. With the fishes, it went without saying. John Connington was more than a mere fool. He was a rash fool with ideas, and that made him dangerous. Tywin had no patience for his kind. Certainly not the sort that would see Rhaegar ascend the throne. He had already proven himself reckless during today's meeting of the small council, and that alone was enough to see him sanctioned. But his casual disparagement of Nathaniel was a step too far. Any one of those things alone, Tywin could have tolerated. But all three? Rhaegar already had a woefully small power base amongst the nobles here in King's Landing, and this would erode it yet further. The people might favour him, another matter to address, but even their favour meant nothing without the support of the great houses. There would be suspicion when he returned, of course. The loss of a friend would unsettle the prince. Anger him, obviously. Nothing could be proven. Naturally. After all, Flea Bottom was dangerous at night, was it not? Who could say what might transpire there? Connington had taken a long walk off a short pier, one with great weights tied to his legs. His body wouldn't be found for quite some time. Tywin looked back to Nymeria. And what of your other endeavours? Her unblinking eyes met his. I saw the spider speaking with Magister Illyrio Mopatis in the Street of Silk. Tywin knew that name. A wealthy and admittedly powerful merchant prince from Pentos. The man dealt in all sorts of things. Curious, why was he here in King's Landing? What business did Varys have with him? Matters to be considered later, he supposed. And the others? Merryweather and Chelstead have their own vices. Wine, women, other things. I took note of them. Judging by her distasteful grimace, she'd gotten rather close while doing so. There was nothing she wouldn't do for the sake of the Lannisters. My lord, when the time comes, may I? Tywin scoffed, because he knew full well what she was asking, even if she daren't speak the words aloud. You may deal with them directly in the future, if that is your wish. A look of feral glee crossed her visage before it was quickly suppressed. She paused, tongue working in her mouth before she found the words. Where is my lord? Ah, no doubt she was looking for comfort after her dark deeds. Tywin tutted. He is occupied. The girl's brow furrowed in annoyance. With her? She knew he'd gone to see Rhaella then. He didn't like the look in her eye. Best nip that problem in the bud while he could. You could never hope to have him to yourself, not truly. You know this. His purpose is far too important. She bristled, stung by the remark. He loves me. He certainly does. Tywin surprised her with another nod. Nate often raved about her, and these last few weeks on the road to King's Landing had seen the two of them thick as thieves. See to it that you don't get him killed. Nymeria's head snapped down as she bowed. Neither dagger nor arrow shall harm him. You have my word. Tywin stared her down. I'll hold you to that. He didn't doubt she would stay true. It was all coming together. Nathaniel had already ensured the loyalty of Winterfell and Dorne, while crushing the Greyjoys for their foolish rebellion. Soon he would seize the crown. Cersei would secure the Stormlands through Robert Baratheon, whether she wanted to or not. He had plans for Tyrion and Jaime as well. Once this nasty business with the Targaryens ended and the Lannister legacy was secure, he would see Jaime released from his Kingsguard vows and dangle him before the lords and ladies of Westeros in search of a suitable match. Likewise, Tyrion would have his own part to play in the years to come, though he had yet to decide what that part would be. Didn't Mace Tyrell have a newly born daughter? Granted, she was but a babe for now, having only just seen her first name day. Yet still. 9 years wasn't such a difference. Tyrion had proven himself capable and clever even as a third son, and Tywin was prepared to reward such due diligence. If the boy was still fond of Clegane's little sister by the time he came of age, he could always take her on as a mistress. Thoughts for later, he supposed. Nymeria rose with a huff, no doubt divining his distraction. "May I depart?" Tywin nodded one last time. "You may, but leave my son be for now. The two of you cannot be seen together in this place." A flash of hurt danced through her gaze and she inhaled audibly, nearly hissing like a cat. The faceless woman spun on her heel, intent to storm out. Gods, but she reminded him so much of Cersei sometimes. He couldn't let her leave like that, if only because he knew she'd get up to something foolish. Blast, but Nathaniel was making him soft. "Nymeria." The faceless woman paused just shy of the threshold, but kept her back to him, the greatest sign of defiance he'd seen in her yet. Still, she didn't depart, so Tywin took the opportunity to reel her back in. Rising from his desk, he circled around it, strode to her side and laid a hand on her shoulder. He'd never been one to mince words before, and he certainly wasn't about to now. "You are a credit to this family. I consider you a daughter in all but blood." He did, insomuch as he would one who didn't have Lannister blood running through her veins. "Continue as you have, and I shall see you rewarded beyond your wildest dreams. Likewise, the stain will be removed from your name." Her shoulders shivered. She knew what he was offering her. With but a word and the sweep of a quill, she wouldn't be a bastard anymore. Not the spawn of an ill-fated knight of passion, but would be a true Targaryen. That would make her all but royalty in the era to come. "I know these last 2 years have been difficult for you, but hold fast." He squeezed her shoulder in what he hoped was a reassuring manner. "It's nearly over." Nymeria shivered again. He knew she craved praise and acceptance. The latter she possessed aplenty, yet the former had been in short supply as of late. Hers had been a thankless task indeed. She was their dagger in the dark, fending off any and all threats that came for the family in the shadows. And there had been many, so many. In a sense, the defiance of Duskendale was almost a relief, if only because it meant those meddling fools had ceased for the moment. Nymeria reached up and clasped his hand. "I despise King's Landing. How much longer will we be in this place?" Assuming things went according to plan and they pulled off a bloodless coup, not long at all. Left unsaid was what might transpire if things became complicated. At length she looked his way. "Swear to me that I'll have a place by your son's side once this is done." Such a precocious girl. Tywin barked a rare laugh. Truly, she and Cersei were 2 peas in a pod. Small wonder she'd taken to training her. The difference being, of course, that he didn't mind Nymeria being near Nathaniel. She was good for him, a way of keeping his son sharp when he might have otherwise grown soft with sentiment. Cersei, on the other hand? No. Best not think about that at the moment. "You have my word," he said at last, knowing what she wanted to hear. "A Lannister pays his debts, as you well know." Something softened in her gaze, and she almost seemed to sag in his grasp. "I'm tired, my lord." "May I be excused?" Tywin released her shoulder. "You may." Nymeria scarpered fled, more like all but hastening out the room. Clegane watched her go with a rueful look, his healed face betraying none of the concern he felt. "She'll remember that, my lord." Tywin watched her go with a sigh. Good. See to it that she doesn't do anything foolish. He hoped that girl wouldn't become a problem. Tilda. What should we do with him? What indeed? Having a baby dragon was a problem. Naruto agreed wholeheartedly. That was the proverbial question, wasn't it? What should one do with a sleepy baby Biju dragon? It was easy to say, let him rest. And he had, after being fed and given a chance to rest, but keeping him hidden here in Rhaella's room was very much a stopgap measure that wouldn't last come morning. Someone would see Chome, then all hells would break loose. Truth be told, Naruto didn't have an answer for said question or dragon. Just yet, but he was working on it as best he could. Really? That was a thing. He was definitely doing it. In all fairness, there was a perfectly good reason he hadn't come up with anything. Because, you see, Queen Rhaella Targaryen was being terribly distracting at the moment in more ways than one. She'd all but pinned him to the bed with her hips, locked her legs against his, and sat firmly atop a rather, sensitive place. Coupled with the fact that she was wearing naught but a thin nightgown of diaphanous silk, and the fact that he could both see and feel every inch of her pressing against him. Suffice to say, he couldn't think straight at the moment. If Raella had her way, she probably would have latched onto his wrists with both hands, torn off all his clothes, and ravaged him until dawn. Make no mistake, she would have too. Alas, she couldn't, given her arms were currently cradling a sleeping baby dragon against her bosom. Lucky little bastard. He grit his teeth, brow furrowed at the sight. We'll deal with him in the morning. Raella caught him staring, and her pale visage lit up in a smile, violet eyes sparkling with manifold mirth. Jealous, are we? Of him? He scoffed at the lazy lizard presently snoring away. Hardly. Is that so? She granted him a sensual smile and began to move her hips against his in a long, undulating movement, the friction of which threatened to drive him mad. Blast, but his trousers and her gown were in the way. Worse for him, she knew that and kept grinding herself against him anyway, tormenting him with her touch. He bit back a groan. You're good at that. The Queen tossed her head with a pleased hum, idly tucking a stray strand of pale hair behind her right ear with one hand. When I was but a girl, my mother paid for the finest women in Les to teach me the way of the 7 sighs. Her eyes met his, half-lidded, all but preening as continued to gently rock her body against his. You won't find me some blushing virgin. Right. He may have restored her youth, and more, but she was older than him, wasn't she? Experienced, too. Inevitably, his gaze drifted down to her toned stomach beneath her gown, followed by her thighs. Two could play that game. Propping himself up on his elbows, he laid one hand upon her left leg, pushed her gown back, and began running his fingers across her pale skin. From there, he continued, lazily tracing a slow circle against her inner thigh, gradually moving deeper as he went, thoroughly massaging her with his fingers until he reached. Oh! Raella gasped in surprise at first, both at his boldness and the sudden sensation, but only for a moment. Her surprised cry soon faded in a sultry hum once she realized what he intended. She didn't stop moving her hips against him. On the contrary, she leaned into his hand all the more. Biting her lip, she gazed down at him, eyes glazed, breaths coming in short gasps as he deftly administered to her every need. It wasn't long before she was all but writhing against him, begging for more. When she finally spoke, it was all she could do to get the words out. Where did you learn this? You won't find me lacking either, he replied, continuing his torment of her. You'd be amazed what a Dornish princess can teach you, she tutted, clearly undone by him. I don't want to talk about other women right now. In this moment, you're... Without warning, her voice peaked and her body betrayed her, bucking against his in wanton need. Victory! Naruto leaned back with a smug smirk, darkly triumphant. You were saying? Raella glared at him, panting, struggling to recover. That was unfair. His grin grew. Point for him. Her eyes blazed with lust, and too late he realized he might have made a mistake. Raella didn't give him time to regret his decision. Deftly shifting Chome to rest against her left arm, she thereby freed her right hand to reach out, seize him by the chin, and drag his face up to hers. Her lips met his fiercely, burning with repressed passion unleashed in all its fiery glory, driving him down to the bed with a swarm of hungry kisses. He couldn't help but return them in kind, laughing a little now as the Queen used her bare feet to help him kick out his boots. Alas, his trousers remained where they were, much to her annoyance. Beloved. She lowered her voice and laid a hand upon his cheek, caressing his face. If you don't remove your pants and start fucking me properly, I am going to be very cross with you. He laughed outright. I could say the same of your gown, but one of your arms seemed to be preoccupied at the moment. In truth, he didn't think she'd rise to the challenge. She'd been far too preoccupied with holding Chome, much like a mother would her child. It had become blindingly apparent that Raella adored the baby Biju dragon as though it were own, and in a sense, he supposed it was. Someday she'd ride her dragon into battle, but for now she seemed obsessed with holding him. Imagine his surprise then, when she plucked one of the pillows from the bed, gently set Chome atop at the foot of said bed, then turned to face him in her entirety. Oh dear. The moment both her arms were free, Raella reached down, grabbed her nightgown, and tore it clean off. He heard the fabric rip in her haste to remove it. She cast it over her shoulder where it landed atop the sleeping Chome's many wings, provided the slumbering dragon with an impromptu blanket of sorts as the queen shed her only article clothing. She wasn't wearing anything beneath. He'd already known that, mind you. Glimpsed it, felt it, but seeing was, as they say, believing. Raella bared herself to him without hesitation, yet the moment their eyes met, it was she who faltered, she who crossed both arms over her full bosom, she who averted her gaze, almost as though she were ashamed. Oddly enough, the thought made him angry. She had nothing to be ashamed about. He'd more than restored her youth. He'd brought her back to her prime, filling her with vim and vigour. Yes, that had caused some small suspicion in the court, but he considered it a worthy sacrifice to see her happy. Let the realm run rife in rampant rumours. Here and now they had each other. Kurama would have called that corny. For him it was simply the truth. They'd formed a powerful bond over these years, and here, now with them finally face to face, not in dreams but flesh, he couldn't help himself. Without a second thought, he reached up and laid a hand on her cheek, steering her face back to his. He wasn't surprised to find tears in her eyes. Not when her hands sought his face, nor her lips his. She latched onto him and kissed him fiercely, as though she were afraid he might evaporate in her arms. All her joy was wrapped in a fine film of fear, poisoning her every thought, tainting her happiness. That wouldn't do. Frowning, he pulled her close, allowing her to lay atop him. "What's wrong?" "I find myself overcome," she confessed on a thread of breath, words little more than a whisper as she pressed her face into his chest. "I keep expecting something to go wrong. The bells will start ringing, Eris will return somehow, or Rhaegar will do something inordinately stupid and, all right, cutting that off at the pass." Naruto coughed pointedly into a fist before her concerns could consume her. "I have something else for you." Delving a hand into the pocket of his trousers, he withdrew a small velvet box, no larger than his thumb. Raella lifted her head, quietly confused by the sight, but he didn't give her a chance to inquire. Opening it, he held it out to her, or rather the contents within. Her violet eyes swept toward it and her gaze narrowed, first in confusion, then she jolted upright with a start, sitting atop his lap. "Is that a—" Looking back, Naruto knew he would forever savor this scene, this moment, the sound she made. It was a noise caught somewhere between a sob and a sigh and a shout. Her gaze snapped toward him, back to the box, then to him again. Judging by the sheer gibberish that followed, she appeared to have momentarily lost the ability to speak. It took a monumental effort on his part to hold his own tongue and not laugh at how cute she was being right now, if only because he knew she'd absolutely stab him if he mocked her. And so he simply continued holding the small box out to her, inviting her to take its contents. 2 paired rings awaited her within, their purpose clear. Raella gazed upon them and laughed helplessly. He sympathized with her. He'd once offered her a ring in a dream long ago. The object in question hadn't been real, didn't exist in the physical world. But that was then. This was now. Now she trembled, if only because she was one of the few, the only, who knew of the marriage customs of his old world. Even then he wondered if he might have broken her, because she'd since ceased making any noise altogether and gone incredibly still. He winked her way. "Now we just have to find ourselves a priest. I suppose your term would be a septon, wouldn't it?" A wry laugh escaped him. "Sorry, I still get the 2 confused." Rather than speak, her gaze flitted down to the first ruby-red ring within, encased in a fine band of gold bearing the likeness of a lion, and then to its pair, a silver ring etched with a peerless sapphire, the gem caught within the maw of some great dragon. There was no trace of negativity within her now, only a radiant joy that eclipsed everything else. As he looked on, she trembled atop him. Tears welled up in her eyes, rolled down her cheeks, tumbled down to fall upon her bare breasts as she sobbed softly in quiet disbelief. "You planned this, didn't you?" "Ah, good." She had her voice back. He'd been worried there for a moment. "I did promise you a proper ring when we met," he granted her a wry smile. "A Lannister pays his debts, you know." With one hand, he took the red ring and slid it onto her finger, then allowed her to do the same for the silver when she finally found the strength to move. It fit his finger perfectly. Of course it did. He'd been careful with his own measurements, and Mother had happily supplied Rhaella's for him once he revealed his intentions. A perfect fit. Taking the Targaryen queen's hand in his, he looked up at her, and never letting his eyes leave hers, laid a gentle kiss upon her knuckles. Then, for her benefit, He said the words he knew she'd been longing to hear from the moment they reunited. "Hello, wife. I've missed you." They were the straw that broke the dragon's back, the fateful poke that sent her over the edge. She tackled him. There was no transition between one moment and the next. The instant he said those words, Raella slammed into him. Breath burst from his lungs as she barreled him back into the bed and pushed him into the pillows. It didn't so much sting as startle him. Her eyes met his, blazing with desire, nothing left to shackle, no restraint nor the tattered threads of her own patience. Oh dear. Perhaps he'd pushed her a tad too far. She looked like she wanted to devour him. Husband. Raella all but hummed the word as she loomed over him. "First you present me yourself, then a dragon, now a ring." "Are you trying to drive me mad with desire?" Chome snorted in his sleep, blissfully unaware of what was about to happen. Treacherous little bastard was lucky. He, on the other hand, was about to experience a very different kind of luck. Gonna be so sore tomorrow. One last valiant attempt was made on his part to save himself from what was to come. "Would you believe me if I said I just wanted to see you smile?" Her eyes watered anew. Husband. What? It was true. After everything she'd been through, she deserved all the happiness this warped, wicked world had to offer. And he would give it to her come hell or high water. Still, she'd inadvertently put him on the spot here, to declare his affections aloud to a woman who was older than him, despite her rather recent rejuvenation. Left him feeling flustered for the first time in forever. "I mean, I'd say I love you, but you know that already, don't you?" He slipped back into his old manner of speech without thinking. "I adore you, I treasure you, I want to build a life with you." "Husband," he barreled on, fearing he might have upset her. "And I know you might not be ready for that after all the shit you've grown through." He was babbling now, yet he couldn't help himself. "But I swear, I won't let Eris or Rhaegar touch you, and if they do, I'll chop off their—" Shella pressed a finger to his lips, silencing him. "Husband." My, but she enjoyed using that word, didn't she? "I understand. Now shush." Naruto shushed up. Raella took full advantage of his silence and leaned in, pinning him completely, and he was content to let her. "I am yours." She whispered the words, lips moving over his, mouth brushing his in a feather-light kiss while she spoke. "As you and your brides-to-be are mine, for all time." Her eyes strayed lower to his pants, and speaking of mine, uh-oh. She didn't give him time for a clever quip. She latched onto his trousers and ripped them clean off him, breeches and all. Fortunately for him, he'd packed a spare in his satchel, and Raella pinched his cheek, not harshly as a certain Pinkette once did long ago, but fondly, gently, tugging him back to reality. "Do pay attention, husband." Laughter bubbled up in him as she nuzzled her nose against his. "You're going to use that word at every opportunity, aren't you?" "Of course I am." Her pale face dimpled in a haughty smirk. "You are the husband I chose, just as my mother chose hers." "Really now?" His curiosity piqued, briefly winning out over his base desires. "Really? You never told me about—" Rhaella kissed him and bit his lip with an aggravated growl. "Sex! Now! Before little Chome wakes up. Such a demanding queen I have." She quirked an arch brow, channeling every bit of her ancient ancestors and every Targaryen yet to be born. "Would you have me any other way, sir?" Such a silly question. One he already knew the answer to. He gave her nose a quick peck. "Never." Raella kissed him anew in return, took a hold of him with both hands, settled herself firmly in his lap, planted her palms on his chest and began to move. His hands settled on her hips in return, holding fast, spurring her on as she arched her back. Gods, but she was good at that. Too good. It was enough to drive a man mad. Unwilling to simply be a passive party in their lovemaking as she ground herself against him, he soon sat up and pulled her in against him completely. To which his lady love laughed, linked both arms around his neck, and held on, for dear life, pushing her hips into his with increasing speed. Her mouth sought his in a hungry kiss, one he was all too happy to reciprocate as her bountiful bosom pressed against his chest. Laughing anew, she pressed into him, riding him with a delighted noise. In the delicious friction that followed, all thoughts of history and dragons fell away. They had only one another. To call what followed gentle or tame would have been a jest. It was not. Indeed, this was anything but. They ravaged each other. Her fingernails bit into his back, drawing deep scratches, pleasure mingling with pain as her legs locked around his hips, preventing him from pulling away. Not that he would have. He whirled and pressed her against the headboard, and soon enough she was gasping out his name, urging him on, harder, better, faster, stronger. Finding release wasn't merely a matter of if, but when, and once they had, it wasn't enough for either of them. Not nearly. How could it be, when they'd spent us so long apart talking only in letters and dreams, and only just now come face to face with one another? He wasn't satisfied, and neither was she. The moment Raella caught her breath, she pounced. He was happy to let her. From there, they went at it again and again and again. Every position they could think of, exploring one another's bodies to the fullest of delights. All the while, Raella insisted on looking him in the eye. Indeed, she seemed determined not to take her gaze from his. Nor would he hers. He wasn't sure how much time passed after their second time. Nor their third or fourth or even the fifth. Seconds. No. Minutes. Maybe. Hours! Definitely. Thank the sage for those silencing seals. They would have woken half the castle with the ruckus they made. He pitied poor Jamie standing guard. Eventually, however, even their enhanced stamina gave out, leaving them spent, slick and sated, sprawled out on a very much broken bed amidst the wreckage of Raella's room. Calling it a mess would have been kind. It was a ruin. The servants would doubtlessly think she'd thrown a tantrum come morning. Raella nuzzled her head into his neck, distracting him from reality. He kissed her forehead, to which she sighed and nuzzled closer. I'll be sore tomorrow. So would he. Naruto would have laughed, had he the energy for it. Instead, he flounced back amidst the bed and leaned against Raella. They lay there in companionable silence for what felt like a small eternity before she grew impatient and tumbled atop him once more. From there, she began toying with his necklace, fingers playing with the golden chain and the carefully crafted shard of steel therein. It was a delicate thing, inscribed with a great many seals, the glittering ink of which caught her eye. What's this? A countermeasure. He batted her hand away. Don't touch, she frowned. I thought we weren't keeping secrets from one another. Naruto granted her a wry grin. We're not. I just don't want you setting this off. When faced with the weight of his words, her already pale visage became momentarily pallid. It's that dangerous? Yes. Very well. The Queen conceded the point with a huff, but only for a moment. Scooting closer, she nuzzled his nose with hers, delighting in their close proximity to one another. Speaking of secrets, I need to meet that faceless girl of yours. Faceless woman, actually. He corrected her as she embraced him anew. Important distinction, that. Is it now? She giggled into his shoulder. I wonder what the rest of them are like. You speak so highly of them. A rueful smiled, hugged at the corner of his mouth. Nymeria's tough as nails and great in a fight. Liana's a bit wild, honestly. The two of you would get alone. Then there's Elia, bold, brash, but surprisingly kind. Cersei, well, she's a bit of a tsundere, honestly, so if she says anything waspish, she really doesn't mean. Raella cut him off with a confused noise. Tsun what now? Right. You don't know what that word means. He planted a kiss on her collarbone, drawing a pleased shiver from her. I'll explain it someday. Preferably before I meet your lady loves, she sulked into him. My dragon is the smallest among them. I fear I'll be mocked for it. Chome will grow, he reassured her. Quickly, I hope? Naruto considered the sleeping dragon with a keen eye. Somehow, some way, somewhere, Chome had remained blissfully asleep despite it all. Still perched upon his was larger than Kurama had been when he first hatched. He supposed that spoke for something. Raella laid a hand on his chest. What troubles you, my love? Many things. Cersei chief among them. He told her of his concerns. Raella blanched. You left without saying goodbye to your sister? Your own flesh and blood? Naruto kept quiet and pointedly averted his gaze. She smacked his chest. Nathaniel! I didn't have much choice in the matter, you know, he grumbled back at her. Or Tywin father all but rushed me out of the rock as soon as we received your message. The Queen wasn't having it. She pinched his ear. You must speak to her at the first opportunity. Wounds like that left alone, often faster. My parents had a vicious fight, and when my father passed, things were never properly healed between them. You can reach her in her dreams, can you? He sighed and rolled over. I don't want to talk about Cersei right now. She moved with him and laid her chin on his shoulder, bless her soul. We have been over this, have we not? You may be siblings in blood, but not soul. I fail to see the problem with the two of you coupling. Have you told her your true nature? I have. Good. She laid a kiss on his neck. There is much wrong with the realm at the moment, and my family is much a part of it. See to yours while you still can. Maybe she had a point. I will. Wonderful. She pulled him upright. Now let us speak of more pleasant things. I want you atop me. He guffawed openly. We just went at it for hours. And I am not sated. She granted him an arch look. Are you? Now that he had a chance to catch his breath? No, honestly. She flashed him a dazzling smile and more of her bosom besides as she bid him pin her to the bed. Sensational. Now fuck me until I can't think straight. I don't plan on walking tomorrow. Laughing, he tumbled over her and pinned her to the bed. She gazed up at him breathlessly, his eyes narrow, a little smile crossing her lips. Chome awoke with a sudden yawn, ruining the moment. Food. Rayla leaned back with a sigh. Blast it all. Naruto's sigh echoed her own. Blue-balled again. Chome had ever been chirpy even as tailed beast, and he was no different as a dragon. Now that he was awake and rested, he came bounding over like a curious puppy, wings vibrating against his back. A dragon with 6 wings was a wonder to behold. In terms of colour, they rather resembled his bijou form. While the outside was a cobalt blue like much of his scales, the underside was a vivid golden green bleeding into red. They looked strong. He hoped he would be. Even if the little bastard had interrupted them. Again. Rayella, for her part, switched gears immediately and opened her arms to the hatchling. Awake, are you? Come here, little one. Mother's right here. Naruto tutted. You're treating him like a baby, you know. Chome's tail twitched. Of course. Rayella beamed up at him as she took the hatchling up against her breast. This is our child. We hatched him together. He's ours. But wouldn't you rather have an actual child? She preened and he had the strangest feeling he'd walked into a trap. Well, yes, I'd like one of those as well. How does the name Daenerys strike you? Upside the head. It sounded like destiny, and they had discussed this before, not that he'd remind her. That's a girl's name. How do you know it won't be a boy? She huffed. I have had quite enough Targaryen boys for one lifetime. Softer now, she looked upon him. As of you, I suspect. Of that, she spoke truly. For a fleeting moment, he experienced a vision of her. A young girl with pale skin and silver hair in a blue gown. She would be the best of both them, her little violet blue eyes crinkling as she ran up to him and reached out for him, face crinkling in a smile when she demanded to be picked up. Papa! Ugh! He shook his head fiercely to the dispel vision, but the image lingered behind his eyelids when he closed them. Rayella noticed and curled herself around Chome like a mother dragon herself. Very much, then. A merry little giggle fled from her lips as she did so. Eris will lose his mind. Naruto couldn't quite hold back a rueful chuckle of his own. What's left of it? And what of Rhaegar? What of him? She huffed angrily, tossing her head ready to spit. We hatched this dragon, not him. My son shall have no claim on it. But if he tries? Her eyes narrowed to slits. Then I shall scratch his eyes out. She was right. There could be no hiding Chome, no taking this back, not here in King's Landing. They could say he hatched in the hearth, as dragons were so often wont to do. Varys might even support such a proposition, given he'd handed the egg over to him in the first place. Take refuge in audacity. The spider had told him he would have what he sought, provided he had the stomach to take it. Maybe he was being too cautious. Maybe now it was time for action. A plan came to him just then. He told Rayla of it. By the end, she leaned back, looking equally amused and alarmed. The small council will lose their minds. Do you think such a scheme will work? A dragon hasn't hatched here in King's Landing for decades, if not centuries. They'll be hard-pressed to believe you. It will be the talk of the keep, if not for a while itself. You're a Targaryen. No one should bat an eye. Still, she dithered. Eris will be furious, assuming he survives. To say nothing of Rhaegar. Good. Naruto snorted. Then perhaps we shall get a better measure of him then. There was much to do. He rose from the bed without thinking. I should go. I need to prepare. Rayla seized his wrist. And where do you think you're going, husband? He frowned down at her. To bed? Her gaze went half-lidded. Yes, you are. She yanked him down and pinned him with her legs, refusing to let him up, even when he protested. If her eyes had been bright before, they were blazing now. Oh dear. Do you have any idea how long I've waited for this? Baring her teeth at him, she shooed Chome out of her grasp, the better to grasp him instead. You are not leaving this room tonight, not until sunrise, nay, till dawn itself. The barest beginnings of a grin touched the corner of his mouth as he let her have her way with him. "Is that a command, my wife?" Raella huffed and planted herself atop him, already leaning forward to kiss him once more. "It most certainly is, my husband." Chome made an exasperated noise and covered his face with one of his many wings. Naruto laughed helplessly, surrendering to her. "As you command, then." There was no sleep that night. Chapter 38. Some say Princess Daenerys was conceived that very night. And we all know what followed her birth, don't we? Your brother was ever a bold one. I believe he took my words a tad too literally and decided to forsake subtlety altogether for the sake of his lady love. Some say he leads with his heart, not his head. It often gets him into trouble. And what do you say, Varys? Nothing, my lord. I am but a spider, spinning my web in the garden. I listen. I live and I learn. To what end? Surviving is one thing, but surely you must have an endgame to all of this. Oh, I do. But if we're going to play such a game, you'll have to start. Tilda Varys and Tyrion, a future scene. Are you not entertained? Part 1. Come the dawn, Naruto made his escape. Carefully, of course, disguised as a servant rather than a lord. One could never be too careful in the Red Keep. He patted Chome's back, placed a quick kiss on Raiella's forehead, and then quietly, so as not to wake the queen nor her dragon, slipped out of her chambers. She hadn't let him sleep a jot. In the end, she'd been the one to collapse from sheer exhaustion, not he. Uzumaki's stamina was legendary, even in another life. He took pride in that. Thad said the halls were oddly absent of servants and ladies in waiting. Moreover, he didn't sense anyone else, save Jaime at the door. Anywhere nearby, for that matter. Varys stewing, perhaps? Whatever the case, he wasn't one to look a gift horse in the mouth and made his good escape. In the end, none saw him save Jaime, who took one look at his utterly dishevelled state and remarked, "Did you even sleep?" Naruto granted him a wry grin, winked once, and was gone. From there, he hurriedly hastened back to his own quarters in the keep and made ready. It was a simple matter to lock the door, destroy his disguise, pound his pillow with a fist until it looked like he'd been sleeping, then fling himself down upon the mattress and rest until the servants came in. He didn't wait long. Sometime later he heard a startled shriek echo down the halls. Seemed the servants had entered Raella's room and seen the dragon. Rumours would run rampant through the halls soon enough. He knew what would come next, and he hid a smile into the pillow as allowed himself to drift off, content to claim what little sleep he could before all hells broke loose. Maybe he could use this chance to speak with Cersei and settle things between the two of them. It was not to be. His sister must have been already awake at this hour or simply busy, because he couldn't reach her, no matter how hard he tried. How unlike her. He knew for a fact that Cersei loved sleeping in and would at every opportunity. That she hadn't concerned him. He couldn't reach Mother or Tyrion either, which only concerned him all the more. He wound up sleeping restlessly instead, unable to truly slumber, concern twisting in his heart like a gnarled old root. He'd always hated being away from home. Only a few hours into his nap, Jaime banged at the door and awoke him, informing him he'd been summoned for a meeting with the small council. That, at least, was going according to plan. It was so very nice when things did. Naruto dragged on a fresh outfit and fought down a bittersweet smile all the way to the door. Sure enough, his elder brother awaited him on other side, looking somewhat worse for the wear. Right. He'd been given the night watch, hadn't he? Someone must have roused him that, or he decided to deliver this message himself. He felt a fresh upswing of pity at the sight of him. Poor bugger looked like he was about to fall over. Even so, Jaime eyed him curiously. "You've got an odd look about you today. What are you up to?" Naruto willed his face into a mask of stern composure as he slipped outside. "I don't know what you mean. Shouldn't you be getting some sleep?" Jaime fell into step with him. "I caught a few hours, Nate. I'm fine." Naruto frowned at him over his shoulder. "Jimmy, I'm just fine." His sibling remained implacable, idly nudging him with an armored elbow. "I've not seen you or father in years. Can I not spend time with you while you're here?" Naruto winced. "Well, mostly you." Jaime winked, too wrapped up in nostalgia to notice. "Father's just the same as he always was. A few more wrinkles, perhaps, and I see you've given him some grey hairs." Naruto couldn't quite contain the bittersweet laugh that leaped from his lips just then. Jaime kept going, blissfully unaware of the fact. "How's Mother?" Her and the rest of the family, he meant. Naruto heard his brother's unspoken need in and felt his heart lurch anew in guilt. Jamie hadn't seen them in ages. Had any of their letters to him even gotten through? Probably not. Eris was a proper petty bastard. He wouldn't put it past him to have any missives from the rock burned outright. They still had a bit of a walk before they reached the Tower of the Hand where the current small council meeting was being held, he supposed. May as well have a chat. Mother hasn't changed much. That was that. Once he mentioned Joanna, he had to tell him about Tyrion, Cersei, and all the rest. She still likes to help the castle's cook bake those little cakes. The ones with lemon in them? Naruto snapped his fingers. The very same. Shimi sighed wistfully. I miss those. We don't exactly have feasts in the Kingsguard. They're not starving us, mind you. At his alarmed expression, he hastened to raise his right hand and reassure him. We eat more modest fare. Bread, cheese and the like. A bit of pheasant, here and there. Naruto wrinkled his nose. You should eat with us tonight, Jamie grimaced. I'd like to, of course, but you know the rules. Hang the rules! He rounded on him, baring his teeth. You're my brother. If I say you're having supper with us, then you're bloody well having supper with us. In that moment, he couldn't help but notice just how thin his brother looked. You could do with a proper meal. Unwilling to give him a chance to argue, he changed tact on him. Tyrion's taller every day, by the way. Jamie accepted the olive branch for what it was. Is he now? I was afraid he'd be a dwarf. Naruto clapped him on the back. Not at all. He misses you, you know. The smallest of smiles tugged at his brother's face. I'm amazed he remembers me at all. He was so young when I left. Well, he did, and he does. Cersei and I have told him all sorts of stories about you. A complicated expression crossed Jamie's gaunt visage. How is she? Naruto made no attempt to hide his smile. Lively and helpful. Jamie's brow shot into his hair. Our sister. He didn't miss the note of disbelief in Jamie's voice. Helpful? Does the sun set in the east and rise in the west now? Naruto elbowed him. A lot's changed since you left. Clearly. What's next? Will you grow a beard? Never. I'd sooner chop off my hand. Careful now, you only have 2 of those. Naruto tutted. And you can only swing a sword with 1, whereas I can with 2. Woe is you. Hey! Gradually he found himself warming to their banter as they climbed the stairs leading to the Tower of the Hand. It was so easy to forget that years really had passed since he'd seen Shimi last. His brother had willingly offered himself up as a means to both deflect and distract Eris, but the truth of the matter was he hadn't thought about him overmuch in quite some time now. The occasional parting thought, yes, but little beyond that. He'd been so consumed by his sordid schemes and potential plots as of late, too busy rearing dragons and making ready for war, that he'd seldom thought of his older brother. He hadn't meant to ignore Jaime, but there was always something else to worry about. The thought shamed him. He clasped his brother's forearm. I'm sorry we couldn't come for you sooner. Don't be. Shimi tousled his hair like the boy he no longer was. The first year was rough, I admit, but the atmosphere's improved as of late. That would be your doing, brother. The words were left unsaid. Naruto batted his hand down and nudged him back. If you say so. He supposed things had improved with the Mad King's absence. There was a lightening of the air, and the servants didn't seem quite so fearful of having their tongues cut out. Insanity aside, Eris wouldn't live much longer, even if he was freed from Duskendale's dungeons. He'd already lost an arm, a leg, and an eye to his mysterious illness, not to mention various other bits of himself besides. Bastard was probably still flaying himself bloody scratching even now, wherever the Darklings had stashed him. Such a horrid thing, wasn't it, this disease of his? Such a pity none could find a cure. Such a shame, truly. Naruto would take the secret of it to his grave. He'd taken a risk in inflicting Eris knowing he might spread the contagion to others in the early days, but thankfully the act paid off in spades. Not only had he hastened the Mad King's downfall in the days leading up to his capture, but he'd made everyone afraid to so much as touch him without gloves. Even assuming he was wrested from the dungeons in the months to come, his madness would only be exacerbated by his captivity. He was supposedly a lunatic already. Who knew what he would like now? The man would have an absolute fit once he returned. If he returned. All they needed was for him to make one wrong move, and in doing so, overtly act against them. Once that happened, calling it a coup sounded so very gauche, but he couldn't find any other word for it. Already much of the path had been cleared. Rayla was firmly on their side. Viserys had been removed from the board altogether, though he found the act distasteful, which only left Rhaegar as the last remaining obstacle, one that would be removed just as soon as they found the opportunity. It was almost a shame. Rhaegar meant, well, really, he did. In another life, they might have become fast friends. Anyone who relied upon the power of prophecy and listened to the whispers of old crones could not be trusted with the realm. As a soldier, yes, a noble perhaps, but not as a prince, and certainly not the king. And who was to say he wouldn't become another heiress? No one. The prince was half daft already, just as his father had been in his youth. He'd be the first to admit his reasons were personal. Ever since the near disaster at Casterly Rock, he touched my sister. He laid his hands on her. He dies. And it had to be death, didn't it? They could hardly afford to exile him, not when he might return with an army at his back. Once the mad dragon and his son were toppled, Rhaella would declare him her husband. They could bring the dragons out of hiding and everything would fall into place. Of course, there was no telling whether or not this truly would work. The realm might revolt. They were so close to the endgame now, so very close. But things could go either way. They had to be safe, had to be certain, had to be sure. Jaime flicked the back of his head, jarring him painfully. Lost in your thoughts again, are we? Naruto blinked, drawn from his reverie by those words. His brother must have been talking for quite some time to resort to that. Just thinking, he muttered under his breath. Jaime prodded him. What about? The future. He gestured to the sweeping halls stretching before them as they cleared the stairs. Do you ever get used to all this? Not really, no, his brother replied. In truth, I'll be glad to see the back of it. Naruto nearly tripped on the spot. Father's releasing you from your vows? That would certainly be explosive, to say the least. Not as such, Jaime hedged. At least not yet. Naruto could imagine why. Plans within plans, plots within plots, ploy after ploy. Aerys was finally out of the capital for the first time in forever, and in his absence, Tywin held almost all the power as Hand of the King. Why not free Jaime now while they could? Father must have a reason for keeping Jaime on TBA's God's forsaken place. Keeping Jaime close to Aerys hobbled the Lannisters. Yes, gave the king a hostage to use against them in the event they rebelled. But what if one considered the opposite? As Kingsguard, Jaime was closest to the king at all hours of the day. He was a hostage, yes, but an armed hostage, one supremely skilled with a blade. Aerys was feeble and weak. If, by some miracle, he returned to King's Landing and this farce escalated into war, it would only take a single thrust of a sword to end his life. An awful thought dawned, one almost too horrible to bear. Kingslayer, Oathbreaker, man without honor. Was that Tywin's intention? No, no, no. Naruto held up a hand, both to forestall that awful thought, as well as an explanation on his brother's part. Don't tell me. It's best if I don't know. After all, knights seemed honorable when honor was called into question. But how did one defend the honor of a mad king? A man who burned his enemies, spewed obscenities, slaughtered anyone who dared stand against him. A king so hated that one of his own vassals kidnapped him. How did you defend a man like that? Answer! You didn't. He instead focused on the task at hand, because next came the matter of Chome. Truth be told, he had considered informing Tywin and Jaime of him beforehand, but ultimately decided against doing so. It was a necessary deception on his part. His father needed to seem surprised like the rest, lest he fall under suspicion of doing something untoward. No, in the end, he would be just as shocked as the rest. Jaime doubly so. He wanted to surprise him. At least now he'd get to see his reaction firsthand. At long last, the door awaited. Jaime quirked a brow. Shall we, little brother? Naruto elbowed him. I'm nearly as tall as you now. Only nearly? Jaime cocked his head. Is that a new measurement? I wasn't aware of it. Gods, but he'd missed him. Sweeping into the room, he entered and took a seat near the head of the table with Jaime watching his back. No one dared protest this time. Idly, he noticed a few changes this time around. Or rather, absences. Quarlton Chelstead and Orton Merryweather were the same as ever, alongside Varys and Pycelle. Lord John Connington's absence was immediately noted, as was the lack of Sir Gerald Hightower. Sir Barristan Selmy was present, however, which suggested a deliberate slight on the Lord Commander's part, only furthering his distaste for them. He'd no idea where Connington had gone, nor why the supposed Master of Laws was deliberately flouting this meeting, but if he thought to curry favour by doing so, he was sorely mistaken. Tywin Lannister had no patience for idiots nor fools, and he'd begun to think Lord Connington was both. And speaking of fools, Selmy looked at Jaime and coughed pointedly into a fist. Jaime granted him a roguish grin and absolutely refused to acknowledge the issue. "Are you unwell, sir?" "Lannister." The older man sighed, dragging his family name out. "You're in the wrong place again." "For crying out loud!" Naruto felt his already tempered dislike of the legendary knight harden into diamond. The man might be one of the most skilled swordsmen this side of Westeros, but he was such a bore when it came to oaths and honor. Promises were meant to be kept, certainly, but there came a point where common sense should prevail over hidebound precepts. And right now Barristan wasn't being sensible at all. What harm was there in letting Jaime stand by his side? Hadn't he suffered enough? After all this? But no. Barristan had to cling to his outdated concept of honor. Consequences be damned, because that was the only way he knew how to be. To think he'd admired this man once, wanted to be just like him. What a fool he was. In his anger, his tongue betrayed him. "How skilled are you with that sword, Selmy?" The small council went still. Barristan bristled. "I beg your pardon, sir." Jaime muttered "don't" under his breath, but that wasn't enough to stop him. "Your sword." Naruto swore inwardly at himself even as he uttered the words, because it truly was too late to take them back now. He was risking everything simply for his brother's honor. But the plan suddenly held very little meaning to him now, because a black rage had awakened in him, and with it a red thirst for retribution. He wouldn't be denied by anyone short of Tywin himself, and father wasn't here. "How many battles have you won with that blade?" Barristan's rigid expression loosened somewhat as he gazed down at the weapon in question. After a moment's pause, he laid a hand on his trusty partner's hilt and turned contemplative. "It is more than I count. I can empathize." Naruto granted him a shallow nod. "There comes a point where you've killed so many that the number ceases to matter, when the lives of men become little more than crumbs of bread." Barristan frowned at the bite in his words, but this time Naruto didn't give him the chance for a rebuttal. He burst to his feet, unsheathed Red Rain's sword, and stabbed her down into the table with a horrible crunch. The blade bit deep. Valyrian steel always did. She sank a solid 3 inches into the oaken table and would have cut clean through to the other side had he let her. Instead, he stopped short for effect. "Red Rain." He laid a hand upon the crimson sword and tore her free, letting all see the shimmering Valyrian steel therein. "She's no Brightraw, but she's served me well these last 2 years." The sword was simultaneously both symbol and spectacle alike, a reminder of the great Greyjoy gallows and the drowning of House Drum besides. All eyes were drawn to it, and not solely for the rarity of said Valyrian steel at that. This blade had a most bloody history, even long before it came to him. Pycelle puttered. "A fine trophy, my lord." "Thank you, Grand Maester." He granted the old man a limpid smile before looking back to Barristan. "Does your sword have a name, Selmy?" "All the best blades do." Jaime snorted behind him, guessing his game. He had always been a clever one. The rest of the small council, even Varys, wisely remained silent, and well that they did, because he would have absolutely stabbed them for insulting his big brother. "My sword has no name." Barristan relented at last, bowing his head mildly. "I find it reliable all the same. It, as though the sword were just a hunk of metal. A mere tool." Valyrian steel had a mind of its own. Some might even say it was alive. Perhaps it was, in a sense. Lighter than traditional weapons, any weapon made with it was perfectly balanced, an extension of the wielder's will, one that moved with you when you attacked. It could cut through nearly everything, required rigorous maintenance with special tools, and yet despite all that, Red Rain had never once failed him in a fight. Normal steel buckled and bent, but this steel, this scarlet sword, hadn't let him down. He suspected it never would. Sir Barristan Selmy would never know the intrinsic joy of wielding such a weapon, because it was becoming increasingly clear that was what he'd become. Not just a weapon, but a tool for those he deemed his masters, his honor a blunted blade in their hands. Or, in this case, those of the Targaryen dynasty. How incredibly disappointing. Something hot and angry ignited deep within his chest. "And I find your lack of faith disturbing," he countered, sneering at Barristan in an insouciant manner that would have made the rogue prince himself proud. "Tell me, how do you live while honouring that hidebound code of yours? It must be terribly inconvenient, given your position." Barristan squared his shoulders and lifted his chin to stare him down. You dare question my honor? In that instant, Naruto accepted a fundamental truth. He would never be anything like this man. Indeed, he'd been a foolish child to ever aspire towards such a goal. How could they ever be alike? Barristan believed himself to be honorable, and perhaps in his mind he was, because he kept to his oaths. His hands were clean. Naruto's arms, meanwhile, were steeped in blood, fingers and palms all soaked to the wrists in the lives of the innocent and guilty alike. They would never be clean again. He accepted that. Life wasn't so black and white as honor would dictate. There was grey, too. So much grey. He'd made mistakes. He could be honest about that. But Barristan? I question everything about you. He flourished Red Rain at Selmy over the table at him and set its pommel against his shoulder, uncaring as Merryweather and Chelstead flinched back in their seats when the blade came perilously close to their faces. What happened to the boy who donned borrowed armor and entered that tourney at Blackhaven as a mystery knight? The one who fought Prince Duncan himself? His words forced a flinch from the older knight. Where did Barristan the Bold go? Another wince from the man, bordering on an outright grimace now. Still, he pressed the attack. When did you lose sight of yourself? He all but bit off the last word with a snarl. You make claims of honor, you preach of goodness, but know nothing of it. You have siblings yourself. A true knight wouldn't give a damn if I wanted to spend a few more seconds with my brother. Who, I remind you, I haven't seen in years. Jaime laid a hand on his shoulder, and calm flooded back in like cleansing water. Gods, but he hated this place. Raella was the only good thing about it. Breathe, he reminded himself. Calm down, if only for her sake. Naruto exhaled, releasing his anger in a burst of breath. Tell you what, he ground out. Since you seem to take issue with where my brother stands, why don't we make a game of it then? He let the words hang between them, the moment stretching to its zenith. And then, just before Barristan could ask what he was after, he beat him to the punch. Let's have ourselves a duel. If you manage to best me, my brother will stand beside you. He scoffed at the very notion. But when I win, and I will, Jaime is free to stand where he pleases. Barristan looked like he'd bitten into a lemon. You would have us fight for such a paltry thing? Everyone grimaced at those last 3 words. Varys tutted in agreement of his own. Unwise. Naruto inhaled angrily through his nose. Paltry, is it? Jaime groaned into his dominant hand. You fucking idiot. Naruto flung himself forward across the table without so much as a sound, crossing the distance between him and Barristan in an instant. The Elder Knight didn't even have a chance to defend himself, much less draw his sword in time, before scarlet steel found his throat. He stopped just shy of carving a red smile in his neck. Even then it was near thing. Red Rain's deadly edge touched the man's jugular vein and drew a bead of blood from the skin therein. He stood there atop the table, looming over him, ready to lop his head off, the moment stretching out into eternity as he held Barristan at bay. You're mad, the knight balked. You can't possibly think you'll get away with something like this. He could have killed him in that instant. Perhaps he should. Consequences be damned. But if he did, everything would be ruined. If he killed Barristan now in cold blood, it would all fall apart. He would have no choice but to flee. Never mind Tywin, Raella would be utterly distraught if he did. Not just her, but Nymeria and Lyanna as well, then Elia, even Cersei. The thought of their tear-stained faces flashed through his mind, and in that end, that ultimately decided things. Not his rage for Jaime's sake, but his own innate selfishness. Inhaling deeply, he stepped back, bounded off the table, and reluctantly sheathed his sword. The bonds of family are no paltry matter to me, unlike you. He affixed Selmy with a smouldering look, one hand still resting on the blade's hilt. You'd do well to remember that before you insult my family again. Age may bring skill, but youth brings speed and strength. Barristan bit his tongue but bowed his head. Understood. Lovely. Naruto flung a handkerchief at him and indicated the man's neck. Best clean that before it gets infected. Barristan did so hastily. As he did, Naruto's gaze flicked down to the man's sword, still silent in its sheath. Anger burned in his heart like dragon's breath, and this time he didn't bother to quash it. On second though, let's have that duel today. He needed to knock this man down a peg, or he'd never be satisfied. We can take it to the practice yard once we're done here. Jaime preened behind him, basking in the byplay. A sound idea, brother. Better to cross swords there where no one can get hurt. Naruto grinned. Or we could have it now, with live steel. Battling with blunted blades isn't any fun, wouldn't you agree? He saw Barristan take the measure of him anew, ready and willing to fight despite the latter being in full plate, while he wore nothing but cloth. Suddenly the swordsman didn't look quite so sure of himself. Confidence became quiet caution, and caution withered into concern as he looked on. He'd rattled him. Good. Maybe a defeat would knock some sense into that thick skull of his. He was itching for some action anyway, even if it had to be here. Cease. It was not to be. Not in this moment, at least. Tywin stormed through the door and took his seat at the head of the table with a grim look. That was all it took to quell the fire burning in his gut. For if he was an inferno, then the man was ice, cold and unyielding, utterly unmoved by their squabbles. He glared at the lot them like a disappointed parent. At length he sighed. If you must have at one another, wait until we've finished here. Until then, we have business to conduct. Chelstead sputtered to life, craven as ever, the coward. We were waiting for Lord Connington, father remained implacable. If he is not here, then he is late. And if he is late, then he has no business being a part of this council. The lords flinched, cowed by his words. Naruto exchanged a rueful glance with Jaime, trying his utmost not to laugh. It was always incredibly entertaining watching father work. He considered himself to have something of a silver tongue, but whereas he'd put most of his focus into persuasion by force if need be, Tywin was a master of intimidation through words alone. A single glare from him could make anyone short of the king reconsider their words. Truly he was learning from the master here. And you? Tywin turned on him next with said stern look. Keep that sword sheathed in this room, unless you'd rather pay for another table. Naruto glanced down to deep cut he'd made in the oaken wood. Whoops. He knew when to play the dutiful son and bowed his head. As you say, father. Good. Tywin granted him a nod. Let's continue then. Merryweather wrung his hands fretfully, eager to change the subject. And the Queen? You did say she should be a part of these meetings. I've sent a servant to ensure just that. Her Grace will be joining us shortly, I suspect. Naruto fought down a sly, satisfied smile and reclaimed his seat. One could hope. Tywin granted him a stern look, but subsided when he didn't protest. Very well. Now as to the matter of this year's taxes, I've come to a decision. We shall lower the amount given to the capital this year. Chelstead sneered at that, glad to be in his element once more. Lower them? Preposterous. Better to raise them instead. The crown needs all the coin it can get. Tywin arched a golden brow. I was unaware that Eris was in debt to the Iron Bank. Cheselted sniffed impudently. We are not, but our coffers are flush, Lord Hand, Merryweather reassured him. Never better, in fact. Chelstead hissed an imprecation at him like a scolded cat. We weren't supposed to tell him that. Varys sighed. Lord Tywin cannot do his job if he doesn't know the state of the realm. You know this. Naruto's lip curled. Such pointless backbiting. Tywin nodded. In that case, there should be no problem going without taxes this year. Chelstead looked like he'd been struck across the face. Without? He stammered, all but stumbling over the word. As in none, Pycelle supplied, taking great pleasure in the lesser lord's squirming. One would think you would know the meaning of the word given your station. Merryweather raised his hands in a faux shrug and shook his head. Gambling debts, I'm afraid. He's not very good at managing money. Quite? Tywin tutted in return before looking back to the master of coin. The realm is riven with strife, you idiot. The insult forced a flinch from the lesser lord and a shared smirk from his sons. We may well go to war with Duskendale for this foolishness. Eliminating the capital's taxes outright this year will do much to set the small folk at ease. Left unsaid was the fact that it would weaken King's Landing for a time, and by definition, the Targaryens. But these grasping lords with their grubby fingers didn't need to know that now, did they? Chelstead bridled beneath the insults, rather reminding Naruto of a surly horse refusing to be saddled. I am master of coin, not you, and I say. The doors opened behind them, cutting him off mid-tirade. Rhaella entered at that very moment. If Naruto hadn't known better, he would have thought she was listening in, waiting for an opportunity. Whatever the case, she'd chosen both her timing and attire well. Today she stood resplendent in a shoulder-bearing gown featuring the colours of her house. It was a rich, flowing thing, not so long as to impede her should she need to move quickly, but eye-catching all the same. Gods, he was amazed she could walk straight after last night. And there, perched atop her right shoulder like a proud baby hawk, the shining jewel of her ensemble, craning his neck this way and that to glance about the room like a curious newborn. Chome. As he looked on, the baby Bijou dragon spread all 6 of his wings wide and cried out, "Scree! Scree! Scree! Tilda! Booyah shits Tilda!" To say the small council was startled would have been an understatement. Merryweather and Chelstead sprang to their feet with a startled shout. Barristan balked. Pycelle turned white as a sheet, and Varys, well, he never could really read that bastard's expressions, but he sensed a rare flicker of surprise from him nonetheless. He probably hadn't expected Chome to hatch quite so quickly or look like that. Tywin simply stared. Naruto forced himself to look surprised as well, all the while biting back a laugh. Jaime had one hand on the hilt of his sword, but a stern look from father quelled him. He reluctantly pried his fingers from the blade and stared at the little miracle. Gods be good. They have been indeed. Rhaella preened, claiming the seat opposite him, directly next to Naruto. "Hello, my lords," she granted them all a nod, heedless of their stupefaction. "You look well today." Her gaze settled on him and lingered just a little longer than was strictly appropriate. Lord Lannister. His gaze drifted to the ring on her finger, deftly hidden within her curled fist. "My butt, she was being bold today. Playing a dangerous game there, wife of mine." He schooled his face into an impassive mask and bowed his head briefly in return. "Your Grace." For a moment he thought she might vault the table to take him then and there. The thought warmed him in more ways than one. "I see Lord Connington is absent today," she continued apropos of nothing, glancing past him to the sole empty seat in the room. "Has something befallen him?" Naruto passed the proverbial baton to Jaime, with but a glance, and his brother took it up with a bow. "Bless him. I believe he is unwell, Your Grace." "A pity." Her eyes narrowed, albeit briefly. "No matter. Shall we begin?" Merryweather gawped, raising a trembling finger to indicate the creature upon her shoulder. "Is that a bloody dragon?" Rhaella tossed her head, idly tucking a stray strand of pale silver hair behind one ear. "Why, so it is. How astute of you to notice." Credit where it was due, Tywin recovered next. "How did you come by such a marvel, Your Grace?" "Oh dear." Naruto knew that tone. Father was furious. "I often collect curiosities these days." Rhaella played her part well, idly reaching back to stroke Chome's head to draw a pleased trill from the baby Bijou beast. "Lord Varys was kind enough to procure this little one's egg for me. I was fortunate to have it hatch in my hearth just last night." All eyes turned to Varys. Naruto held his breath, bracing for betrayal. With but a word, the spider could damn their cause to destruction. His entire body tensed like a coiled spring, ready to leap into action. He needn't have worried. The eunuch placed both hands with his sleeves and bowed his head. "Indeed, my lady. It seems fortune favours us this day." Pycelle muttered something that sounded vaguely disparaging and exasperated. Others weren't quite so quiet with their tongues. "Fortune!" Chelstead sputtered, craven as ever. "The beast is a mutant. We should kill it." Rhaella rounded on him, pale-visaged thunderous. "I beg your pardon, sir." "It's an abomination," the Master of Coin hissed back at her. "An affront to the gods. Just look at it." Chome hissed at him. The Queen's face darkened further still. "You forget yourself." "Hold your tongue." Tywin could have intervened then, said something, shouted the fool down, cowed him into silence. And yet he did not. Naruto had a sinking suspicion as to why. "I will not." Sure enough, Lord Chelstead thrust a finger at Chome, blind to his own peril. "Dragons are extinct. The world has seen the end of them, and good riddance." In his fit of incandescent ire, he failed to notice many of his fellow councillors edging away from him as he spoke. "The last thing we need is an uncontrollable monster like that flying about, doing as it pleases." Barristan barked at him. "Control yourself, man." "You address the Queen," Chelstead snarled back. "Be silent. I shall be heard." Too late. Chome lunged forward and bit the screaming lord's finger off at the knuckle, tearing it free with a horrible crunch. Blood went everywhere. Some of it spattered across Rhaella's face. Not that she seemed to care. Chelstead recoiled with a pained squeal and staggered backwards, clutching his bloodied hand in pure shock. Merryweather looked like he might faint at the sight. Varys looked on impassively. Pycelle's face had gone an ashen shade of grey to match his beard. All the while Tywin said not a word. Chome hissed out a laugh as he chomped Chelsted's finger down, devouring it in an instant. Scraw! Tastes like chicken tilde. The gaunt lord went for his belt knife. See? It's feral. It must die. Feral, you say? Rayella stared him down, utterly uncaring for his cries. Would you care to repeat that, my lord? Naruto leaned forward in his seat, eager to see what his wife would do next. Rayella didn't disappoint. The crown thanks you for your service, Lord Chelsted. There was an icy finality in the Queen's eyes now, a biting quality to her words that he knew all too well. You are hereby released from service. The man blanched, realizing his peril. My queen, I only meant she didn't give him a chance to finish. Arakaris. Chome spread all 6 wings, arched his neck, and spat a plume of green fire at the lord's chest. Chelsted never stood a chance. He was too close, too wounded, too unprepared. Napalm struck him center mass and spread faster than wildfire. He tried to smother it with his palms, but that proved a mistake. The fire was quick to leap to his hands and sleeves, consuming those as well. What followed wasn't pretty. Naruto had never seen a human burn before. Not up close, not like this. Dragon flame burned fast and hot like nothing else, eclipsing even wildfire itself. In a matter of moments, the poor man was set entirely ablaze. Any plea for mercy the man might have made was subsequently swallowed in the inferno. He watched Chelsted flail in the flames and smothered a faint flicker of guilt in his heart for the poor fellow. Fire was a bad way to go. Yet this was necessary, all part of the plan, a means to an end. Rayella's actions here today would help build her own reputation away from the pervasive shadow of Eris. He knew this must pain her. She was a gentle soul. She didn't like to hurt others. She abhorred violence. And yet kindness would not stir these lords. Fear would. It was a simple fact of life. He and Rayella had known someone would object today, but not who. Said someone was destined to die. Frankly, he'd already known who wouldn't speak out against them. Varys was much too smart to make himself a target, and Pycelle would remain calm so long as Tywin did, which of course he would. Likewise, Merryweather was too much a sycophant to the Targaryen cause to ever dare speak out against them. Furthermore, the so-called Kingsguard were too beholden to the king to ever rise against his family. In truth, he'd suspected Jon Connington would be the pawn on the pyre, but it seemed someone, Nymeria most likely, had gotten to him first. Lord Corlton Chelsted would serve just as well. As he looked on, the burning lord fell to the floor with an anguished cry and writhed there amidst the stone, desperately seeking to extinguish the fire, consuming him with increasingly feeble efforts. Against all odds, he survived the ordeal, likely in part because Chome was still freshly hatched. Had any other dragon directed their breath at him, he would have been ashes by now. Such would have been a quicker death, merciful even, some might say. Naruto idly wondered if the arrogant lord might yet live the day, if one could call it living with those horrific burns. Or so he thought, right up until Chome crawled across the table, moved to the edge, and looked down on Chelsted. The badly burnt lord raised a blackened hand to fend him off, words a raspy whisper. No. Chome looked to Rayella, awaiting her command, life or death. The room held its breath. Dracarys, Rayella intoned solemnly once more, sealing the Master of Coin's fate. Chome's long neck whipped around as he shrieked green flame for a second time upon his prey, consuming him anew. Chelsted shrieked pitifully in the blaze, a high, reedy wail that soon tapered off into a gurgling gasp as he slumped onto the stone floor. Rayella rose from her chair and circled round the table to stand beside his lifelessly smouldering body. Looking down on him, and in full view of the other lords, she issued another command. Kaiselbar. Wait, wasn't that High Valyrian for feast? Chome pounced on the smouldering corpse and did just that, tearing into him with gusto as the lords looked on. It wasn't quiet, wasn't pretty either. He supposed that was the point. She had a statement to make, and the only language these lords understood was violence. Let it be violence, then. Barristan knelt before Rayella and bowed his head. What is your will, my queen? Naruto narrowly resisted the urge to strangle the man on the spot. Turning away from her hungry dragon, Rayella smiled at the lot of them, uncaring for the blood on her face. Naruto felt his heart swell at the sight, watching her step out of Eris' shadow and truly come into her own. It would appear we have a vacancy in this council. She smiled demurely. Today, would anyone care to serve as Master of Coin in Lord Chelstead's stead? No one volunteered. Unsurprising. Merryweather had fainted dead away in his seat. Varys and Pycelle clearly wanted no part of it. By the law of the land, Barristan and Jaime couldn't take it, and Tywin was already Hand of the King. Seemed they'd have to recruit someone else, and then Rhaella rounded on him. Lord Nathaniel, will you take up this burden until such a time as another is chosen? This time, Naruto's surprise was genuine. Wait, what? Was that part of the plan? He didn't remember that being part of the plan. Was she testing him? I'm not certain I should. My son accepts, Tywin answered for him without missing a beat. He shall serve you faithfully, your grace. Naruto hissed out an angry breath at his father. He'd be having words with him later. Excellent. The Queen clapped her hands and preened as she returned to her seat. Shall we continue? I believe we were discussing abolishing taxes this year? Tywin warmed to the subject immediately. We were, your grace. This time none dared object. Chapter 39. Do you remember Nate's duel with Sir Barristan? Oh yes, indeed I do. It's impossible to forget. You saw it yourself? A great many lords and ladies did. That was a most memorable event, even by my standards. Your brother earned his nickname that day. Yes, the Laughing Lion, or so I've been told. I wasn't there to witness it myself, but Jaime described it to me, in a manner of speaking. Although there's one thing I don't understand. How so? He said Nate frightened him that day. Tilda Varys and Tyrion, a future scene. Are you not entertained? Part 2. Tywin wasn't happy. In all fairness, Naruto knew his father wouldn't be best pleased with the given situation, or him at the moment. Not after the spectacular surprise he'd sprung, but there was simply nothing he could do about it. Any attempt to mitigate the man's anger would have ruined everything. His shock, and likewise ire, was a necessary sacrifice to divert suspicions from the Lannisters, and he considered that a worthy sacrifice, even if it left Tywin angry. As such, he wasn't surprised when everyone left him to his father's less than tender mercies. Indeed, the moment the small council meeting concluded, he found himself cornered and commanded to stay, while the others desperately departed, making their excuses. Merryweather stumbled out, looking like he'd seen a ghost. Pycelle mumbled something about writing to the Citadel, while Varys gave him a pitying look, no doubt well aware of the tongue-lashing he was about to receive. Jaime proved particularly quick to duck out of the room. Then again, he and Barristan did have a corpse to remove. What was left of one, anyway? Chome had eaten well. In the end, Rhaella was ultimately the last to leave. She lingered close with a smile, resplendently content, but not daring to touch him in public, lest someone comment upon it. He didn't miss how she kept rubbing the ring he'd given her. Here, in this moment, she looked like the young queen she was meant to be, free from the shadow of her family. Master of Coin. She all but hummed his new title. I look forward to discussing matters of the realm with you in the future. He fought down a pleasant shiver. Gods, but she wasn't even trying to hide it, was she? So long as she didn't make any overt actions in public, he supposed she could get away with it. Few would dare question her before, and even less now after today's stunt with Chome. Dragonfire had a way of winning arguments where words and swords could not. Some would anyway, he knew. A scant few might actually succeed. King's Landing was no Casterly Rock where he and Tywin controlled everything. It was unsafe. Belatedly, it occurred to him that he should probably teach her how to defend herself in the future. Probably a good idea, that. Kingsguard were all well and good, but even Jaime couldn't stop every knife in the dark. After all, it would only take one reckless "Are you displeased, my love?" Rhaella launched into High Valyrian suddenly, surprising him. You look upset. Naruto coughed into a fist, hastily rallying himself once he realized they were safe. As an ancient dialect, few within Westeros spoke these days, save the Targaryens. Aerys had certainly seen to that. The fact Rhaella she was speaking in her native tongue immediately displayed her desire for discretion. Not even Tywin spoke it all that well, though he suspected the latter was out of spite for the Mad King as opposed to an inability to learn. Now there was an idea. Maybe teach Rhaella his language. He could try husband? He'd gotten lost in his own head again, damn it. By the look of her, she was on the verge of reaching out to touch him, and that he couldn't allow. Not in public, at least. Not yet. Wife. He retorted in flawless Valyrian of his own, reveling in the sudden delight that flashed across her face when he said the word. And no, I'm not angry at you. I just didn't expect you to saddle me with a position on your small council. Rhaella tilted her head. Would you prefer Master of Ships? Or perhaps Laws? He chuckled ruefully. I'd rather have none if it's all the same to you. Nonsense! She clicked her tongue at him, youthfully defiant. I would reward you for your service, and I have little else to give you. Lordship aside, you already possess power beyond reckoning, and a Valyrian steel blade besides. What more could I give you? You've already given me yourself. That's the greatest gift of all. It was the right thing to say. Rhaella squirmed under his gaze, legs rubbing together. Will you visit me again tonight, my heart? She granted him a lingering look, causing him to flush deeper with each passing instant. I long for you. I want to touch you, as I want to be touched in return. I want your hands on me. I want you inside me. By the end, the back of his neck burned red like roses. He bowed his head to hide it and switched back to the common tongue, ending their conversation before either of them did something foolish. As my queen commands. She preened and held out her hand to him. You may kneel. Naruto knelt, took a hold of her hand, and deftly brought it to his lips, delivering a firm kiss to her knuckles. I live to serve. Rhaella shivered most pleasantly. Her violet eyes went half-lidded. I expect great things of you, my lord. Though the road may be long and hard, I'm sure you'll rise to the occasion. Long and hard, eh? Rise to the occasion? Wicked, wanton woman. Behind them, Tywin coughed into a fist, disrupting both his thoughts and their discussion alike. I would speak with my son alone, your grace. He expected a flash of annoyance from her, and was surprised to see her smile. But of course, old friend, I'll leave you to it. So speaking, she departed, closing the door behind her. Tywin sat at his desk. Naruto likewise rose from his crouch but made no attempt to sit, nor was he offered a chair. He expected neither. The opening gambit was his to make, so make it he did with a raised brow. Old friend, Tywin did not blush, he never did. He'd begun to think the man was incapable of it. A story for another time. The Queen has a dragon. Even now he chose his words with care. King's Landing had entirely too many eyes and ears for his liking, even with Varys and his little birds on their side. One never knew who might be lurking in the halls, or indeed if there were secret passages within said walls. So she does. You anticipated this. It wasn't an accusation on Tywin's part, but rather a statement. Naruto shrugged, choosing his words and his lies, with infinite care for anyone who may be listening. I suspected, given her love of dragon eggs. This is an age of magic and miracles. I'm surprised one of them hasn't popped up yet already. There, on the off chance anyone happened to be listening in. Let them try and untangle his words. Tywin nodded. Clever. Next time, warn me beforehand. I couldn't. He expected a rebuke at that. It never came. Instead, his lord father unfurled a piece of paper, set his quill to it, and began to write another letter. You remind me of myself when I was your age. The sudden change of subject mystified him, if only for a moment, before her realized what his sire was getting at. Young, ambitious, ruthless. Ruthlessness is mercy upon ourselves. It is. Tywin paused in whatever he was writing and granted him a nod despite the interruption. I'm pleased to see you remember that lesson. How could he not? Lessons, so many lessons. So many things to learn. And he had. He'd absorbed them like a sponge. Some of them he regretted, even if he acknowledged their efficacy. Tywin was an efficient man, if nothing else. He did not discard what he could use, and he'd wielded him the weapon he was against the enemies of House Lannister. Honestly, there were times he wished he wasn't so damn pragmatic about it. I remember every lesson, Naruto grumbled sullenly under his breath, curling one hand into a fist at his side. Which makes me wonder what you're trying to teach me by shoehorning me into this role. Master of Coin? Me? Now that Rhaella wasn't here, he scoffed at the very notion and shook his head. I'm quite good at spending money, but a lifetime of outrageous wealth hasn't taught me much about managing it. Tywin fixed him with a stern look. And yet the Queen appointed you to this position. You seconded it, because I believe you are equal to the ask. Naruto paused, momentarily taken aback. That was high praise coming from him. Indeed. His father finished writing his letter and sealed it with his signet ring. no doubt intending to deliver it to the ravens himself. The realm's finances may be in disarray thanks to Chelstead. The man was skimming off the treasury. Naruto felt his brow furrow. And you know this how? Varys isn't the only one with spies in the capital. Ah, Nymeria then. He'd kept her busy. Being master of coin is a great challenge and an opportunity. It's also an extremely tedious, stressful, and I remind you, thankless job. Naruto countered. Tywin leaned back in his chair to regard him, much like being the king. Oh! He stilled, considering. Might this be another lesson? How many people have you killed, my son? Tywin asked, suddenly surprising him. Dozens? Hundreds? More. Much more. So much more. Naruto averted his eyes and, yes. Tywin gave him a long-lasting look. Lie to me again, and you will be sent back to Casterly Rock with your sister. Thousands. The word was ash on his tongue, the memory dark as he hung his head. Maybe more. I don't remember. Out the corner of his eye, he saw Tywin steeple both hands atop his desk. And when you gallowed the Greyjoys and drowned Drum, what did you feel? Shame? Horror? Power? Naruto bit his lip. Tywin didn't raise his voice. He had no need to do so. His words were a power unto themselves. Answer me. He raised his gaze, hating how hollow he felt. Sadness at first, but then nothing. There it was, the horrible truth. I think back on that day and I feel only emptiness. A crime worse than the act itself. Tywin's expression didn't waver, and something angry stirred him. Why revisit this now? It's old history, dead and drowned. For a long, terrible moment, Tywin didn't answer. When he did, he wished he hadn't. The Rains of Castamere. Naruto frowned. I beg your pardon? Do you know why that ballad was given such a name? Yes, we've been over this. You know the story. His father's voice cut through his words like carving a cake. Not the purpose, nor what I felt when I did the deed. Naruto found himself clamming up, and not against his will. Tywin seldom spoke of feelings, as he well knew. It was usually duty, this. The family name, that. Legacy, and the like. This was unexpected. This was different. This was new. Sit. Tywin gestured to the seat opposite his writing desk, and it wasn't a request. Naruto sank into it warily, curious but guarded. Was he not in trouble anymore? It seemed almost too good to be true. Tywin launched himself into the story like the lion he was at heart. When I was young, younger than you are now, House Lannister faced a steady decline. His lips pursed in a grimace at the bitter memory. We were a laughingstock. My father, your grandfather, Titus Lannister, he was a weak man. A good man, perhaps. He begrudged his forefather a shallow nod, but weak nonetheless. He was a third-born son and never meant to be lord. As such, when the title came to him, he was likewise unprepared for the responsibilities that came with it. House Rain and House Tarbeck took advantage of this. A dark look crossed his visage, as did House Frey. Old history, and history he knew well at that. Yet the Freys still stand, do they not? For now. As he looked on, his father's face of murderous intent faded into grim amusement. Your Aunt Jenna has quite the hold on them these days, and Walder Frey wouldn't dare cross me. True, the Freys were relatively toothless these days. If it weren't for that blasted bridge of theirs, they wouldn't hold any power at all. As for House Tarbeck and House Rain, Tywin continued apace, I took no pleasure in eliminating them, despite what some might say. I did not wish to kill so many, but I had no choice. An example was necessary so that their like would never rise against us again. Likewise, I chose not to senselessly waste Lannister lives in a pitched battle against the remnants of House Rain and eliminated them efficiently. Naruto clicked his tongue. Drowning them in those mines was foolish. We could have used the oar. You don't mourn the loss of life. Innocent life, yes, but theirs. He shrugged. A wise man once said, "Don't weep for the stupid. You'll be crying all day." Tywin granted him a nod. Good advice. Regardless, my point stands. We do what we must, because we must. Sometimes an example must be made. One could say the same about the Targaryens. Fire and blood. Hear me roar. Their house words were so alike, weren't they? But he wouldn't say that aloud, if only to avoid angering Tywin. In the end, he needn't have, because his lord father was already moving on to other matters. Which brings me back to business. Rhaegar has returned. He wishes to speak with you. Naruto perked up. He hadn't known this. He does? When? He returned just this morning. Tywin went back to writing his letters, their discussion done. He was seen riding through the West Gate. I expect he'll be within the city by now, if not the Red Keep itself. Speak with him, preferably before he bumbles into his mother, inform him of the situation, and be done with it. You have a duel to win. Wait, you're actually fine with me beating Barristan? Tywin raised his gaze to regard him. Can you? He snorted. Easily. Good. Make a show of it. He understood then. Good. Naruto shot out the door like an arrow. Tywin sighed in his wake. That boy will be the death of me someday. But not today. A Lannister pays his debts. With this, he had repaid his to Rhaella tenfold. Taking up a goblet, he raised it in a quiet toast. Long may she reign. Tilda. She was being followed. Rhaella realized it relatively quickly. After all, she'd grown rather used to being hounded through the halls of the Red Keep these days, accustomed to it, even. If it wasn't a Kingsguard, nor one of her handmaidens, it was occasionally various little birds or some middling lord trying to win her favour, and through her, the ear of heiress. In the years before, she would have scoffed at such. She had no power here, or so it had been until recently. Now quite suddenly, Eris was imprisoned through his own maddened hubris. Rhaegar was missing, and Viserys long dead. May the poor boy know peace with the gods, leaving her as the last Targaryen in King's Landing. She also had a dragon, the first to be seen in an age. That alone opened a great many doors for her. No one knew of the beasts lurking beneath Casterly Rock, of course, and none would, until it was too late. Chome trilled softly from his perch upon her shoulder, to which she absently petted him. The world, as the saying went, was her oyster. But back to the matter of her would-be voyeur. She could feel their eyes searing a hole between her shoulders, yet she knew better than to look back. Such would give the game away, and she didn't wish to spook them away, lest they seek a more subtle approach. Instead, she humoured them, leading them on a circuitous route around the keep to determine their intentions. Still they lingered, even as she spoke with advisers, reasoned with lords and ladies, held court at the foot of the Iron Throne. In the end, she retired to her chambers for both rest, her own safety, knowing they were still protected by silencing seals. Naruto had done his work well, and she trusted it to last. He'd also left a behind knife by which she might protect herself should any try to harm her. If the blade didn't get her would-be assassin, Chome's fire would. And if even that should falter, Hami would be nearby. But she didn't want to rely on him just yet. This was something she must do herself. She refused to be a burden to others, to lean upon everyone like some helpless waif. Well, she wasn't. Not anymore! She'd already stepped out of Eris' infernal shadow and blasted all she wanted to stay there. Lurk in the light, not fall back into darkness and despair, even if that meant risking herself. Sure enough, within moments of her entering and seating herself upon the bed, there came a knock at the door. Rhaella regally lifted her chin to regard it. Who goes there? Jaime's voice answered. One of yours, your grace. Had her fears been all for naught? Very well. They may enter. Lannister opened the door and permitted a servant to enter, only for said servant to promptly close the door in his face and lock it behind her. The fact that he allowed it at all spoke volumes. Rhaella frowned at the girl. It was one of her maids, and yet not. She recognized the face of Juliana, a servant, but the posture was all wrong. Her face too stern, her long dark hair wrapped in a tight braid reminiscent of the Eastern styles, not that of Westeros. Though she wore the tidy garb of a servant, Rhaella knew better. Something screamed at her, saying this was no mere maid. She stared at the newcomer, confused for a moment, then bemused as she realized who it was and decided to take a chance. And who might you be, my dear? The servant didn't answer. Her eyes were sharp, posture stiff, hands clasped behind her back. She clearly didn't want to be here. Yet here she was. Why? The servant stepped closer. Chome squawked angrily, flaring his many wings in a clear warning. Yet despite that, the girl showed no fear. Any sane person would have panicked. She did not. If anything, she seemed quietly amused by his defiant display. That did it. In an instant, Rhaella realized who this was. You must be Nymeria. She rose from her bed to tower over her. It's so nice to finally meet you face to face. Naruto speaks most highly of you. The young woman pursed her lips. And your grace? She tutted and laid a hand on her shoulder. There's no need for formalities. I'm an ally. The faceless woman stared her down, eyes half-lidded. Are you? Why ever would think otherwise? Nymeria refused to answer. Ah, she saw now. Jealousy burned bright in her. She was upset. But of course, she'd every right to be. Though they'd never met until this very moment, she nevertheless felt wronged by her. After all, she'd taken both the time and attention of someone she treasured dearly. A dragon would not willingly part with their gold, not if they had any say in the matter, yet that was precisely what young Nymeria had been forced to do, and she could see that it had wounded her greatly. Twine had probably told her to stay away as well. That must have wounded her even more. Poor pitiful girl. A Targaryen alone in the world is a terrible thing. How alone she must be. I'm sorry. The words tumbled out of her before she could think to hold him back. I've wounded you terribly, haven't I? How can I make this right? Nymeria bit her lip and averted her eyes, gaze slanting to the right. You can't. I'd like to try. Rhaella inched closer, reaching out for her face. May I? Naruto's bodyguard didn't budge. Is that an order? Not at all. Nymeria could have killed her then and there, stabbed her half a dozen times, and there would have been naught she could do about it. Instead, she remained still, stood idly by as Rhaella's fingers found the seam of her disguise and pulled at it back, revealing her true visage, leaving her false face to flop at her feet. The queen's breath caught in her throat. Naruto's bodyguard was half-breed to be sure, a bastard some might say. Yet she was a Targaryen, true. Rhaella could see it in her eyes and hair, the pale luster of her skin despite her faint blemishes. Put her in a dress, clean her hair, tidy her up, and she'd be a proper princess. Rhaella found her hands lingering over the young woman's face. She'd never had a daughter before. There was a time when she wanted, craved, one more than anything else in the world, before Aerys, before Rhaegar, before Viserys, before countless stillbirths, before the idea of squeezing out dead dragon becomes so abhorrent that she'd rather die. Aerys' seed was tainted, clearly twisted. She'd only recently decided to try again with Naruto. Said desire had sparked in recent months thanks to him, been stoked further still with their lovemaking last night, and now her emotions peaked. Rhaella reacted, her tongue betrayed her spectacularly. You're lovely. Nymeria's gaze snapped to hers. Flattery won't help, but she was. In hindsight, Rhaella really couldn't be blamed for what happened next. She moved thoughtlessly once more and seized the girl, drawing her into her embrace, pressing her face against her bosom. Nymeria made a shrill noise of surprise, but with both arms trapped at her sides, there was little she could do but growl between her breasts. Release me at once. I will not, dear girl. Rhaella held her tight still. This room is protected. You may speak your mind here. Nymeria stomped down on her foot, drawing a grimace from her. Or do that, she gasped out. Sharp little thing, aren't you? The faceless woman glared up at her. You've no idea. Ah, but she did, or at least had some inkling of it. Nymeria was a master when it came time to maim and mangle and murder, whereas she was decidedly less capable when it came to combat. Yes, her youth and beauty had both been restored and likely made everlasting, but she'd lived a very different life from her. Despite that, in so very many ways, she found herself thinking of that first daughter she'd lost, the miscarriage and all that followed. It caused her heart to clench, and she pitied her immensely. What might her life have been like if she grew up here, in the keep, with her kin? Poor, most likely. It was easy to hope for the best, another to see it come to fruition. Alas, the truth was not so pretty. On the contrary, it was a most unpleasant one indeed. Nymeria was a raving beauty, made only more so by what she'd endured. Rhaegar or Aerys would have sunk their claws into her and never let go, tearing her between the two of them. She would have been torn apart in a place like this. Chome chirped suddenly and jumped off her shoulder to alight upon Nymeria's back, startling them both into releasing one another. After a moment of scuttling about, jockeying for a better position, the hatchling found his way onto her head and sat there, making a nest for himself amidst her pale hair before laying down there, leaving his tail to tickle her neck. Nymeria smiled, and for a moment it made her seem a completely different person. Likery. She spoke High Valyrian well, but roughly, crooning as she reached up to scratch his chin. You're a bold one, aren't you? Kurama and the rest will be so very happy to see you. Her words seemed to appease the many-winged dragon, because he hopped off her head and roundly reclaimed Raela's shoulders for himself once more. Their eyes met, and the hybrid scowled at her. My dragon is bigger than yours, so determined to prove her worth, to show that she was superior to her. Raela laughed helplessly. Of that I have no doubt, cousin. Nymeria's brow furrowed. Cousin? We are related, are we not? Raela couldn't help but tease her in that moment. Would you rather I call you daughter? I could, if you wish. You need but say the word. The younger Targaryen flushed. She looked so vulnerable in that moment. Small, stubborn, fragile. Like a single word would shatter her forever. Raela wanted to squeeze her tight, wrap her in her arms, and never let her go. Do you not remember, you mother? Nymeria diverted her gaze, an ember of anger in her eyes. She was a whore. That's all I was ever told. Goodness. Best change the subject while she could then. Unless, could she be a daughter of... No, best not to think about that. You are skilled in combat, yes? Nymeria stood a little taller, preening a little. I am. Would you be willing to teach me a few tricks? She laid a hand on the girl's shoulder, pleadingly so. I doubt our mutual friend has time at the moment, and I've reason to fear for my life in this place, now more than ever. The assassin pretended to consider her words. What would I receive in exchange? Oh, whatever you wish. Raela shrugged a shoulder. I owe you much for protecting him all this time. I am in your debt. Then a naked need gleamed in the girl's gaze, hastily buried as she looked upon her ring, but still seen all the same. I want him back. Raela knew of who she spoke, and it wasn't Chome. She bit down a sigh. But of course she'd ask for something complicated. It wasn't as though they weren't already taking an incredible risk. She'd half expected to be asked for another hug, perhaps to call her daughter. Not this. What to do? Oh, what to do indeed. She could hardly refuse her little cousin who may or may not be one of heiress bastards, but neither was she willing to give up her husband, either. Her real husband. Her true husband. Not that delirious dragon who thought himself a god made flesh. She was loath to surrender to another alone, even for an hour. Wait. An idea dawned in her mind just then, simple in its brilliance. She liked simple. Then you shall have him. Nymeria raised her gaze and eyed her like her namesake, wary and ready to bolt. I will, indeed. In fact, Raela leaned in and whispered into her ear. Why don't we... She kept talking, using more words. Dark words. Promising words. Seductive words. She wrapped them around Nymeria like a velvet shroud alongside her arms, gradually pulling her into a warm embrace. This time, the younger woman didn't try to escape. Why would she, when she felt no need to? After all, she was getting everything she wanted, and more. Nymeria blinked against Raela's chest. She blinked hard. Her already pale visage grew warm indeed, flushing darkly. Her poor voice, when she finally found it, emerged as a startled yet curious little whisper. I've never done that. Raela chuckled, kissed her forehead and held her close. Then you have much to learn, my dear girl. Tilda, Naruto found Rhaegar in short order. Therein lie the problem. Rather his problem. The prince wasn't simply in the Red Keep. He was in the throne room itself, standing before the Iron Throne, contemplating it as one might a piece of art. Thankfully, the oaf hadn't tried to seat himself in it. That would have caused all sorts of problems. Wouldn't do for him to start getting ideas. As if this very room weren't such a place for delusions of grandeur. The skulls of all the Targaryen dragons were kept here in this very chamber. The skull of the last of them was kept adjacent to the Iron Throne itself on a small table. It was the size of an apple. The biggest was the size of a carriage, and the first one he saw upon entering the throne room. Naruto ran a hand over it as he passed by, leaving it with a parting thought. Hello, Balerion. Rhaegar pivoted in place as though he'd spoken to him, not the dead. Lord Nathaniel, I hadn't expected you to arrive quite so quickly. Naruto granted him a limpid smile he felt in no way whatsoever. You've been away. That I have. He received a nod in return. How fares my mother? Did he know? Or was he just that stupid? Likely the latter. She's well. He took great pleasure in delivering the hammer blow himself. Her dragon gave us quite the shock this morning. Rhaegar did a double take. Dragon? Her dragon, Naruto cut in sternly, strangling any wild notions lest they take root in the fool prince's head. Hatched by her own hands, not yours. The prince winced, no doubt stung by his own failure to hatch an egg. A failure he had happily countenanced. If he hadn't intervened, son would be in enemy hands. He didn't regret his actions for a moment. Yes. Rhaegar mumbled, crestfallen as he dragged a hand across his face. My mother deserves all the happiness in the world. Father has not been kind to her. Still, a dragon. A look of childlike awe flashed across his face. I simply must see her at once. Absolutely not. She's resting. He put in quickly, moving to block him with his body. You understand why, surely? Once again, the prince flinched. He had the measure of him. Yes, with father gone, she must be overwrought. Naruto nearly decked him then and there. Where were you exactly? Duskendale. Rhaegar admitted it frankly, idly grasping one wrist as he looked away. I sought to treat with Lord Darklyn, but he would not see me. A half lie. He could sense it. But which part? He would have preferred a bolder falsehood. Those were always the easiest to read. No, never mind that. Did Rhaegar not realize just how poorly such a visit would reflect on him? Rumors of the realm had a way of taking on lives of their own. What of Duskendale, then? Naruto shrugged, his point gained. We'll lay siege to the castle. Starve them out. Rhaegar grimaced at the very notion. That will take weeks. Months, he countered. Likely a year. Rhaegar blanched. Must we? My father may already be lost to us. To say nothing of your... Ah, and there it was. An opening! My what? He feigned surprise, crossing both arms before his chest. You take issue with my tactics. I do. The prince stepped to him. Your family slaughters entire houses without a second thought. House Rain and Tarbek's entire family lines both extinguished. Now the Greyjoys. It's monstrous. Would you see Duskendale burn to the ground for one man's defiance? Only a few minutes ago those words might have stung. Made him waver, even. Tywin had since solidified his resolve. A tempting argument, he raised a lone finger, but it has one glaring flaw. If it were Lord Darklyn alone, someone would have come to us and offered terms by now. That they haven't suggests the whole family is guilty. We'll know the truth of it soon enough. Rhaegar recoiled, shaking his head. Only a monster would say such things. Posh summer prince who knew nothing of war. Something savage stirred in him. Monster, huh? Perhaps you speak to me more softly then. Monsters are dangerous, and these days great houses seem to be dying like flies. Do you take such pleasure in spilling blood? No! Naruto snarled at him, reaching his limit. I spill blood because men do not fear swords. They fear monsters. They run from them. In annihilating the Greyjoy and their allies, I spared 10 more. Sometimes the world no longer needs a hero. Sometimes what it needs is a monster. He looked the prince up and down, scoffing. And you believe you know what it is to be a monster? You have no idea. But I'm going to show you. He held up a hand to forestall an argument. Worry not, little princeling. You won't have to bloody your hands. Rhaegar bristled like a stuck pig, a hot flush creeping up his neck and into his chin. I could have your tongue out for saying that. Naruto shrugged, likewise emboldened by his rage. You could, but you won't. I'm the only hope of saving your father. That's why your mother called me. She knows my reputation, knows what I'm capable of. You clearly don't. Rhaegar didn't answer. He even went so far as to avert his gaze. Naruto sensed weakness and pounced. That is, unless you don't want him to be saved. The prince looked away. Good enough. He had the measure of him now. They could use this. Your Grace. He bowed his head and turned to leave. Rhaegar balked at him. Where are you going? To duel Sir Barristan. A duel? Much to his annoyance, the prince followed him like a curious puppy, anger momentarily forgotten. To what end? Naruto didn't look back at him, not once, tempted though he was. Making a fool of him. Rhaegar frowned, confused. Might I inquire what he did to upset you? Wasn't it bloody obvious by now? Insulted my brother. Tilda, Barristan the Bold. Barristan the Brave. Sir Barristan Selmy. Sometimes he wondered if he lived up to those titles anymore. He liked to think himself a good knight. He kept his oaths, held true to valor, honored his word and duty above all. He had thought that so long as he kept true to his vows, everything would be fine. But it hadn't, had it? The king was captured, one prince remaining, another long dead. And now, for the first time in more than 100 years, dragons had returned to the realm. Rhaegar would make it right. He believed he would. He had to. He must. To think otherwise was to doubt, and to doubt was to hesitate. Hesitation is defeat. Yet here he stood, hesitant, facing a boy nearly half his age, with sword in hand, while the nobles of King's Landing looked on. Many had gathered to watch them in the training yard, more than a few lords and ladies amongst them. Even Prince Rhaegar had returned to watch them duel, something that should have honoured him, but only disheartened him further. Despite that, or perhaps in spite of it, this young man, faced him without fear in his heart, without even the slightest sliver of doubt. They would fight with blunted blades, and perhaps that was for the best. He did not wish to maim his opponent. But Lannister looked like he wanted to take an arm, and more besides. He had a feeling this would end poorly for one of them. "Are you prepared?" Barristan brandished his blade with what he hoped was a stoic expression. "Have at you." Nathaniel drew his own sword in a graceful flourish of steel, eyes sharp, smiling as always. One of them moved first, Barristan never knew who. Then came pain. Chapter 40. We all have a bit of madness in us. Most go an entire lifetime without realizing it. They're the lucky ones. They live and they die, all without ever realizing the horrors they're capable of. Yes, I suppose they are lucky. If I may be frank, would you consider your brother mad, my lord? Nate? I wouldn't call him mad. Driven, yes. Passionate, certainly, but mad? Madness implies a distinct lack of reason. I have known him to be many things in the course of his life, but never mad. He always has a reason for whatever he does, even if that reason proved to be a poor one. Now, I never said he was perfect. But you're not insulting him either. Of course not. To say otherwise would be treason. Tilda Varys and Tyrion, a future scene, Are You Not Entertained? Part 3. Lannister was laughing. Barristan knew he'd somehow become the butt of a joke here, but for the life of him, he couldn't see when or where. If this were a puzzle, he was missing a pivotal piece. It had begun the moment their swords clashed. Of that much he was certain. The second blunted steel met its counterpart. But beyond that, do pay attention, Tilda. Steel flashed before his face in a silvery arc, forcing him to step back lest he take a bruising blow to his visage. Even then he only dodged by the merest of margins. Nathaniel gave him no time to recover. Nay, the instant he took a step back, the Lannister lord lunged forward at speed, thrusting the blunted edge of his training blade in at him in a powerful stab. Barristan sidestepped by the narrows of margins, but didn't escape unscathed. The young lord managed to nick his neck as he hurtled past. Either by chance or dint of skill, Tywin's son directly struck the still-healing scabbed injury he'd given him at the small council. Blood was drawn, just a little. It startled him, mocked him. The crowd gasped at the move, Prince Rhaegar chief among them. Lannister landed behind him, reset his stance and arched an eyebrow. The unspoken message was all too clear. Had this been live steel, I could have shortened you by a head. Do you yield, Selmy? The inquiry, innocent as it seemed, rankled him like nothing else. Such shame he had never felt in all his years. The words burned his throat like swallowing hot coals. No, my lord. Nathaniel hummed. Then let's continue. He was still speaking when Barristan launched himself forward. His sword arm struck down in an overhanded sweep, a textbook maneuver than any duelist with even a pinch of salt would see coming a mile away. Sure enough, Jaime's brother parried it with ease and struck back with a bruising counter-riposte. He'd prepared for that. Expected it, even. Steel met steel as they crossed swords. Their eyes met along the length of their blades. Some say swordsmen speak through their swords. Perhaps that was true. Perhaps not. Regardless, he didn't like the look in Lannister's gaze just then. The young lion grinned suddenly and eased up on their clash, unbalancing him. He ducked the brisk horizontal sweep that followed, then pivoted, raked his blade across the back of Barristan's knee, right where the main artery would be. The blunted blade lacked the edge to cut, but it still stung and staggered him. He'd have a bruise there, come morning. Had it been real steel, he would have died again. 2 deaths in as many minutes. Barristan balked and immediately tried to make Lannister pay for it by slashing up at his leg in return, only for the blonde to bound over the blade and slam the pommel of his sword into his armoured chest. Bong, Tilda! Steel sang like a bell before it bent inward like brass, momentarily knocking the wind out of him. It wasn't a serious dent, not enough to injure him, yet he found himself surprised all the same. The crowd cheered and applauded as Nathaniel spun to his feet, tossed up his sword, then caught it in the opposite hand. Now, he chided with an insouciant smile, turning to face him. You really should take this seriously. Barristan was. He treated every sword fight, blunted blades or no, with the severity it was due. Even in a clash such as this, accidents could happen. But this young man, this whelp, treated a duel as though it were naught but a game, a means by which to stoke his flame and win yet more fame. Indeed, it was almost as though he were toying with him, deliberately making sport of him, embarrassing him, perhaps trying to teach him a lesson. What did I say about paying attention? Tilled. Lannister lashed out again and again and yet again, forcing him on the defensive with a series of slashes that Barristan found him hard-pressed to deflect. Yet deflect he did, giving ground as he prepared to counter. Some might say best defence was a good offence, but he held the latter to be true. The best offence was a good defence, and this approach had spared him much grief in the past. Let Lannister lash at him. He wouldn't be able to break through his stance so long as he concentrated. Shunting aside a strike that would have surely seen him laid flat on his hindquarters, he spied an opening and slashed at Nathaniel's face. The boy could take it, surely. But he didn't. Nathaniel flowed around it as water would a rock and flicked his wrist forward in a bracing riposte with a cry of, "Ha!" Barristan barely heard it. Steel smacked the side of his head and left a most stinging kiss indeed. One that left him reeling like a drunkard at last call. His stumble cost him. Lannister pounced again and brought his blade crashing down into his own in a savage sweep. The impact numbed his arm, only for another to come smashing down, and another, and still another. Again, Barristan found himself to backpedal merely to gain striking distance, for all the good it did him. He had time enough to throw a quick sweep at Lannister's heel, but rather than dodge, the younger man kicked the blade away with his boot. A curious clang filled the air, and belatedly he glimpsed a hint of steel etched into the leather. Clever, but not clever enough, he was out of position. Barristan thrust for his unarmoured chest, intent on striking a decisive blow that would surely knock him down. Nathaniel's face lit up as he weaved around it, brought the pommel in and smacked him upside the head. For the umpteenth time, Selmy stumbled. Was this water dancing? No, the stance was similar, yet foreign to him all the same. How could that be? He had seen countless fighting styles during his long life, Westerosi, Tiroshi, even the famed water dance of the Bravos. Spear, axe, sword and bow and shield, mace and warhammer alike. He had fought them all, both on horseback and on foot as well. Furthermore, he was an experienced veteran of many tourneys and battles alike. During the War of the Ninepenny Kings in the Stepstones, he killed Blackfire Pretender, Maelys, the Monstrous. It was there that he first earned his white cloak. Then there was the battle against the Kingswood Brotherhood, where he slew Simon Toyne. That one had been a skilled fighter, albeit lacking in stamina, and he'd been able to defeat him because he knew his style well. But this! Good gods, what was this? He began to recognize it as they fought on, steel striking steel, but the knowledge availed him naught. Indeed, it made his foe all the more unpredictable. Lannister struck with the strength of a Greyjoy Reaver one moment, moved like a serpent of dawn in the next, and raged like one of the Targaryen dragons of old. For all his fire, his defences were no less impenetrable. He flicked from the indomitable, determined assault of the North to the stern, bitter note of the Westerlands, followed by the berserk fury of the Stormlands and the guile of Reach. He had been taught well, or perhaps he had taught himself, for his style did not purely belong to any one of the Seven Kingdoms, and yet it was all of them at once, a flowing, seamless dance of devastation that surprised and surpassed all his expectations. It was beautiful and deadly and fast well, hold just a moment now. Why was the world sideways? Barristan blinked belatedly, struggling to make sense of it all. At some point, he'd been knocked to the ground, left sprawled there like some rank amateur. His vision blurred as his head throbbed, leaving his skull singing louder than the bells of the Great Sept. It was through those ringing ears that he heard the voices of the crowed. So very many voices. Did you see that? He laid him low with a single blow. Not natural it is. No one should be that strong. Barristan tried to speak, but his tongue wasn't working properly. Nothing was. He could scarcely think straight, much less focus at first, but gradually his thoughts returned to him. As he lay there, time seemed to slow, and so too did his mind begin to churn. When had he become so weak? Or was his foe simply that much stronger? He followed honour and held to his oaths, yet this youth, who flaunted those very words and spat the Mad King's name like a curse, had easily outstripped him, outmanoeuvred him, outclassed him in every way. He had his own morals and tolerated neither tyranny nor tyrants, yet he, Barristan, still did. For ages he had averted his gaze to the depravity and depredations of Eris, telling himself he was honouring an oath, that he was doing the right thing, the honourable thing. He had closed his ears to the cries of his many victims, knowing that to listen to them would spur him to act, in acting break his oath, and in breaking his oath, die. Truth be told, a small part of him had been glad when the Mad King first fell ill. More so when he lost an eye and an arm, followed by his leg and his bits. It meant he couldn't walk unaided, but moreover that he could longer hurt his wife, that Rhaella was finally safe from his clawing hands. Rhaegar would make things right when his father finally passed, he told himself. He had to. He must. But what if he didn't? Eris hadn't been born mad either, had he? His had been a slow descent into darkness. Already Rhaegar was much like his father had been in his youth, prone to flights of fancy, obsessed with the power of prophecy and dragons in all their forms. Worse, he quietly coveted his mother's dragon. He'd seen the gleam in the prince's eyes when he first brought the news to him. Surely he knew better than his father, surely wouldn't do anything rash, or would he? Men went mad where dragons took wing. With that realization, a seed of fear planted itself in his chest and began to spread its thorny roots through his heart. What if Rhaegar went insane too? Where then would that leave him? Serving another Mad King? Who then? Queen Rhaella had proven herself to be an adept ruler in her husband's absence. She had no sign of madness about her. Melancholy, perhaps, but she seemed more lively these days. She listened to reason. There was no sign of the madness within her. And yet Realm would not accept a woman. They had seen where that went with the Lady Rhaenyra. May she rest in pieces despite her ignoble end. Was he seriously considering swearing his services to her? Maidens were meant to be saved and protected, not to rule. And yet, was she not the best option of the 3 true Targaryens yet remaining? She also had a dragon. Small for now, perhaps, but it would grow in time. Was he honestly considering swearing his services to a woman? Gods, but he must be concussed. When had he lost himself? All this time he could have been sharpening his skills, honing his craft, when instead he'd been too busy honouring his vow to a man gone mad. How many times had he turned a blind eye to Eris in the name of honour and oaths and justice, when the latter had clearly fled the Red Keep long ago? Where had he gone wrong? Life had been so much simpler before his vow, before he had to worry about oaths and honour. Before, when he swung his sword for the weak and the downtrodden and the just. His sword. Where was his sword? It was no longer in his hand. He'd lost it when he fell. Must find it. A gloved hand entered his field of vision. Barristan blinked at it, befuddled. Dimly he grasped at the open fingers, allowing himself to be hauled to his feet. How was Nathaniel that strong? How could anyone be this strong? Or was he just that weak? Such shame he felt. Someone pressed a weapon into his hands and he instinctively seized upon, only to find it was the very blade he'd been searching for. Lannister clapped him on the shoulder, reclaiming his attention. Yield. Barristan found himself blinking sluggishly as his senses came back to him. I beg your pardon. Those fathomless glowing eyes glared into his own, deeper and darker than the sea itself, threatening to swallow him whole. Do you yield? Really, he should. It was the sensible move. He'd already been made a fool of and lost the bet besides. His reputation as a swordsman was already in tatters. To persist further would only bring him more shame, not just to himself, but all the Kingsguard represented. Honour dictated that he yield. Honour demanded he end this. Honour doled out defeat. And what had honour brought him as of late? Misery, misery, and misery again. That was what he'd chosen. Anger sparked deep within him as he tried to speak further, only for to something lodge in his mouth, preventing him from doing so. Barristan turned his head aside to spat it out, and was thusly alarmed to see a bloody molars strike the ground. Alarmed and impressed. The loss of a tooth didn't inconvenience him. On the contrary, it only deepened his respect for Lord Nathaniel. Gods, how long had it been since he'd been battered about like this, since he'd faced a duel whose outcome was uncertain? Why, it made him feel young again. Honour be damned, his blood boiled and his soul sang. He must test himself further. He would not lose so meekly as this. Righting himself fully, he planted his blade in the dirt and leaned against its hilt, taking a moment to compose himself and wipe some stray sweat from his brow. It took a tad longer to steady his breathing and calm his hammering heart. Only then, once he was certain he could comport himself in a dignified fashion, did he dare speak. "I do not yield, my lord." His foe sighed at that, but he didn't give him the chance to speak before barreling on. "I would ask that you take this duel seriously." Nathaniel's brow shot into his hair. "What makes you think I haven't?" He knew. Oh yes, he could tell. The pauses. The missed opportunities. He could have beaten him unconscious several times by now, finished him off. Yet he hadn't. Some might say that was to prolong the duel and drag out his humiliation, but Barristan knew better, just as he knew the look of a man concealing the lion's share, of his strength. This was not a duel to the death after all. Even so, he'd felt the hesitation in his strikes, that split second of inattentiveness as he swung his sword. That said, half-hearted efforts had been enough, more than enough. To beat him into the ground was galling on its own, but to lose to someone who thought him unworthy of his true strength, unacceptable. In the end, he simply smiled. I do not think I know. If he was to lose, and he suspected he would, it would be against someone exerting their full strength. His pride would allow nothing less. Nathaniel stared him down. Are you sure about that? Undoubtedly. Perhaps he might learn something from this boy who burned so brightly, and in doing so reclaim some meagre ember of the fire he himself had lost. Barristan saluted him with his blade. In this moment, I desire nothing more. A moment of silence swelled in the courtyard, as though the very world itself were holding its breath. Perhaps it was. At length Lannister laughed. As you wish. His adversary, nay, his rival, inhaled softly, held the breath for a moment, then exhaled. Don't say I didn't warn you. Something in the air shifted just then. In hindsight, Barristan couldn't quite say what, only that something did. Why was the air so cold? Was it just his imagination? What was this sudden dread he felt? High above, clouds rolled in, beginning to blot out the sun. He slouched in the shadow, while the son of Tywin stood proud and tall in the light, as though the very gods themselves were proclaiming who was in the wrong here and who was in the right. The rebuke did not go unnoticed by Barristan. As he looked on, Lord Nathaniel adopted a strange stance, sliding one foot forward while bracing the pommel of his blunted blade against his opposite shoulder. Likewise, he brought his free hand up to grasp the hilt of his sword, braving it with both hands. It seemed a senseless position at a glance, one full of holes, but he knew for a fact that this remarkable young man, could bring his blade to bear in an instant. Nathaniel nodded once, boldly inviting him to make the first move. Barristan did just that, took a step forward, and swung. His sword hand vanished in a shower of blood. His eyes bulged in disbelief as he looked down and watched his right wrist with its accompanying fingers flop to the floor, each neatly cut apart with impeccable swordsmanship. How? They had blunted blades. Such an injury shouldn't be possible. He'd never swing a sword again. Barristan blinked. Between one flutter of his eyelids and another, he found his hand precisely where he'd left it, attached to his wrist. He squeezed his sword just to make certain it was still there, still reeling from the shock of it all. What in the seven hells? What was that just now? Nerves? Surely not his imagination. The phantom pain was all too real. It lingered as though he'd lost the limb. Even now his fingers ached. Lannister hummed impatiently. Come on then. Barristan barreled forward. Have at you. Steel sang out. Barristan's body buckled and his left leg flopped away, severed at the knee. He lurched back without thinking, only to find his lost limb returned to him. All the while, Nathaniel stared him down, wearing a smile. What was this? Sorcery? No, this wasn't witchcraft. Couldn't be. Magic was long gone from the world, if it had ever existed in the first place. Moreover, Barristan had never been a proponent of magic in the first place. All one needed in this world was their will and a sword in their head. Yes, dragons were magnificent creatures, but to him they were only that. Animals. Powerful and tamed by the Targaryens, perhaps, but there was nothing inherently magical about them insofar as he was concerned. Likewise, he dismissed the visions he was experiencing as nonsense. So what then was this? Fear, perhaps? Might his mind be playing tricks on him? He took another step forward, only for Nathaniel to swing his sword, slap his blade down, and behead him in a single sweep. This time, there was no pain, only the absence of all sensation. Nevertheless, he saw everything that followed. His head toppled from his shoulders and tumbled to the floor, his vision spiraling down with it, down, down, down. Barristan lurched back to himself with a gasp. Instinct, he realized. It was instinct. His instincts were telling him what awaited him if he took another step forward. And that something was death. He sprang back without thinking, seeking distance, only realized too late his mistake and how his actions would appear to those watching. On cue, the surrounding nobles gasped at his perceived cowardice, some in dismay and others in delight at his apparent fear. They were all watching and without a doubt whispering amongst themselves. A grown man, a seasoned knight, flinching back from a warrior years his junior. It was scandalous. What's wrong? Lannister flourished his blade, performing a pommel flip so quick that his sword almost seemed to shimmer in his hand. If you won't make the next move, then I will. He surged forward, and in the 3 steps Barristan took to meet him, he saw himself die half a dozen times. It was so much worse when their weapons actually collided, if only because his instincts absolutely howled at him to get away from the moment of their clash. He barely pushed himself through it. Lord Nathaniel knew no such reservation. He had the upper hand now and saw fit to use it. His sword sang a song of steel, ever moving, lashing, striking. What the young had in stamina, they often lacked in skill. They fought foolishly, trusting in their reserves to wear down older opponents, their strength to smash through the defences of their adversaries, and their singular enthusiasm to carry the day. All too often they wore themselves out. This was not the case with Tywin's second son. Nathaniel didn't attack him recklessly, but rather with the measured aggression befitting his namesake. Though he wielded his blade with gusto, he also circled him patiently, striking at precise angles, forcing him to block or parry each time. And whenever he did, he found his sword forced further and further out of alignment until finally. Steel kissed his nose in cold parting. Barristan backpedaled. Had they been fighting with live steel, he would have lost a goodly portion of his face, right there. As things stood, the blow merely smarted. He suspected he'd have a bruise come morning. Lannister laughed again, the sound sharp and wild, clear as a bell. "Is this all you can muster, old man?" For a fleeting moment he felt young again. How he missed the old days. Barristan planted his feet, angled his blade just so, and forced his stance to become that of a rock, ready to weather any assault that came his way. Lord Nathaniel evidently took that as a challenge, because he redoubled his efforts. His sword hammered in like lightning, steel struck steel as their blunted blades sang, and Barristan nearly found himself on the back foot. Strike after strike rained down, bringing him to the brink. More than once he felt himself faltering. Had he been even 10 years younger, he was certain he could have put up a better fight than this. Had he been any slower, the duel would have ended in an instant, for if he was an immovable object, then the Laughing Lion had become an unstoppable force, wave after wave beating down again with the crushing inertia and inevitability of the ocean itself. Yet despite that, he was able to land a few strikes of his own. Together they traded blows like great warriors of old, neither faltering even for a moment. This couldn't last forever. Something had to give. Eventually someone did. Barristan buckled. Lannister came crashing down on him with a triumphant roar, wrenched his sword arm aside with a thunderous blow before smacking it out his hand entirely, sending it skittering across the yard. From there he caught him by the collar, hoisted him up with that hand, and slammed him down to the ground, smashing his spine into the dirt to stun him. He was still reeling when the blunted blade tickled his throat. Lannister's smug face stared him down. Yield. It was not a request. Worse still, he couldn't find a way out. If he refused, he had no doubt Sir Jaime's brother would knock him out. Such would prove even more humiliating. In defeat, he had shamed the honour of the Kingsguard. And yet, despite his loss, he didn't feel half as bad as he thought he would. Was this what one called a bittersweet defeat? I yield. There's a good man. Nathaniel offered him a hand, clasped his, and dragged him up his feet one last time. You might have won if you didn't let fear hold you back. Try to be a little less rigid in the future, If only it was so simple. With age came true skill and experience, but also anxiety. No knight could remain undefeated forever. Nevertheless, he bowed his head. I shall keep my word. You'll have no more trouble from me. Though if I might make one request, name it. Perhaps we could spar again sometime while you're here in the capital. Is that all? The Lannister lord's face lit with delight. Say no more! He clapped him on the shoulder and drew him into a brisk embrace. I'll take you on any time. In an instant, Barristan felt his heart grow lighter. Was this what it felt like to have a rival? A proper comrade? Perhaps even a friend? Challenge! The sudden cry echoed across the courtyard, startling all. All eyes turned toward the source of the shout. Barristan nearly groaned in despair. Because you see, Prince Rhaegar had his hand raised, wearing a bright smile even as Nathaniel's smirk soured. What could have possessed him to do such a thing? A wise man would have taken one look at this duel and decided they wanted no part of it whatsoever. And yet, despite that, or perhaps merely because he wanted to fly in the face of it and convention alike, the son of Aerys looked all too eager to test his might. As if such a thing were possible. As if he stood a chance. As if he would win the day based on divine right alone. Looking at his lord and liege with eyes afresh now, Barristan confessed some small disappointment, mayhaps even outright disgust with his latest scheme. If this was a jest, then it was certainly one done in poor taste. Rhaegar was a somewhat skilled duelist, yes, but he had the Kingsguard for a reason, and each of them were far more skilled than he. Barristan knew he had been bested. There was honour in it, dignity in defeat. But now Rhaegar wished to fight. What chance did he have? The answer was none. Blast it all. Where was Arthur Dayne when you needed him? At least Rhaegar listened to him. It's his right. The older knight found himself admitted with some distaste. Something sparked in Lannister's gaze just then, and with it, Barristan glimpsed a hint of anger. There was bad blood there, a festering anger for reasons he couldn't comprehend. Rhaegar missed it, daft fool that he was. This might end poorly, no. Barristan knew it would. And yet, for some reason, he couldn't bring himself to intervene this time. Instead, he stood by, waiting to see what move Lord Nathaniel would make. He might refuse to fight him entirely, but the prince could probably demand a duel anyway, and it would be poor form to refuse. No, just as he knew this would end poorly, so too did he know the answer of his adversary. He didn't disappoint. Nathaniel stepped forth. All right. Jaime pushed his way between them. Nate, what's the fuss? He weaved around his brother. His Grace wants to have a bit of sport, just like us. Actually, Rhaegar continued, I was hoping we could use live steel. Jaime balked. Absolutely not! Barristan silently offered him his own blunted blade. Here, your Grace. Oh, very well. The prince pouted, but accepted the weapon as the crowd began to whisper anew. Half speed, then. Nathaniel offered a half-hearted olive branch. By all means, don't hold back on my account, Rhaegar replied jovially, flourishing his sword. I wish to see how I fare against the Laughing Lion. Sir Jaime inhaled deeply even as Lord Nathaniel bristled. Looking back, Barristan wondered if Rhaegar knew the mistake he'd just made, willingly or otherwise. While it was true that the Laughing Lion had become Lord Nathaniel's first among many rightfully earned titles, it was also originally the moniker of Lord Tytos, father of Tywin, he who had brought their family to the brink of ruin. Nathaniel's face darkened. The dragon should know better than to tug the lion's tail. Rhaegar tilted his head. I meant no offence, but offence had been taken nonetheless. Jaime sighed and stepped back. On your head be it, then. Barristan raised his arm and gave the signal for them to commence in earnest. Begin. Rhaegar struck first, a graceful slash searing towards Nathaniel's unprotected ribs. A single counter was all it took. In an instant, the Lannister dodged, stepped in, smacked the sword from his hand and swept his blunted blade up under his chin. Dead. Rhaegar stumbled back and fell on his hindquarters, accidentally splashing down into a puddle to darken his trousers. The crowd didn't make a sound. They absolutely didn't dare. Not even a gasp. Nathaniel planted his blade in the ground and waited for him to rise. The instant Rhaegar found his footing, he went on the attack, thrusting for his face. The prince managed a quick, if clumsy, parry, but that only caused the blonde to dip low, forcing him into an awkward block, which turned out to be a feint on Lannister's part. He immediately pivoted and touched his blunted blade to the royal's throat. Very dead. Rhaegar twitched. Are you mocking me, sir? Not at all, your grace. Lannister's smile simmered with snark as he held his blunted blade in place. I simply didn't wish to bruise your face. The prince's visage darkened. I see. Perhaps I should make an effort then. Perhaps you should. Rhaegar whirled in a swirl of silver hair and slashed for Lannister's face. Sparks flew through the air as the beaming blonde stopped him short with the hilt of his sword. Dropping low, the prince pivoted and swept his sword at Nathaniel's knees, only for the newly christened knight to hop over the blade. In the same instant, he whirled, driving a spinning kick into the Targaryen's ribs. For the second time since their duel began, Rhaegar found his arse ignobly knocked into the mud. Nathaniel walked up to him. Tap, tap, tap went his blade against Rhaegar's thigh, gut and right arm in rapid succession. So very dead, Nathaniel sang. That's 3 for 3. Shall we call it there? Rhaegar reddened where he sat in the mud. I can still On second thought, I think that's enough for me. After a moment's pause, just enough to be insouciant, Nathaniel remembered to bow. Your Grace. His piece said. Before Barristan's very eyes, he turned his back on the prince and walked back to Ser Jaime. Rhaegar, however, remained where he was, sat in the mud, quite stunned, utterly at a loss. The older knight bit his lip to restrain his laughter. Even then it was a near thing indeed. He couldn't remember the last time someone had humbled Rhaegar like that, not since Arthur Dayne himself. Sometimes one needed a good humbling. It was good for the ego. Naturally, like any good Kingsguard, went to the prince and offered his liege a hand intent on helping him up. Imagine his surprise when said prince sprang to his feet to throw himself at Nathaniel instead. He hadn't expected it, much less prepared for it, and so his hand closed on empty air as Rhaegar rushed past. Swinging at the blonde's unprotected back with a ferocious shout, Aerys' last living son brought his blade down squarely on Nathaniel's shoulder. Lannister! Nathaniel turned his head ever so slightly just before the blow landed. For an instant, Barristan could have sworn Tywin's son was smiling. Was it his imagination? Yet despite that, he took the hit. Why? He could have dodged it, retaliated, but he accepted the blow and let himself be hurt, grunted in pain as the blunted blade thwacked down against his collarbone. Something popped, and here, at last, the crowd gasped, disdaining such dishonourable behaviour. Striking when one's back was turned was considered poor form at best, but for a prince to do so in broad daylight. This would stain his reputation for evermore. Was that Lannister's intent? No, surely not. To have seen that far ahead? That was impossible, surely, wasn't it? Still, had such an unprovoked attack been carried out with live steel, someone would have lost an arm. Nathaniel, for his part, merely sighed. Satisfied now? Rhaegar came back to himself with a blink and realised what he'd done. Crestfallen and shamed, he dropped his blade and bowed his head. My apologies. I lost myself for a moment there. Nathaniel tutted. You certainly did. If you're going to attack me from behind, don't shout. I'll hear it coming. Rhaegar flushed to the very roots of his hair. With skills like yours, you would be welcome amongst my Kingsguard. His Kingsguard. Barristan noted the slip, as though Aerys was already dead. The onlookers in the crowd bustled anew. For his part, Nathaniel made to shrug, only to wince as his dislocated shoulder protested. As I already told your Lord Commander, I'm spoken for. Rhaegar winced anew, and not entirely from the words. Is that so, Lannister? The crowd parted one last time. Sir Arthur Dayne stepped forward, resplendent in his armour, Dawn at his side. The Sword of the Morning looked utterly resplendent as always, an immutable figure, his expression carved from stone. Even the prince fell silent in the face of the Kingsguard's greatest warrior. Barristan wished he would have arrived sooner, but those hopes were, if you wish to truly test yourself against a worthy opponent, my sword awaits you once you've recovered from your injuries. He granted Rhaegar a scathing look to which the prince flinched. What say you? Nathaniel grinned. Why wait? I can take you with one arm. Sir Arthur granted him a grim smile in return. Your red rain, or my dawn? I wonder which will triumph. Jaime flung up his arms in sheer exasperation. Oh, brother, no. You're wounded. Brother, yes, Nathaniel sang back. It's just a scratch. Your bloody arm's dislocated. Just a flesh wound, then? Nate! Nathaniel kept smiling and Barristan silently despaired at the sight of it. This was no smiling night, but something altogether worse. The boy truly knew no fear. Wait, what was he doing? As he looked on aghast, Tywin's son reached up, seized his shoulder and wrenched it back into place with a grisly pop, all without batting an eye. The sound was awful, akin to that of bone grinding against bone, and the pain must have been immense. A few ladies in the crowd fainted dead away. Rhaegar looked like he might pass out himself, so pale was his face at the sight. Third time's the charm, eh? Nathaniel straightened up, utterly undaunted. Fine, I'm game. We'll be using proper armor and proper swords, I take it? Sir Arthur nodded. The very same. Then let's go right now, my lords! A sudden halloo went up, denying their duel. All eyes turned as Messenger Cam, stumbling through the main gate, wasted and gasping for air. My lords, a rider from Duskendale! The poor fellow waved an unsealed letter in his hand as he caught his breath. He comes bearing a message. Lord Darklyn wishes to treat with Nathaniel Lannister.